And good morning, everyone. I'm Zach Warner. Thanks for tuning in to Live Now from Fox. A lot of big stories going on around the country, and we're here to cover them for you. First, let's start with a live look at Washington, D.C., where we expect at least maybe some movement on the debt ceiling, something we'll be tracking here this morning. But of course, what we want to start with is a big story overnight, what had happened in Evansville, Indiana. Now, what we do know is that there was a shooting, and we were hearing from authorities. Let's take a listen in there real quick.
Officers were on scene very quickly, went right into Walmart. We were given a description of the suspect. Officers began to look for the suspect. We know that there was at least one victim who was injured, who was taken to the hospital. I do not know what the condition is of the victim at this time. I know that on scene, the victim was still alive, like I said, was transported. At this time, we don't know that there's any other victims. A lot of people were running out, so there could be more out there. If someone was directly involved or injured during the incident, please either come back to the scene or call 911 and give us that information. We are looking for any other victims at this time. No officers were injured during the incident, but the suspect has been shot and is deceased. Multiple officers shot. I don't have the exact number at this time. That information will have to come later. And the building has been cleared multiple times. Officers are still inside. At this time, we don't believe there are any other suspects involved in this.
And of course, that shooting happening last night, something we are keeping an eye on and working to learn the latest information. We'll certainly stay in contact with the affiliates across the country and with Fox News to learn more as that situation develops. Now, turning to another big story, President Biden visiting California to survey the latest damage there. As you can see right there, there's a road with a big crack in it. Now, he was out there to lay eyes on this, to see all of it for himself, and also speak with Governor Newsom there, and to learn the latest details on everything that's been going on. But right now, we want to go to the latest from Fox News. Take a listen.
Weeks of winter storms have left parts of California underwater. Rain-ravaged neighborhoods like Mission Valley and San Diego are struggling to recover.
There's a major problem when you have pooling like this. We have the entire bottom floor of that parking structure is like a river down there.
While surveying the damage in Santa Cruz County, President Biden pledged the support of the federal government. More than 500 FEMA officials are on the ground to help with response and recovery operations. The president also expanded an earlier disaster declaration for the state, unlocking more federal funds.
The federal government is not leaving its responsibility till it's all fixed. It's done.
Still, the overall cause of the destruction is unclear, but some estimates are in the billions after the storms triggered landslides and forced businesses and schools to close down. As recovery efforts continue, some lawmakers and FEMA are looking forward, using funds from the bipartisan infrastructure law, for instance, to make communities more resilient.
We've never seen 9 atmospheric rivers in a period of just a few weeks like this. And so we have to be prepared for this increase in the number of weather events and severe weather events that we're seeing.
But those who evacuated to escape the floodwaters are finding little comfort as they wait to learn when they can head home.
Mentally, I think we are in fight or flight, parent mode.
Besides rain, California is also watching out for snow melt, which could lead to more flooding. In Washington, Martha Rivera, Fox News.
And after that trip out west, there still remains many unanswered questions with regard to those classified documents and what the special prosecutor in the case may discover during the course of the investigation. Fox News' Doug Lazater has the story.
Well, we're just learning about all of this now, but these documents were found just before the midterm elections. And while the circumstances are different from the investigation into former President Trump, this puts the White House in an awkward spot.
Any comment on the documents, sir?
President Biden wouldn't respond to questions about the documents yesterday as he continued his summit of North American leaders in Mexico. But here's what we know. Documents that were marked as classified were found in a D.C. office that Biden used right after he left the Obama administration.
What a double standard here. Where's the FBI? They should be battering rams knocking down his door.
Many Republicans have been quick to point out the parallels, just as a special counsel appointed by the Attorney General continues to investigate the documents found in the possession of former President Donald Trump. In that case, the FBI raided Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago to recover them. A lawyer for President Biden says that in this case, the White House counsel's office notified the National Archives. The archives took possession of the materials the following morning. But that was well over 2 months ago, and just before the midterm elections. A former President Trump just posted this to his Truth Social site. When is the FBI going to raid the many homes of Joe Biden, perhaps even the White House? These documents were definitely not declassified. We don't know that yet, though, but it is something the Justice Department will investigate.
The chances of there being significant legal jeopardy seem to be very small at this point, but the political ramifications of this, he's already condemned his predecessor's handling of classified information after he left office. Those will certainly resonate for some time.
A U.S. attorney based in Chicago, a holdover from the Trump administration actually, will now head up this investigation. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And of course, that's one of the many big stories we're keeping an eye on today and working to learn more on. We'll find out what happens with President Biden's documents, maybe more information today, but certainly a developing story. I want to take a step back for our first commercial break of the morning. We'll be right back in just a moment. And welcome back. One of the big stories that we found out this week is that actor Alec Baldwin will be facing an involuntary manslaughter charge. Something that we have been learning a lot more as the week has been going on, but certainly plenty more.
It went across her chest.
Today, a New Mexico district attorney announcing she will file 2 involuntary manslaughter charges against Alec Baldwin and Russ armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
Mr. Baldwin had a duty at the base level to never hold a gun and point it at a person while pulling the trigger. But he also had a duty as an actor and a producer on that set to have the bullets checked or to check them himself to make sure that they weren't live.
The special prosecutor tells Fox News that safety on the 2021 New Mexico set was loose and reckless with accidental gun discharges, and that Baldwin did pull the trigger on the gun he fired, a claim he denies. Baldwin faces up to 6.5 years in prison if convicted on the stronger involuntary manslaughter charge that carries an enhanced sentence. His attorney responding, quote, "This decision distorts Helena Hutchins' tragic death and represents a terrible miscarriage of justice. Mr. Baldwin had no reason to believe there was a live bullet in the gun or anywhere on the movie set. He relied on the professionals with whom he worked who assured him the gun did not have live rounds." Gutierrez-Reed, who faces the same prison time, was reportedly inexperienced and overwhelmed. Her attorney telling Fox, Hannah is and always has been very emotional and sad about this tragic accident, but she did not commit involuntary manslaughter. Helena Hutchins' family is thanking New Mexico authorities, writing, "Our independent investigation also supports that charges are warranted. It is a comfort to the family that in New Mexico, no one is above the law." In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
And as the story continues to progress, there are plenty of legal analysts that are reaching out with their opinion on what's going on and what the future may hold as Alec Baldwin goes through the court system and continues to figure out what his future might be. LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft has an interview where we can learn more.
Bring in legal expert and friend of the program, Andrew Lieb, with more. Andrew, thanks for being with us. So I just wanted your initial reaction to this. A lot of people are saying that what took prosecutors so long? We're almost 2 years removed from the fact. What do you think they had to pore over to reach this decision today? 2 involuntary manslaughter charges.
I think, first of all, it's a tough one for 2 reasons. Number one, the family settled with him, even though they're now saying they support the prosecution. They settled the civil case, number one. Number two is the fact that we all have our opinion about it, and a defense in New Mexico is that it's accident or misfortune. And Alec has been saying all along that this has been an accident, and we all in hearts and minds don't want to see one of our celebrities, the people we love, to be convicted. So it's going to be hard to get a unanimous jury, which you need. And prosecutors don't want to bring attention unless they believe they're going to win. So this is a sign that Alex is in big trouble.
Okay, Andrew, let's go over what this charge means, at least in New Mexico. Involuntary manslaughter is a 4th-degree felony. It carries a maximum sentence of 18 months in prison. The charges haven't been officially filed yet. This was just an announcement that they intend to do just that. And we've heard from Alec Baldwin's attorneys, excoriating the prosecutors, saying they're going to fight this tooth and nail. What will the defense look like?
Well, let's not forget that there's that other charge, too. It's not just involuntary manslaughter. They're doing a firearm enhancement on it, and they're saying, hey, he negligently utilized a firearm. And really the question is, did Alex have a willful disregard for the safety of others? Did he realize, did he appreciate, was he one of the reasons that this person, unfortunately, is Helena Hutchins, did she die? Is that because of him? And yes, he wants to blame it on others. But the question isn't whether he's the main cause. Is he one of the causes? And did he willfully disregard the safety of others? And I really got to tell you, it's a challenge for Alec Baldwin. I wouldn't want to be him tonight.
Okay, so I was struck by the fact, according to the statement put out by the district attorney, Mary Carmack Altweiss, and we learned that assistant director on the film set, David Halls, has already signed a plea agreement for the charge of negligent use of a deadly weapon. The terms include a suspended sentence and 6 months probation. So they have people cooperating right now who are intimately involved in this tragic incident.
100%. And not only do they have people cooperating, and not only did they get this, it is a misdemeanor, I want to tell you, the settlement that the person got, this David. But really, the case is going to boil down to whether we could show there was a known danger. And if you're holding a firearm, what many lawyers are saying everywhere is you always know there's a danger. You can't say it's the prop expert. You can't say, hey, it's someone else that's going to do it for us. And it's a real problem, as you say, because David's going to be saying in this cooperation that Alex should have done better. That all being said, I think it's a tough case. Why is it a tough case? Because this isn't about intent. This isn't saying Alec tried to kill anyone. It's saying, was he careless? Did he have a reckless disregard? Did he appreciate danger and do nothing about it? And that's going to be a tough question for jurors who watch him on TV and in the movies.
So, Andrew, the DA and the prosecutor's office still need to present this to a trial judge. Isn't it ultimately up to the judge to determine whether a trial will take place?
Yeah, well, there's a few things. It's up to the judge, and it's also up to whether Alec is going to do a plea agreement, too. I would think there's a very good likelihood that we're not going to ever see the Alec Baldwin trial, although you and I can spend a lot of time going back and forth on it. I'm thinking he's not going to risk going to jail for 18 months, for 5 years, for anything else, because it's really a coin flip thing. It's not like he could say, hey, I wasn't there that day. We all know he held the gun. And here's his other problem. He always says that he didn't pull the trigger. But the FBI report says that there's no way it would have went if he didn't pull the trigger. And while, who knows what he was doing, at the end of the day, it's really a risk for him to go forward. And I really see an enhanced effort on his team to be in plea negotiations starting now.
Yeah, because, depending on what that looks like, he will have to be summoned to New Mexico to face this. That's going to be a media frenzy of its own right.
It's going to be a media frenzy. And I also question, because if we go back to the civil case, the wrongful death, if you remember that Hutchins' husband was going to be an executive producer
Yeah.
on the Rush movie. They were going to continue it. And if Alec is standing trial, how is Alec supposed to be a star on this movie? It just doesn't make sense for them as well to be cooperating, although they said they want to. It's going to be a disruption for everything. I really think Alec's going to pony up. He's going to offer something. He's going to get some sort of plea, because at the end of the day, I don't think he ever, or anyone thinks he wanted to kill him. And while involuntary manslaughter doesn't need that, it's still a big problem for him.
Right, because you've been citing a lot, and I've been thinking about this all day. We just reported on the civil settlement to the Hutchins family, Helena's widow, and their young son. We don't know the amount. It was never disclosed. You can imagine it was quite a large amount. And so I'm just kind of thinking in my head, how will a jury take all of this in? Is it going to be hard to secure a conviction? We were talking to one of our other legal experts today. There might seem like a lot of guilt at play right now, but will it kind of rise to that level in a courtroom before a jury for a conviction?
I can only tell you from watching Alec in lots of different movies and TV over the years, he's one of the types of witnesses, one of the types of actors that knows how to display no emotion and seem very serious if he wants to do it. He's going to play very well to the jury, and I think the prosecutor has to be very worried. And normally you wouldn't want to put your client on a defense, put him on the witness stand. But when you have an actor like Alec Baldwin there, he's really going to be able to flip a hearts and minds of someone. I see risk on both sides, and that's why I keep saying the word plea. But plea, even a plea, is not good for Alec Baldwin. Who wants to deal with that?
Yeah, and just from the celebrity perspective, I guess, do prosecutors, do judges throw the book at celebrities as an example to, the wider public? Like, if they can't get away from this, neither can you. Are you seeing any element of that here?
Sort of. So
Okay.
I think you would see that if you were in New York City or in
Okay.
LA. But I think there's also the counter feeling right here. New Mexico, this small place, do they want to be drawing attention to them and then get a finding of not guilty? Do they want to find that they can't get the conviction? Because that would be really problematic too. So I think there is flexibility there. That's what I'm trying to get at. So yes, I think they're trying to show it's even field. That's why they're prosecuting everyone. But I think they're going to take a step back and be willing to entertain conversations. That's just my crystal ball saying, because the risk of losing to Alec would be really bad for business there.
Yeah. All right, Andrew, I always ask this. What's next? What are you going to look forward to in this case? Where do we go from here?
Oh, well, like you said, what's going to happen is this charge really going to happen? Because we heard right now that they plan to do this. They always say man plans and God laughs. Well, I think in the courts, it's man plans and the judge laughs. So let's see what actually transpires, and let's see what Alec's attorneys are doing. He has top flight attorneys. I imagine they're talking to the district attorney right now. I imagine they're trying to work something out, just like he settled the wrongful death case. He settled that lickety split. I think he wants to put this behind him, and he's going to pony up to a lot of different things, whether it be fines, penalties, agreeing to community service, agreeing to have all sorts of monitoring, et cetera, because he wants to put this behind him. That's my bet. I think we're going to hear about some sort of resolution in the near term.
Andrew, as always, we appreciate your insight into these major headlines. We'll definitely be speaking again. Thanks so much, Andrew.
Such a pleasure. Thank you.
Let's bring in legal expert and friend of the program, Andrew Lieb, with more.
And there is a lot to learn there. And also something interesting that we haven't heard addressed yet is if some of those comments that Alec Baldwin had made to the media after the shooting had occurred could come into play to affect his court process. We'll see what happens there. But we're going to go to another commercial break here real quick, and we'll be right back in just a few short minutes. And another big story we're following today is what's going to be happening with the debt ceiling. Now the clock is ticking for Congress to raise, suspend, or strike a deal on the debt limit, or else risk financial disaster. The Treasury Secretary says starting today, her department has to take measures to avoid a government default. Many say this issue should not be up for debate, but a group of Republicans want to use it to force spending cuts. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
The U.S. has reached its debt limit. Now Congress is facing a deadline to reach an agreement on what to do. But the Treasury Secretary and much of Washington hopes it doesn't take that long.
It'll all clear up. It'll be fine. It's just all negotiation tactics. It's all screaming and hollering.
In a letter to Congress Thursday, Secretary Janet Yellen wrote that she now has to put in place her extraordinary measures to keep from defaulting. The Treasury will pause investments into government employee retirement, disability, and health care funds. That will get the government to roughly June, though Yellen says that timeline is, quote, subject to considerable uncertainty. The White House says they are firm on wanting a clean bill to raise the debt limit, meaning no strings attached.
To threaten default, to threaten economic catastrophe, nobody, Democrat or Republican, should do that, no matter how much they believe in their agenda.
However, new House Speaker Kevin McCarthy wants to negotiate spending cuts. He's bolstered by a group of House Republicans who say the administration has acted recklessly with the nation's budget.
I fully believe we're going to have a debt ceiling deal. Fully believe that. But I will also say that the White House strategy of, oh, we're not going to have any negotiations is insane. There must be spending restraints.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says he does not think there will ultimately be a default, but adds the administration will have to negotiate with Republicans. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And we're also hearing from financial experts on the issue with the debt ceiling. LiveNOW's Andy Mack has an interview with a lot more information on this topic.
John Milikowski, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox to give us some perspective on this debt ceiling. First and foremost, thanks so much for joining us. And what do we take away from the news today about those extraordinary measures being used?
Well, the extraordinary measures is that the U.S. Treasury is going to have to balance the payments that are going to be made and the cash flow, which is really important. It's estimated that the U.S. has enough cash until mid-June to pay off its obligation through tax collections and other means. But it's a serious matter because now we've hit the debt ceiling of $31.4 trillion, and it appears, based on historical trends, that every 10 years the budget, the ceiling has doubled, and they're anticipating in another 10 years that it will rise up to the next level beyond a trillion, which is a quadrillion, which is a large number, and this affects the cost of products and food and the household savings. It really could dwindle quite a bit.
That is certainly a very, very big number. I know a trillion's a big number, but a quadrillion, that's certainly a very next level there. We've seen in the past where the government kind of just bump up the debt ceiling. Why do you think that wasn't the case today? And obviously there's a showdown between the Biden administration and Congress about spending and whatnot. Were we a little surprised that they just didn't bump it up today?
Well, it's interesting. Last December, actually December 2021, they did increase it, and then we had a lot of bills that came through, and I think the Republicans are concerned about the amount of spending, and they're looking to slash that. So now the public is in the crosshairs, right? Because the public will be affected. And back in 2011, I believe we had a government shutdown when President Barack Obama was president, and the Congress didn't want to increase it. And if you remember, government employees were furloughed, and a lot of negative things came out of that. But it is a showdown because of the amount of government spending that's been going on, even specifically last year.
Definitely. And we also saw potentially a showdown like we did with the speakership with Kevin McCarthy after 15 or so rounds. Does that concern you that we saw kind of a spectacle in Congress already this year, just this year already, and now we're dealing with something that is so instrumental to our economy? Does that bother you? Does that concern you?
It does, but I think the bigger picture, Congress is definitely going to be concerned about the bigger picture because cash will run out by June. That is the estimate. So I think they will do what they can. And at some point, there's going to have to be a compromise as to whether they will increase the budget, the debt ceiling. The question is how much. and whether they can curtail the spending. But it's interesting, just look at the historical trends. And in the 80s, the debt ceiling was at $1 trillion. It got increased to $3 trillion. 90s, it went doubled to $6 trillion. In 2000s, it went to 12. And 2012, it went to 16. And now we're about double that. So I think Congress has a lot of things. But what's unique about this situation, where we are today, is the interest rate is so high. We haven't seen high interest rates in many years. And that's even scarier. We're spending almost, I think it was about $985 billion a day, I believe it is, in interest payments alone. That's quite a bit of money. And per person, it's about $94,000 per person. If you break down the national debt per person, it's a lot of money. There's a lot at stake here. If it's not fixed, it's going to be harder for companies to borrow money. It'll weaken the U.S. economy. And back in 2011, I think S&P reduced the credit rating of the U.S., which, of course, devalued the bonds were selling for less than face value. A lot of things are going to happen, but most important to the common average American, any money they have in retirement could be affected and dwindled because the stock market's definitely going to take a hit.
That is certainly a concern for a lot of Americans, and I know they want to get that done as soon as possible, but what kind of time frame are we looking at? How do negotiations kind of go, and how does we figure this out, and how long potentially? Because you don't really want to go procrastinate up until a hard deadline, so how does this kind of work over the next some bit of time?
Well, we know we have until June enough cash to pay off the obligations that the federal government has until June, and the expectation is that between now and then, there's going to be some negotiation between Congress and the Biden administration. But it's really hard to predict whether that's going to happen right away or whether it's going to drag on. But just think about this: the last time the deficit was increased, the debt ceiling was increased, was back in December 2021. Congress and the Biden administration had an entire year to figure this out, and as you see interest rates increase, the debt ceiling, the amount of the national debt is increasing faster at a faster pace because they're borrowing and they have to return a higher rate of interest. So I think everyone's aware of the situation. They understand the severity of it, but there's not a lot of time. We have about 5 months left until we're going to have serious problems. And Secretary Janet Yellen has indicated, they're going to do some extraordinary measures to avoid having missed payments, and they're really trying to avoid that at this time.
And you make a good point that they've had some time to try to figure this out, and another 5 months right now, not necessarily optimistic that it gets done anytime soon. John Milikowski, thank you so much for joining us. Any parting words you want to leave our audience here on Live Now from Fox?
Have faith in the government. I don't think there's been too many government shutdowns historically. The government's never officially defaulted on any of its debt, so I don't think we should be overly concerned, but definitely be cautious and possibly move your investments into safer, more stable investments. But it's kind of a mixed bag right now.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I know there's a lot of variables at stake here, and as we continue to move, and extraordinary measures, like you said, from Janet Yellen from earlier today. Thank you so much for joining us and give us some perspective on this debt ceiling and what could be to come here on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure. Thank you.
From John Milikowski.
And we'll see how things continue on Capitol Hill as they try to make some big decisions there with regard to the debt ceiling. And we're going to come back here in a little bit, and we'll start with what we've started the hour with, which is talking more about what's going on out west and some of that storm damage as the president was out there meeting with Governor Gavin Newsom. We'll have that right after this break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's 7:34 here on the East Coast and 4:34 on the West Coast. Some of the big stories we're following today, what I mentioned right before the break there, is the storms that happened in California and the extensive damage that President Biden is out there observing, in addition to meeting with Gavin Newsom and speaking to the press. We're going to get into all of that. Let's start with a story from Fox News' Madeline Rivera.
Weeks of winter storms have left parts of California underwater. Rain-ravaged neighborhoods like Mission Valley and San Diego are struggling to recover.
There's a major problem when you have pooling like this. We have the entire bottom floor of that parking structure is like a river down there.
While surveying the damage in Santa Cruz County, President Biden pledged the support of the federal government. More than 500 FEMA officials are on the ground to help with response and recovery operations. The president also expanded an earlier disaster declaration for the state, unlocking more federal funds.
The federal government's not leaving its responsibility till it's all fixed. It's done.
Still, the overall cause of the destruction is unclear, but some estimates are in the billions after the storms triggered landslides and forced businesses and schools to close down. As recovery efforts continue, some lawmakers and FEMA are looking forward, using funds from the bipartisan infrastructure law, for instance, to make communities more resilient.
We've never seen 9 atmospheric rivers in a period of just a few weeks like this. And so we have to be prepared for this increase in the number of weather events and severe weather events that we're seeing.
But those who evacuated to escape the floodwaters are finding little comfort as they wait to learn when they can head home.
Mentally, I think we are in fight or flight, parent mode.
Besides rain, California is also watching out for snow melt, which could lead to more flooding. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And you heard a little bit there from President Biden and also Gavin Newsom, Governor Gavin Newsom. Now we're going to play the entire press conference. You can hear the full comments from both of them and what they saw over there, what's been going on, and again, the extent of that damage. Let's take it to that right now.
It's my honor to welcome the president back to the state of California, and it was my honor as well to have a delegation that joined us, Senator Padilla and congressional representatives, local leaders that were determinative in keeping the state as safe as possible under these historic circumstances. You know, 3 years of a mega drought, the driest on the West Coast in over 1,200 years, and we've now had 3 weeks of mega floods, some of the worst and most acute and damaging floods in California's history, some approximating, though not quite as acute, as the 1862 Great Flood in California. The scale and the scope of these floods is hard to understand unless you get out, and that's why I couldn't be more grateful to the President for taking the time to come out again to the state of California, take a look firsthand at some of the damage. But more important, I think, in moments like this is not just looking at the damage, but really reflecting on the spirit and pride of community coming together. And, you know, I can say this because, well, I guess I have the mic. One of the things that I've long admired, I think the American people admire about this president, is there are few people with the empathy, the care and compassion that he has, and you see that demonstrated in times like this. And if you have any cynicism about the world we're living in and leadership, I challenge you to spend a little time with the President of the United States, meeting with people that have been directly impacted by these kinds of experiences. And so it reinforces and distills a sense of, yes, well-being for me as governor of the state of California, but more importantly, I think just gives all of us, you know, a little bit more confidence in our fate and future and the world we're trying to build. And so I want to just say this, and before I bring up the president, this has been challenging. 21 lives have been lost. That does not include that 5-year-old boy. We had over 200 search and rescue folks out there over the course last week plus. The only thing they found is that one shoe, that one Nike shoe. And we won't give up until we find Kyle. And hopefully, miracle of miracles, he'll be okay. But 21 known deaths so far. We had 9 atmospheric rivers, a stacking of stress, this conveyor belt going back 22 days. Trillions of gallons of water. The state of California, we estimate over 1,400 heroic rescues. Those are the lives that were saved that didn't become headlines. You know, I say this often, about politics. Unlike baseball, you don't get credit for saves. All the extraordinary work, 93 agencies, local, state, regional, federal agencies coming together, doing heroic work 24/7. Folks that you would expect from FEMA and folks that we would come to expect at CAL FIRE and our local police and fire and sheriffs, but also our Conservation Corps. Incredible work the National Guard did to mitigate damage, to pre-position, to prevent, to save lives. That was our #1 priority. In closing, we're now here talking about turning the page, and we're talking about the resilience of California. We're talking about being here when all of you are gone, when the cameras are gone, when all the attention, spotlights taken off. That's when California is at its best, and we do our best work. But we could not do that without federal support. Final words. On January 4th, we declared a state of emergency. 4 days later, before I can even request it, Chief of Staff, the President of the United States, reaches out and says yes, in anticipation of what I had yet to request, and that was a presidential declaration. I checked my voicemail. The President had already left a voicemail saying, "What do you need?" 4 days after that, we requested a major disaster declaration. I sent out FEMA directors again back here with us after just a few days of detailed assessment. Now we over half a dozen, now 7 counties that are included in a major disaster declaration. Trust me, that matters. When you're cynical again around government, relationships, or you feel like things are frayed, things have become too polarized, I hope you'll consider these moments, that spirit of collaboration, cooperation, the things that define the best of who we are. And the best, of course, I think, of who we are in America is representing the person that I'm honored to welcome to his podium. Mr. President, it is an honor to have you back here. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Well, Governor, you and I got to stop taking these helicopter rides. We've made a bunch of them. You've been hit. If anybody doubts the climate is changing, then they must have been asleep for the last couple of years. I want to thank you, Governor. You and I, along with the Vice President, have been in close touch since this storm hit, and even before it hit, when we were talking about it coming. We told the governor that we'd do everything we can, whatever he needs, but he's been through a whole hell of a lot. I don't know what we had 3 or 4 flights up and down the state for the wildfires and the damage done. It's been astounding what you've done. And I want to say what I said then, and I'll say again. The federal government's not leaving its responsibility till it's all fixed. It's done. You know, Mr. Mayor or Madam Mayor, I want to thank you and the county supervisor, the local officials, the first responders, for all that you have done and all you have been dealing with to try to protect your constituents in a way that gives them some, I guess maybe the thing that's most needed in these times is a sense of hope that everything's going to be able to be done, everything's going to be able to be fixed. And I want to thank the entire California delegation for working with my administration. Alex and Jimmy, thank you for what you've done being with me today. And, you know, we did an aerial tour of the damage. And unlike when we did the aerial tour of the fires, it's not as obvious from the air just how much damage has been done. We flew over the entire area and parts of the state, they got more rainfall in a single day than they get in an entire year in parts of the state. Drenching rains, powerful winds, floods, landslides, but you don't feel it till you walk the streets or when you're able to walk. And, toppling of thousands of trees, 20,000 customers, 200,000 customers lost their power through the storms. Now it's less than 5,000, but it's still 5,000 people don't have power. We got to get it down to zero. Nearly 150,000 people were under evacuation orders. Now it's down to 1,400 under evacuation orders, and under 300 people are still in shelters. But tragically, 21 people died, and that little boy we're still trying to find. Everybody I've talked to so far today just spontaneously brings that up. You know, the fact is, you know, Jill and I have him in our prayers, the family in our prayers, and all of you. You know, while the situation is still treacherous, we're cautiously optimistic that the worst part is behind. The waters recede, but we'll see the full extent of the damage to the homes, the businesses, and the farms and ranches. And we now we know some of the destruction is going to take years to fully recover and rebuild. But we got to not just rebuild, we got to rebuild better. We got to rebuild better. Last week I signed an expedited major disaster declaration for the state of California. Yesterday I directed the federal government that will cover 100% of the cost of removing debris and emergency measures like sheltering evacuees and paying overtime for first responders for the next 60 days. Excuse me, for 60 days. And right now, more than 500 employees of FEMA are out here and other federal agencies on the ground trying to help people. FEMA positions supplies for 100,000 meals, 100,000 liters of water, 20,000 blankets, 10,000 cots for shelters, and will be disaster recovery centers in every impacted area, including Santa Cruz and Merced, where survivors can apply for assistance and if their homes or their small businesses have been damaged. That's already underway. The Army Corps of Engineers is helping remove heavy debris and safely, and monitoring 7 reservoirs in the Central Valley and the San Francisco Bay Area. I've instructed my administration to bring every element of the federal government together with the help of immediate needs to long-term rebuilding, to do both. We have to, in terms of the infrastructure, there's got to be significant changes been made, and the federal government's going to be here to help get that done. For example, the Department of Agriculture is helping farmers with disaster loans and grants if they lost livestock or their crops were washed away. So the Small Business Administration, and some of you were with me when I just went through the small business along the piers here, it's devastating what happened. But they're going to get help local businesses with low-interest loans so they can recover. And now, if you don't have insurance, or if you're underinsured, FEMA is going to get you started on home repairs and replacing lost or damaged property like cars or refrigerators, things inside the home. They'll be able to be replaced quickly. To apply for assistance from FEMA, you can go online to disasterassistance.gov. Disasterassistance.gov. You can also sign up in person for disaster recovery centers in the coming days. There are going to be at least 7 centers opened across this state, and FEMA is going to deploy disaster survivor assistance teams to communities that need them the most. We can go to the FEMA website to find that location. And look, as I've said on other disasters, the key is not just building back, it's building back stronger. Just because since I became president, we've spent $9 billion in disaster assistance to California for the extreme weather events they've had to go through. $9 billion, and these weeks have shown the compounding effect of the disasters. For example, places that were ravaged by past wildfires are now at a higher risk of landslides. Extreme weather caused by climate change means stronger and more frequent storms, more intense droughts, longer wildfire seasons, all of which threaten communities across California. So we have to invest in stronger infrastructure to lessen the impacts of these disasters because they become cumulative in a sense. We've already allocated funding from the infrastructure law that I signed a year ago, and more than $16 billion for more than 480 projects across this state. We're making the California power grid more resilient, building stronger levees, clearing hazardous fuels, and reforesting lands, to protect against wildfires. And together, we can better prepare for future disasters, reduce the damage they cause, and the people's lives and livelihoods that are affected. So let me close with this. To the people in California, I say it again, the country is here for you and with you. We are not leaving till things are built back and built back better than they were before. You can recover from storms. We'll be with you every step of the way. And I mean that sincerely, every step. And God bless you all, And may God protect our first responders, who we owe more than I could take time to talk about today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I will answer the question, but here's the deal. You know, what quite frankly bugs me is that we have a serious problem here we're talking about. We're talking about what's going on, and the American people don't quite understand why you don't ask me questions about that. But having said that, what's your question?
Not reveal the existence of the documents back in November before the midterm.
Hang on, okay? Look, as we found a handful of documents were filed in the wrong place. We immediately turned them over to the archives and the Justice Department. We're fully cooperating and looking forward to getting this resolved quickly. I think you're going to find there's nothing there. I have no regrets. I'm following what the lawyers have told me they want me to do. It's exactly what we're doing. There's no there there. Thank you. All right.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 7:52 over on the East Coast and 4:52 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A bit earlier, we did hear from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. He gave a very brief speech, just a couple minutes, alongside Lloyd Austin. I do want to play that comment for you here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Secretary, thank you very much for these words. Very important, and thank you for condolences and this package of supporting us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the Victory Makers Coalition, I'm grateful to you for the achieved unity, for this dialogue and cooperation format. We see the results on the battlefield in Ukraine. Thank you. On the battlefield against our common enemy. And I believe that our unity will only become stronger with every new Rammstein. But do we have a lot of time? No. Terror does not allow for discussion. The terror which burns city after city becomes insolent when it feels that the defenders of freedom run out of weapons against it. The war started by Russia does not allow delays. And I can thank you hundreds of times, and it will be absolutely just and fair given all that we have already done. But hundreds of thank you are not hundreds of thanks. All of us can use thousands of words in discussions, but I cannot put words instead of guns that are needed against Russian artillery, or instead of the anti-aircraft missile that are needed to protect people from Russian airstrikes. And I am truly grateful to all of you for the weapons you have provided. Every unit helps to save our people from terror, but time remains a Russian weapon. We have to speed up. Time must become our common weapon, just like air defense and artillery, armored vehicles and tanks, which we are negotiating about with you, and which actually will make the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I'm addressing you in such format, and I'm addressing you not as ministers of military warehouses, but as ministers of defense of everything that makes our world free, civilized. And I'm addressing you, those who serve the values of freedom and who remember the world your parents dreamed of for you. And I'm addressing you, those who themselves dream of a certain world for their children. It is the time now to protect those dreams. This is the future. I'm sure you do not want to allow such a world order where hatred will rule. Your parents would not want that kind of world for you. You would not want such a world for your children. But this is exactly such a world order that Russia seeks for all of us, not only for Ukraine, but for the whole world. Russia wants the power to destroy nations, and they talk openly about it in Moscow. Yes, Russia wants to destroy law and universal human values, and the Russian troops, by their actions on the territory of Ukraine, are fighting just for this, in order to teach the world to hate. Russia is concentrating its forces, last forces, trying to convince everyone that hatred can be stronger than the world. That is why you and I have to speed up. We have to do it. We must act as fast as a father or mother who saves their child, as a son or daughter who sees their parents need immediate help. It is about what kind of world people will live in. People who dream, love, and hope. They hope that their freedom will be protected for Ukraine, for all of Europe, for each and every coalition's country. It is about people who believe that evil and hatred will always lose. The Kremlin must lose. Ladies and gentlemen, you are strong people of powerful countries, and I know your bravery, and I appreciate everything you have done and are doing now. I encourage you to make such decisions that can deprive Russian evil of any power. You can start this policy today. It is in your power to make a Rammstein of tanks, not to bargain about different numbers of tanks, but to open a principled supply that will stop Russian evil. And we also count that your next gatherings will go down in history as Rammstein of F-16 and long-range missiles. It is in your power to guarantee such artillery and any aircraft defense that will crush terror. It is in your power to make the victory. So may your decisions hit accurately. Just like our heroes on the front lines, glory to all of our soldiers and sailors, sergeants and foremen, officers and generals. and thank each and every one of you who defends freedom. Slava Ukraini.
All right, those right there were the comments made by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. We could hear more from him a bit later on today. Take a look over at the left side of your screen there. You can see President Biden is expected to deliver remarks from the White House coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch those right here on Live Now from Fox. Damar Hamlin, the Bill's safety there, taking, quote, baby step at a time in recovery after a cardiac arrest on the field. That is a statement provided by his representative. I do want to get to this breaking news, though, right now. Google laying off 12,000 workers, becoming the latest tech company to trim staff after rapid expansions during the pandemic have now worn off. The CEO shared the news Friday in an email to staff at the Silicon Valley giant that was also posted on the company's news blog. Quote, over the past 2 years, we have seen periods of dramatic growth. To match and fuel that growth, we hired for a different economic reality than the one we face today. He said the layoffs reflect a, quote, rigorous review carried out by Google of its operations. The jobs being eliminated, quote, cut across Alphabet, product areas, functions, levels, and regions. Earlier this week, Microsoft announced 10,000 job cuts, or nearly 5% of its workforce. Amazon cutting 18,000 jobs, and Facebook parent Meta shedding 11,000 positions. Fox News providing more on that.
The string of tech industry layoffs continued Wednesday. Microsoft announced it plans to cut 5% of its workforce, laying off about 10,000 workers. Like many other tech companies, Microsoft had a hiring boom during the pandemic, expanding its workforce by 36%.
It was only a matter of time. It's just that this is a shakeout which is happening at this point in time.
Professor Shoykat Chaudhry is director of the UC Haas Management, Entrepreneurship, and Technology program. He says what's happening in the tech sector has less to do with global economics and more to do with a correction after rapid growth.
It was growing at rates which are unsustainable now. Think about how many people they've hired over the last 3 years. Some companies as much as 30% of their workforce, which has joined.
Along with Microsoft cutting 10,000 positions, Amazon began notifying some 18,000 employees about cutbacks in the U.S., Canada, and Costa Rica locations. Twitter reportedly plans to lay off 50 more workers, according to the site Insider. Chaudhry says there are some differences for tech workers compared to the past .com bust.
Software and deployment of other technologies like that are what are pervading every single industry. So yes, these are very much, you're very much able to transfer those skills to other areas.
I know a few people who have been impacted, but I think that overall, I'm not too worried because tech will always be needed.
Many workers are turning to social networks to help find new work.
The way I job search and the people that I know job search is maybe looking for options on LinkedIn and talking to people there, or going to conferences.
Chaudhry says there also are opportunities for startups to still get money because venture capital funding remains strong. But he says people looking to pivot should know there is a difference in the pitch.
You'll have to have a business model which is a little bit more conservative or safe, which allows you to show a path towards profitability a little bit sooner because they can't deal with uncertainty. That's the challenge.
All right, that right there was Fox News providing a little bit more. Once again, we did learn that Google's parent company, Alphabet, does plan to cut 12,000 jobs, the latest in this ongoing situation. Let's get to some of the other headlines here, and the clock now ticking for Congress to raise, suspend, or strike a deal on the debt limit or else risk financial disaster. The Treasury Secretary says that her department has to take measures to avoid a government default. Many say the issue could and should not be up for debate, but a group of Republicans want to use it to force spending cuts. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington with more for us.
The U.S. has reached its debt limit. Now Congress is facing a deadline to reach an agreement on what to do. But the Treasury Secretary and much of Washington hopes it doesn't take that long.
It'll all clear up. It'll be fine. It's just all negotiation tactics. It's all screaming and hollering.
In a letter to Congress Thursday, Secretary Janet Yellen wrote that she now has to put in place her extraordinary measures to keep from defaulting. The Treasury will pause investments into government employee retirement, disability, and healthcare funds. That will get the government to roughly June, though Yellen says that timeline is, quote, subject to considerable uncertainty. The White House says they are firm on wanting a clean bill to raise the debt limit, meaning no strings attached.
To threaten default, to threaten economic catastrophe, nobody, Democrat or Republican, should do that, no matter how much they believe in their agenda.
However, new House Speaker Kevin McCarthy wants to negotiate spending cuts. He's bolstered by a group of House Republicans who say the administration has acted recklessly with the nation's budget.
I fully believe we're going to have a debt ceiling deal. Fully believe that. But I will also say that the White House strategy of, oh, we're not going to have any negotiations is insane. There must be spending restraints.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says he does not think there will ultimately be a default, but adds the administration will have to negotiate with Republicans. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thanks. And our different affiliates across the country are covering this from each and every angle, as this does impact just about every American. George Franco with our Fox 5 Atlanta team picks up the story from there.
As a contentious Congress wrangles with the debt limit in Washington, an expert at Emory University says a worst-case scenario would not be good for anyone. Meantime, here in Lawrenceville at McRae's Tavern, others are wondering about their financial health. McRae's Tavern relies on the spending of its customers like the Langleys, who say they are nervously watching retirement savings drop. Adding to their anxiety is the uncertainty of Congress trying to strike a deal on a $31.4 trillion debt limit.
They just look at it as, like monopoly money or free money because it's not their cash.
John Langley, like many Americans, want Congress to come to terms with the debt ceiling.
Wall Street does not like the idea of not having the debt ceiling extended.
Economist and finance professor Tom Smith of Emory University's Goizeta Business School says Wall Street jitters will not improve if Congress fails to strike a deal on the debt limit, saying our country's risk-free credit rating, which establishes the foundation for every other interest rate, is at stake.
And if you pull out the foundation of what builds up interest rates for all interest rates, then the building's going to collapse.
Professor Smith says a credit default in Washington would be bad for everybody. Wall Street, Main Street, McRae's, and others on the Lawrenceville Square.
If people can't come out to spend money, then it affects everyone in this area. Like, they're not coming out in general.
I might be having to work a lot longer than what I think I have to.
Because you're almost retired.
Couple of years down the road.
Professor Smith advises people not to panic with big sell-offs of their retirement accounts. But mostly he believes Washington should get an earful.
My best advice would be to call your congressperson and say, can we just not play around with this particular thing?
Professor Smith says the worst-case scenario would be Congress playing chicken with the U.S. government debt, which he says is not good for anyone. In Lawrenceville, I'm George Franco, Fox 5 News.
All right, George, thank you so much. We do appreciate our different affiliates all over the country for providing us with the latest information. 8:07 on the East Coast and 5:07 on the West Coast. I do want to head to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back, though, with more of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 8:10 over on the East Coast, and it is 5:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Actor Alec Baldwin will face a charge of involuntary manslaughter after a cinematographer was fatally shot back in 2021 on the set of the film Rust. What you're looking at is some of the video from the scene and body camera video. The film's weapons supervisor, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, will also face that same charge. The announcement came Thursday in a statement from the DA. So to help break it down here, I do want to bring in Mina Malik, a lecturer on law at Harvard Law School, a former prosecutor, and senior partner at the Cochran firm. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning.
Thank you for having me, Josh.
Of course. So first off, just explain your thoughts overall on hearing that actor Alec Baldwin is going to face this involuntary manslaughter charge.
It was interesting and surprising, actually, because here what we've heard in the media so far is that this was an accident. But if you listen to the district attorney when she gave her speech and made her announcement, she actually said that incidents can be an accident, but that doesn't mean that they can't also be criminal. And so here, Alec Baldwin is now going to be facing 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter, both felony charges, 4th-degree felony charges. And if he's convicted, he's looking at a sentence of possibly up to 18 months and or a $5,000 fine. And if there's a firearm enhancement that he's found guilty of, then he could be looking at a minimum of 5 years incarceration.
And this case has obviously received a lot of national attention here, and we know that the case could eventually go to a jury. How do you expect that process is going to play out?
It could possibly go to a jury, and quite frankly, this is such a high-profile case. It's going to take a lot of effort to make sure that if a jury is selected to hear this case, that they're going to be fair and impartial to both sides. Here, Alec Baldwin and his defense team, as well as the prosecution in this case. And it may not even go that far. At any point, if there's a plea offer on the table by the prosecutor's office, Alec Baldwin could plead guilty. But from what I've been reading in the media, he apparently is going to fight this all the way through. He's made statements that he didn't even pull the trigger. And that is one of the facts that's going to be in contention, because apparently the FBI analysis that was done and what the district attorney said yesterday was, yes, in fact, the trigger was pulled and Alec Baldwin pulled that trigger. And he had a duty to make sure that there were no live rounds in the gun.
And we're talking about a very high-profile actor. Just about everyone has heard of Alec Baldwin. So can this case in general, do you think it is going to provide a precedent for future cases that do involve celebrities?
It could possibly provide a precedent, indeed. I think the state of New Mexico welcomes actors and actresses and the film industry to film on location there, but they just want to make sure that the actors and the actresses and everyone on set is safe. So it could provide some sort of precedent by making sure, changing the protocols that surround having guns and live ammunition on site for the film industry. And that's one of the things that the district attorney touched upon yesterday in her announcement, that she wants to make sure that this does not happen again. And this has happened in the past with actually Bruce Lee's son, Brandon Lee, where he was shot with a prop gun on the set. There were no criminal charges brought in that case, but here in the state of New Mexico, this particular district attorney decided to bring a criminal charges against Alec Baldwin.
And you kind of already touched on this, but we did hear right after all of this happened from Alec Baldwin himself. He said it wasn't his fault. And could that statement or any other statements that he did make to the media go against him when you're talking about a criminal case? Could that come back to haunt him, so to speak?
Absolutely. In fact, Alec Baldwin has given several statements since this incident. And I'm actually surprised because usually defense attorneys, criminal defense attorneys in particular, don't like to have their clients make any statements for that particular reason. There could be something that the client says inadvertently or on purpose that may come back to bite them down the road in their criminal defense case. And it really is up to the defense to make sure that the defendant stays silent on the matter. In this particular instance, he said he didn't pull the trigger. And now you have supposedly you have a forensic analysis that says, yes, he indeed had to pull the trigger in order for this gun to fire. So we'll see how this plays out and how his statements that he's made since this incident will be used against him in a court of law.
And then the question becomes, someone can serve up to, I believe it's about 11 years in prison on a manslaughter charge. Could we actually see Alec Baldwin serve 11 years in prison for this?
Well, in this particular instance, Josh, he's actually charged with 2 fourth-degree felonies. So I believe the maximum sentence on each of those charges is 18 months plus a $5,000 fine. And with the second charge, it's actually involuntary manslaughter in commission of an unlawful act, plus a firearm enhancement, which means he could face a mandatory minimum of 5 years. Now, he's being charged with both manslaughter charges, but it's actually either or. So really the maximum that he could be looking at is 18 months in prison plus a fine, or if there's that firearm enhancement, he could be looking at an additional 5 years mandatory minimum sentence. Now, is he going to actually go to prison? It really depends on how this case plays out. I don't think we have all of the facts in front of us yet. Obviously, the district attorney here feels that there is enough probable cause to arrest Alec Baldwin and the other person in this case and have a probable cause hearing, a preliminary hearing, and take this all the way to trial. She seems very, very certain of that. And I know that some of my colleagues at the bar are not so certain. It seems that this case is a bit tough and that the prosecution has an uphill battle, but we'll see how it plays out because it all bears on the facts of this particular case.
Yeah, and then the question becomes, what is next for Alec Baldwin as all of this does play out?
Right. So it will play out. It's going to be a very public trial if it gets to that point. If there is no plea resolution or some other sort of resolution in the case before it gets to trial. Alec Baldwin is a major player in Hollywood. He is a very high-profile actor. I believe he's very, very well liked. Will he get past this? I'm sure that he will probably get past this in some sort of fashion. And I'm sure that he has a very capable defense team who will make sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, and that they will give him the best defense possible if and when it comes down to a trial.
All right, Mina Malik, senior partner there at the Cochran Group. Anything else you want to add about all this before I let you go?
I think what's important to note is that the length of time that it took to bring these charges, this incident happened in October of 2021, and we are now in January of 2023. It's surprising to me that it's taken this long. It might have been an impact because of the pandemic, but what's important to note is that justice needs to be swiftly served for both the defendant and for any victims or survivors in the case. And from here on out, I hope that justice is swiftly served in whichever manner, but there needs to be closure not only for Alec Baldwin, but also for the family of Helena Hutchins.
All right, Mina Malik, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, we'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Over to Georgia, where tensions are escalating at a planned police training facility over in Atlanta. A Georgia state trooper shot earlier this week in a confrontation with a protester still recovering. The incident left a protester dead, 7 others in custody at least, and protesters say their mission to shut down the facility is far from over. For more on this story, I do want to bring in Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team to help break it down for us. Mark, as always, thank you so much for being here. Mark, thank you so much for being here. All right, it does appear that we are having a technical issue here, so let's go to a quick break and we will be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back. Do want to get back to that story that we were just bringing to you in Georgia, where tensions are escalating at a planned police training facility there in Atlanta. A Georgia state trooper shot earlier this week in a confrontation with a protester, and that trooper is still recovering. Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team has more.
They did anything they could to make noise. A small but loud group of protesters gathered Thursday night outside the DeKalb County Jail, upset over the deadly confrontation with law enforcement at the planned location of a police training facility, which protesters call Cop City.
Police murdered a peaceful protester.
Wednesday morning, law enforcement went into the woods to clear out the protesters, who stayed there for months. The GBI says a protester opened fire, injuring a state trooper. Officers shot back, killing Manuel Esteban Paella Terán, who friends call Toryugita.
We are peaceful protesters. Are we the type of people that are going to have that kind of a gun? Like, we don't do that kind of thing.
7 other protesters, all from out of state, were arrested on charges of domestic terrorism and trespassing.
Peaceful protest is not domestic terrorism. This is a chilling effect on the peaceful right of assembly, the First Amendment.
The GBI says at least some of the protesters are anything but peaceful, accusing them of targeting police, firefighters, and people living or working in the area.
There's a difference between protest and what's happening there. Arson, attacking citizens, shooting police officers, using explosives, beating people up, then burning their car down.
All right, that was Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Let's get to another story we are tracking now. 8 months, 126 formal interviews, and a 23-page report later, the Supreme Court has said that it has failed to discover who leaked a draft of the court's opinion overturning abortion rights. The report released by the court Thursday is the apparent culmination of an investigation that was ordered by Chief Justice John Roberts a day after the May leak of the draft to Politico. I do want to bring in Timothy Johnson, a professor of political science and law at University of Minnesota, to talk a little bit more about this. Thanks so much for being here.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So first off, your thoughts on this investigation. Did we think that we were going to actually have an answer here as to who caused that leak?
You know, I think a lot of people thought that there would be an answer, but in the end, I think that folks who know the inside security of the court and how the court works probably figured that there would not be an answer. Whoever was able to leak this document did so in such a way that they hid their identity well enough that even the best investigators, whom the court actually ended up using, were not going to be able to find who did it in the end.
What is the importance, kind of going back here, the significance of a leak like this one? It seems pretty big and pretty major.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think that the leak ultimately makes the court look way too political, and it is supposed to be our one institution of the federal government that is above politics, right? The justices are not elected. They sit for life tenure, and that allows them not to get into that fray of fights that elected officials in Congress or in the White House engage in on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. And so this leak, if you would assume that it came from someone from the left side of the ideological wing of the court, would suggest that this was meant to build support against the court for overturning one of the most important precedents of the 20th century. On the other hand, if that leak had come from the right, that would suggest that perhaps maybe a clerk or one of the justices was perhaps trying to strong arm justices who were in the majority but perhaps wavering, who may have changed or maybe have thought about thinking of changing their votes. But either way, it makes the court look way too political, and that's not something that Americans want to see of its Supreme Court.
I mean, for sure. No, that all makes sense. So I do understand, though, that this is actually not the first time that a Supreme Court opinion has been leaked. Is that correct?
No, that's absolutely right. Roe versus Wade, the original abortion decision in 1973, was leaked to Time magazine several hours before the announcement of that opinion. The difference is that leak was of a finished opinion. The leak in this case came more than a month before the opinion was going to finally be made public with the ultimate court ruling. And what that means is the justices in the majority, as well as the dissenters in the court, were probably still in negotiations about how that opinion would be crafted. And there's pretty good evidence that the draft that was leaked in early May of 2022 probably went through several other drafts before the final opinion was announced. And that's the big difference between the two.
This is kind of a tough question to answer. You don't have a crystal ball or any way to predict the future, but do you think that in the future we will see even more leaks from the Supreme Court?
You know, I think it's highly possible. The problem that the court has can really be summed up with its unofficial mascot, and that is the turtle. And that mascot suggests that the law moves very slowly, and that's as it is supposed to be in most cases. But what it also means is that the court actually moves very slowly on its internal policies as well. It has an arcane security system. It's outdated. It probably needs to be updated. And until such time as that happens, you can probably expect that, especially in major cases, we could see more major leaks. The justices need to move more quickly on this policy than they normally would do so.
All right, a lot of great information there because there are so many questions about what the future does hold. Is there any way that the Supreme Court can be more careful? I know it's fairly limited as to who can even get this information ahead of time. There's only so many people. So what can actually be done to prevent a leak?
Yeah, I think that the justices themselves need to be more careful. Their entire chambers need to be more careful. That would include clerks and their immediate staff who work with them to make sure that others who may be in the court's printing office or others who may be in the IT department or any other department at the court doesn't have the ability to see or access draft opinions. That's pretty tough to do. It was probably easier to do well before the advent of the electronic age and the internet age, if you will, because everything was on paper. And so if you were going to leak something, you would literally have to smuggle it outside of the court. That may very well be what happened in this case, because the report, the 20-page report that came out, indicated that there was not an electronic leak of any kind or a hack. And so I think what the justices and the court ultimately needs to do is decrease the number of people who have access to these draft opinions. That's going to be a very tough thing for them to pull off, I suspect.
I mean, I'm sure that would be fairly difficult to do. Timothy Johnson, professor of political science and law at the University of Minnesota. Anything else that you do want to add here about all of this? It's a topic that we could keep talking about forever. Before I let you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last thing to say is that not finding the leaker is probably particularly additionally embarrassing for the court, that a court that prides itself on secrecy, and that secrecy is used, as I said earlier, to keep the court above the fray of politics, but also to legitimize the decisions that the justices hand down. And so not finding the leaker probably is just another black eye for the court.
Do we think that the investigation, so to speak, will continue to try to find that leaker? Or at this point, with them releasing the report, is it pretty much over and they've said, we don't know who did it, we're never going to find out?
Yeah, I suspect that the formal investigation probably is over. I don't think that means that the Chief Justice himself nor the Associate Justices will stop thinking about nor trying to suss out who leaked this draft. The one thing that I will say is it is probably clear that it wasn't a clerk. I mean, clerks are at the beginning of their careers, and they have everything to lose by putting a leak out like this. They probably lose their entire legal careers. And so that is one place where I don't think that this leak probably occurred, but I think they will continue to look to try to figure out who actually leaked the document.
We'll see how it all plays out. Timothy Johnson, professor of political science and law over at University of Minnesota. Thank you so much for taking the time to help break that down for us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Of course. So it is now 8:33 on the East Coast and 5:33 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you to some of our live images that we do have here on our system. Take a look right here, because this is the White House in Washington, D.C. You've probably seen it a few times in the last years or your life there. But we do have President Biden expected to speak. He is going to deliver remarks at 2 p.m. Eastern Time today. We will carry those live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but I leave you with this live image showing the beautiful New York City. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:36 over on the East Coast and 5:36 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As you can see, if you've been watching this morning, there is a lot going on, and there is no topic that we won't cover. We were telling you several weeks ago about that Southwest fiasco where several flights, and I mean dozens and dozens, were canceled or delayed. Our Fox 4 Dallas team taking a closer look as some of those travelers are now finally getting their refunds.
Always good to pass along some good news. When we first reached out to Southwest Airlines about Dan Dunham and the request he filed back in December for the reimbursement of travel expenses he incurred after he and his son got stranded in Chicago during the Southwest Airlines system failure, we did not hear back. Well, now Dan has, and that money, well, it's on its way. He told us he was frustrated by what he called non-communication from the airline. Email updates that apologized and promised results, but after 3 weeks, none ever came. He was out roughly $2,000 after having to rent a hotel and a car and drive from Chicago to Dallas when he and his son got stuck there during that Southwest outage. Now, take a look. After our story ran, Dan received this very detailed and very personal email update with information specific to his case. The airline is refunding hundreds of dollars in canceled flights for Dan and his son, and is also reimbursing Dan for more than $1,500 in unanticipated travel expenses. That's the full amount he had documented with receipts when he submitted his claim. In what Southwest is calling, quote, a gesture of goodwill, they have also issued $400 in vouchers to be used on Southwest in the future. As we mentioned in our original story, that will suit this family just fine, who says despite this failure, they will continue to be Southwest customers.
Steve, thank you so much. He is with our Fox 4 Dallas team. An update on the Biden administration's effort to restock the nation's depleted oil reserve. It appears the president's team is falling and failing to meet its own goals, raising questions about whether the nation's emergency supply can be restored. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner takes a closer look.
Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm is pushing back against a new bipartisan draft bill that limits President Biden's ability to withdraw oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's the supply that's historically helped shield Americans from international supply crises. This bill would result in more oil supply shortages in times of crisis and higher gasoline prices for Americans. President Biden withdrew 220 million barrels from the SPR in 2022 in an effort to lower gas prices, leaving the reserve at a 39-year low.
The United States government is going to purchase oil to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when prices fall to $70 a barrel.
Today, that price is still a long way off, with one key benchmark, WTI, trading at $79 a barrel. The Energy Department is now backtracking on the Biden team plan to purchase 3 million barrels in the month of February, citing still high prices. DOE will only select bids at a price that is a good deal for taxpayers. This week, the president is criticizing a bill that would make it much harder to release oil until the SPR is replenished.
House Republicans introduced another bill on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, blocking action that would help lower gasoline prices and help consumers.
But Speaker McCarthy insists the legislation fixes the president's mistakes.
We also got a bipartisan vote to stop that Strategic Petroleum Reserve for selling our oil that is supposed to be there for a time of emergency off to China and others. 113 Democrats joined with us.
As Washington hashes out the politics of depleting the reserve, analysts tell Fox News refilling the SPR may be out of reach in the near future and warn Americans should come to terms with the depleted reserve being the new normal. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
All right, Jillian, thank you for that report. Do want to head over to Indiana, and that is where an investigation is underway after a shooting at a Walmart in Evansville. So that is in the southern part of the state. We do know that one person is dead and another person is wounded, but their condition not yet known. We are told that a news conference will be held a bit later on today where we could learn some more information here. A news conference, so to speak, was held last night for media out there at the scene. However, it only went on for about a minute, where a statement was made that provided the basic information. I do want to play that for you raw and unfiltered. Once again, it is just about 1 minute long.
We got a call for an active shooter at Walmart West at 9:59. Officers were on scene very quickly, went right into Walmart. We were given a description of the suspect. Officers began to look for the suspect. We know that there was at least one victim who was injured, who was taken to the hospital. I do not know what the condition is of the victim at this time. I know that on scene, the victim was still alive, like I said, was transported. At this time, we don't know that there's any other victims. A lot of people were running out, so there could be more out there. If someone was directly involved or injured during the incident, please either come back to the scene or call 911 and give us that information. We are looking for any other victims at this time. No officers were injured during the incident, but the suspect has been shot and is deceased. Multiple officers shot. I don't have.
Later on today with Evansville Police, probably a little more lengthier as they do answer questions from the media. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Well, a rapper based in LA filing a claim against the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department after he says they threatened to shoot him while he sat in his car in a public parking lot. Fox's Christina Gonzalez with more on that.
Get out. Get out or you're getting sprayed.
Body cam video from an LA County deputy sheriff's camera during a New Year's Eve incident. In the car, this man, Daryl Scott, a rap artist known as Feezy LeBron. He was parked at a public parking lot on Crenshaw Boulevard, actually on his phone's Instagram, when a deputy approached to ask what he was doing.
Yeah, I'm waiting on they're up the street. As they approached, I rolled down my window to, greet him. He asked what was I doing. I told him I was waiting for a friend. At the same time, he kind of reached and opened my door and grabbed me by my arm. I ain't said I was going.
He never asked you to step out of the car.
No, he just opened my door.
A second officer, his body camera on, approaches.
Get out or you're getting sprayed.
Bro. Get out.
Reach around. You take off in this car, I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna make it super easy on you. You put this car in drive, you're getting one right to the chest. I don't care what you got. I don't care if you got on you. But guess what, bro? Now you got to deal with it. But if you pull some you're gonna take one to the chest.
Sorry, I'm under arrest or what, bro? You got guns.
You are most definitely 1,050% detained. And if you do anything other than what you're doing right now, then you're gonna have some major consequences to deal with.
For what?
I'm gonna make it super simple for you.
For what?
It's already been explained to you.
For what?
Right now, if you refuse to comply to our commands and our lawful orders as policemen, you're going to be placed under arrest and you will go to jail and I will tow this car.
Scott steps out of the car and is eventually cited for a missing license plate.
I'm currently in the process of moving because I don't feel safe where I'm at. I don't feel safe driving my car.
His attorneys are filing a claim against the department.
A man is primarily charged with parking while black in a public parking facility, doing nothing other than talking on his phone.
The claim also alleges that when Scott tried to file a complaint here at the sheriff's substation that night, he was made to wait for hours and confronted by the deputy he was filing against. The department issuing a statement saying in part that Sheriff Luna has made it clear he expects department personnel to treat all members of the public with dignity and respect. Near Gardena, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
All right, thank you so much to our Fox LA team for that report here. 8:45 on the East Coast and 5:45 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break right now, but on the other side, we're going to head over to Disney World as we switch gears and talk about the final weekend for Splash Mountain before it shuts down forever. That's coming up here in just about 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. This is the final weekend for one of the oldest rides at Disney World over in Orlando, Florida. We're talking about Splash Mountain. You can see it right there on your screen. The ride will close so it can be transformed into a different ride that will be based on the animated film The Princess and the Frog. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie joins us live to give us all of the details here. Amanda, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, the popular log ride is going to be having a new theme and a new name. Now it's going to be called Tiana's Bayou Adventure, based on The Princess and the Frog. Now, the Splash Mountain ride opened here at Magic Kingdom in 1992, and it's been a staple both here and at Disneyland, based off the film of the Song of the South, which some believe to be Disney's most racist film. The film was criticized for its view of the post-Civil War South. Theme park blogger John Sasheri weighs in.
And to some of us, Uncle Remus is this wonderful, endearing character that we wish was part of our family. But to others, it's a reminder of slavery. And, you know, I could just see that, all right, it's time for a change.
Now, Princess Tiana is dubbed a modern, courageous, and empowered woman who pursues her dreams and never loses sight of what's really important. Disney says the new theme, based off of The Princess and the Frog, will pick up after the final kiss of the movie. Original songs from the film will be used as riders encounter both old and new characters. It will be a Mardi Gras celebration, and as one Disney Imagineer described it, like a love letter to New Orleans. Now, Splash Mountain will close for good on Monday, January 23rd, so this is the last weekend in which fans can go on Splash Mountain. Then it will be reimagined to reopen as a new ride in late 2024. Reporting live from Walt Disney World, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
So the most important question here, Amanda, are you going to be able to go in there? I can see you're outside of Disney, but do you get to go ride it one more time?
I don't know if I will. I'd have to go buy a ticket, but I was just at Disney not too long ago, so I'll always remember it. I grew up coming to the park, so I always enjoyed Splash Mountain, and I look forward to seeing what they do with it next.
All right, true story. Amanda McKenzie there with our Fox 35 Orlando team. Thanks so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, 8:50 on the East Coast and 5:50 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for our last commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back with more of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:52 on the East Coast and 5:52 on the West Coast. I do want to get back into some of the big stories that we are following. President Biden went to California to see the damage left behind after weeks of constant rain triggered massive floods and left about 20 people dead. Unfortunately, that number could continue to rise. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington on the federal response.
Weeks of winter storms have left parts of California underwater. Rain-ravaged neighborhoods like Mission Valley and San Diego are struggling to recover.
There's a major problem when you have pooling like this. We have the entire bottom floor of that parking structure is like a river down there.
While surveying the damage in Santa Cruz County, President Biden pledged the support of the federal government. More than 500 FEMA officials are on the ground to help with response and recovery operations. The president also expanded an earlier disaster declaration for the state, unlocking more federal funds.
The federal government's not leaving its responsibility till it's all fixed. It's done.
Still, the overall cause of the destruction is unclear, but some estimates are in the billions after the storms triggered landslides and forced businesses and schools to close down. As recovery efforts continue, some lawmakers and FEMA are looking forward, using funds from the bipartisan infrastructure law, for instance, to make communities more resilient.
We've never seen 9 atmospheric rivers in a period of just a few weeks like this. And so we have to be prepared for this increase in the number of weather events and severe weather events that we're seeing.
But those who evacuated to escape the floodwaters are finding little comfort as they wait to learn when they can head home.
Mentally, I think we are in fight or flight, parent mode.
Besides rain, California is also watching out for snow melt, which could lead to more flooding. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, keeping on that topic here, FEMA is now going to help people living along the central coast of California. Fox's Christina Rodriguez has more of those details.
Assistance for storm damage. It comes as President Biden visited Santa Cruz County to get a first-hand look at the damage from last week's storm and flooding.
It's exactly why the president is on the ground now, because he recognizes and doesn't want any community to feel left behind.
Government leaders say they will try to process applications as quickly as possible. Those with direct deposit will help expedite the process. Santa Barbara County spokeswoman Kelsey Batita says the county is working on providing more in-person resources.
People can now officially go file for that information with FEMA. And what I can tell you is we are continuing to build those resources daily to help the
Homeland Security says they're working with Governor Gavin Newsom's office on long-term housing solutions for people who have been displaced.
Our key focus today is to ensure that people that need temporary housing or need shelter are able and access to do so.
Many flood victims say they were denied assistance from insurance agencies.
And when you're filling out that application, if you are unable to live in your residence, make sure that you mention it there.
Coleman says it's important to keep communication going between state and local leaders.
If there are residents or community-based organizations that know of unmet needs, that are aware of neighborhoods, sharing that information with their local government officials.
In Santa Maria, I'm News Channel reporter Christina Rodriguez.
All right, I do want to go international now and talk about the latest out of Ukraine. We do know that we heard this morning from Volodymyr Zelensky, the president there in Ukraine. This comes days after a helicopter crash that killed some top officials there and also children dying as a result after we did see that helicopter crash into a kindergarten. I do want to head over to Alex Hogan, who does have the latest here on that story.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky admitting Ukraine's shortcomings while putting the burden on allies to help.
The courage of our military and the motivation of the Ukrainian people are not enough.
Zelensky asking allies to send a specific German-made tank, but defense officials there want to see other allies like the U.S. supply their versions of the weapon to Ukraine first. Even as other nations with the coveted German-made battle tanks are offering the equipment to Ukraine, Berlin withholding consent to re-export its military equipment. In trying to find another way to weaken Russia, Ukraine has asked the European Union to impose more sanctions.
We have started consultations on a possible additional pack of sanctions. We have decided to target the energy sector, which is a very strong signal.
Meanwhile, Ukraine is trying to keep its own energy secure. I sat down with the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency about the international watchdog's latest mission to station experts at Ukraine's nuclear sites to safeguard them during the war.
A nuclear war can never be won, must never be fought. And one way to avoid this is to make sure that there are no nuclear accidents. The Ukrainians are very happy to see us here, to see us working and supporting them.
Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev said that a defeat of Russian forces here in Ukraine could trigger a nuclear war. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you so much. Want to get into some of the other top stories here as we approach the 9 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 6 o'clock hour on the West Coast. President Biden and his team are still refusing to provide specifics about the discovery of classified documents at his Delaware residence and his private office at a Washington think tank. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has that story.
The House Intelligence Committee formally requested a national security damage assessment over President Biden's apparent mishandling of classified documents. But 9 days later, there's been no response from the Director of National Intelligence, and nobody within the administration is willing to say if risks are being assessed. The special counsel's office also declined to comment, citing long-standing practice. DOJ officials say they've given no orders on what the administration can or cannot say, but the president indicated last week he's been advised to keep quiet.
We're going to get a chance to speak on all this, God willing, soon.
The Washington Post reports early on, Biden's attorneys and DOJ officials had a shared understanding to keep the matter quiet. Biden hoping for a quick resolution that would find no intentional mishandling. Federal investigators hoping to avoid media attention complicating the probe. And now, frustration in the West Wing over the Attorney General's decision to appoint a special counsel.
Are you satisfied with the way your team is handling the document situation?
Meanwhile, House Oversight Republicans are turning their attention to the Penn Biden Center to learn who may have had access to the documents there and if there's any nexus with Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings.
We're very concerned about the return on the investment that our adversaries around the world were expecting to get with respect to the millions of dollars that they were transferring into the various Biden accounts.
The university tells Fox the Penn Biden Center has never solicited or received any gifts from any Chinese or other foreign entity. 100% of the budget for the Penn Biden Center comes from university funds. But new reports show the university got several donations from anonymous Chinese sources, including a gift of $14 million in 2018. And Comer wants to know if any of the center's money that came from the school originated in China. Comer also wants Secret Service logs detailing who came in and out of the president's Wilmington home, and the agency said today that they will turn over what limited information they have when they're asked by Congress. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, Jackie, thank you for that report. Let's go to some of the other headlines here that we are tracking. The U.S. government bumped up against its debt limit Thursday, prompting the Treasury Department to take, quote, extraordinary accounting steps to avoid default as friction between President Biden and House Republicans raised concern about whether the U.S. can sidestep an economic crisis. The Treasury Department said in a letter to congressional leaders that it had started taking extraordinary measures as the government had run up against its legal borrowing capacity of just over $31 trillion. So what does all of this mean? I do want to bring in Joseph Cordes, a professor of economics and public policy at the George Washington University. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
So what exactly is this debt ceiling? We're hearing all about it, but what does it mean to the average person, and kind of help us define it?
Well, the debt ceiling itself is simply a legal limit on the total amount of debt that the federal government of the United States can have. Its consequence is that once it's hit, the government can no longer issue more debt to help finance past spending and past deficits. So what does it mean? Until it is lifted, the government cannot simply issue more treasury notes, for example, or treasury bonds to help cover the expenses of the federal government, which include, among other things, interest on the federal debt. But they either cannot meet those expenses or they have to find another way to do it. What Secretary Yellen has announced yesterday is that for the next couple of months, I believe it is until June 5, the federal government has enough ways to basically raise the cash that it needs to maintain the interest payment on the debt and its other spending. But once we get to January 5, it no longer can do that, at which point it either must choose to not pay interest on the debt, which would effectively be default, or pay the interest on the debt, but then not pay other expenses, which would mean cutting spending in a number of areas. What does this mean for the typical citizen? Well, for the moment, nothing. The markets are nervous. People are watching what's going on. But for, I would think, for the next couple of months at least, what we'll be watching is the extent to which the White House and the Congress spar with each other over this. But once the markets begin to react to the possibility that the government will have to take action if the debt ceiling is not limited, then things could begin to happen. The most obvious thing is that interest rates would probably go up because suddenly our borrowing becomes riskier. And while the most direct effect is on the rate that the U.S. government can borrow money at, that affects other rates. People's 401ks could be affected to the extent that the stock market reacts nervously to this. I would say those are the main effects. Obviously, people who are employed by the federal government and who would, for a period of time, not be paid would certainly be affected by this, as would anybody who, in effect, derives their income from the federal government in one form or another.
I was going to say, I feel like you answered just about all of my questions there. A great detailed response, which we love here, kind of helping to break it down for the average American. So you kind of touched on this, but how long until people could potentially feel effects if this doesn't come to an end, if the debt ceiling, I guess you could say, isn't lifted?
Boy, that's anybody's guess to some extent. I would certainly say we could start to experience those effects in starting in mid-April, as we're getting closer to June 5. It also will depend on the tone of the conversation between the House and the White House, right? We know that the Senate is prepared to increase the debt limit. There are a number of members of the House of Representatives, quite frankly, not just Democrats, who I think in the final analysis would vote to raise it. But it's going to come down to this negotiation or lack thereof between the House leadership and the White House. And the key is, once the financial markets in particular think the moment is getting close enough to get nervous, that's when we're going to start to feel some of these effects.
So the debt ceiling itself, as you kind of mentioned here, it's gone up a few times in the past. I would say dozens of times, right?
Oh, yes. This is not new. I mean, the debt ceiling itself was enacted after World War I. And it was basically in response to the fact that the United States government had to borrow a lot of money during World War I, which is not something up until then the United States government was terribly fond of doing. So since then, it's had to be increased because as long as you deficit finance, that is, you run federal deficits, you add to the national debt. And so every year that the government runs a budget deficit is a year that the debt increases. And so it's almost inevitable that any limit that you put on the debt at some point will be breached. The question is when, and that's really a function of how high the debt limit is relative to where you are.
So the average American probably at this point should be paying fairly close attention to this because, I mean, this is an important topic. You know, when we're talking about money, the economy, it kind of goes over just about everyone's head. But this is something that people need to pay close attention to, right?
Yes, because the last time that we had a situation like this, which was in 2011, people may remember during that period that at some point, one of the bond rating agencies, Standard & Poor's, dinged our credit rating a bit. That caused interest rates to go up. The stock market tanked. At that point, it had a fairly sharp drop in one day at that time. That, of course, directly affected all kinds of pension plans and 401ks that people had. Finally, in order to reach an agreement over raising the debt limit, all parties ultimately agreed to put some restraints on government spending going forward. Now, that may or may not be a good thing, depending on your point of view, but the fact is that it will result, I would predict, in the government spending less on certain things, and that will certainly affect people. The question is, how are those limits going to be reintroduced, I would say.
Gotcha. Well, Joseph Cordes, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I feel like we could go on forever here, but anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
Yeah, I would just add one historical note, since a lot of people are fans of the musical Hamilton. The person that's honored in that musical, Alexander Hamilton, was the first Secretary of the Treasury, and one of his signature achievements at the founding of our republic was to establish the United States as a trustworthy creditor by forcing the colonies to make good on their borrowing. So we've had a long history of actually being a very good borrower. So it's kind of unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation now.
All right. Well, you mentioned Hamilton. So does that mean you're about to burst into song?
No.
Okay.
You don't want that either, but...
Just wanted to check. All right. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
taking the time to talk to us today. A lot of great information. We appreciate it.
Very good. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. So it is 9:10 over on the East Coast and 6:10 on the West Coast. No singing here, I promise. We are going to step away for our first commercial break of the hour, but we'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox.
As more and more people are taking part in Dry January and giving up booze for the month, more and more businesses, like this one right here, are catering to those customers who still want to take a drink just without the buzz.
As this is a rosé.
Queen Yana Adams shows us just one of several varieties of non-alcoholic wine she has for sale at the Praz Bar, a pop-up wine shop in Westtown that'll be open from January to March. She says the wines are from all over the world and have either had the alcohol removed or are wine proxies. That means they mimic the taste of a regular alcoholic wine. She says she's been busy and has had trouble keeping enough non-alcoholic wine in stock.
We've been in this pop-up space for a week, and all week we've gotten people doing the Dry January challenge. So drinkers who are dry for January is who we've seen this last week.
Dry January has become more and more popular, and last year we really felt the effects of that.
Josh Gilbert is the owner of Temperance Brewing in Evanston, who this year decided to give his dry customers a beer they can enjoy as well. Near Tears clocks in at just 0.3% alcohol, yet still tastes surprisingly like a full-bodied regular craft beer.
So we use all the normal grain and hops. We just mash it or soak the grains in much colder water for about 2 hours, and then we use a specially selected yeast that is designed for low and no alcohol beers.
Temperance is one of just several Chicago area craft breweries doing a non-alcoholic beer this month. And if you'd like to try some of the non-alcoholic wines here, they're doing a tasting of the Reds this Friday between 4 and 8 p.m. In Westtown, Dane Placco, Fox 32 Chicago.
All right, well, unfortunately, it looks like we are having an issue with that video here, so I am going to pull you up on screen, but preparations beginning in Tampa, Florida for the annual Gasparilla Parade. I do want to head out live to Tampa, where we find Fox 13 Tampa's Matt McClellan with more for us. Matt, thanks so much for being here.
Anytime. Of course, you know, if you have not been to Gasparilla in Tampa, it's hard to really grasp the size of this event, and the kids parade a week before the main festival is always so much fun. So this is the float bar. This is Ye Mystic Cruise float barn, where they've got all of these stored. Preparations have been underway for months now. Really, tomorrow the culmination of a lot of that preparation. And this is widely considered to be the largest kids event in the U.S. About 100,000 people expected to attend. The fun kicks off at noon tomorrow with the Gasparilla Air Invasion. Organizers say it is the largest air show yet. We're going to see civilian aerobatic teams along with vintage military aircraft and the Shooter's Parachute demonstration team. And then at 2 p.m., the Gasparilla Preschoolers Stroll gets underway. This is considered the fastest growing Gasparilla tradition. Kids 5 and under will strut their stuff along Bayshore Boulevard. They'll be on the lookout for specially decorated wagons and bikes and strollers, plus, of course, the tiniest, most adorable pirates in Tampa. The main event, the parade itself, starts at 4, beginning at Beta Bay and Bayshore Boulevard. And you'll see pirates, floats, and marching bands head north along Bayshore Boulevard before ending at Edison Avenue in Tampa. And then afterward at dusk, there's a nighttime air invasion with a precision parachute jump, followed by a pyrotechnic finale, I should say. That's at 7, recreating the battle between Ye Mystic Crew and the city of Tampa. As we come back out here live to the float barn, a little bit of rain is expected in the forecast, but that's not stopping the celebration, especially as we send it back to you, especially after 2 years of scaled back events during COVID. So there's a lot of pent-up energy, a lot of pent-up excitement, especially for the young ones. A lot of them having their first Gasparilla celebration tomorrow. It should be fun.
All right, Matt, so I hate to admit this because I am a Florida native, born and raised, lived here essentially forever. I have never been to Gasparilla. What does it compare to? Is it kind of like Mardi Gras, I guess?
Usually the comparison is Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras with pirates. Again, this weekend is the kids event, the kids parade, and then next Saturday will be the full-scale pirate invasion, as they call it. And you'll see the flotilla coming up the channel, all of the colorful floats and boats, and it's a load of fun. And yeah, next weekend will get a little rowdy. This weekend, more tame, more family-friendly, we'll say.
For sure. All right, Matt McClellan there with Fox 13 Tampa. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right, everyone, 9:17 on the East Coast and 6:17 on the West Coast. We are going to head to a quick commercial break, but I leave you with this live image. No idea where it's coming from, but it is a beautiful sunrise wherever it is. We'll be right back with more of your headlines here You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:20 on the East Coast and 6:20 over on the West Coast. I do want to get back into some of the headlines, and we did bring this to you as breaking news just yesterday here, live, raw, and unfiltered. Actor Alec Baldwin will face a charge of involuntary manslaughter after a cinematographer was fatally shot back in 2021 on the set of the film Rust. The film's weapons supervisor, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, will also face that very same charge. The announcement came Thursday in a statement from the DA. We know that Baldwin was pointing the gun with a live round inside as they set up a shot for an upcoming scene. Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano does have more from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Prosecutors here in Santa Fe say a tragic accident on a movie set was the result of criminal behavior. Charges announced Thursday against actor Alec Baldwin and the lead armorer of the film Rust. They're both facing involuntary manslaughter charges in the fatal on-set shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. She was killed and director Joel Souza was wounded when real bullets made it into a prop gun that Baldwin was rehearsing with.
They had an affirmative duty to inspect that gun. Their failure to inspect that gun is the reason why their conduct rises to a level beyond simple negligence.
A third person, an assistant director, has agreed to plead guilty to lesser charges. Baldwin and the armorer are now potentially facing years behind bars, but Baldwin's legal team says he had no way of knowing what type of bullets were in the gun. Writing in investigation, the Santa Fe Sheriff's Department noted signs of neglect on the set when it came to securing the prop guns. But some legal experts say prosecutors will have an uphill battle, especially if Baldwin, a popular actor for decades, decides to testify.
When these high-profile individuals, when these celebrities take the stand, even when they're facing criminal charges, they actually get exonerated. They don't get convicted.
The Santa Fe District Attorney says the charges will officially be filed by the end of the month. In Santa Fe, Ashley Soriano, Fox News. Prosecutors here in Santa Fe say a tragic accident on a movie set was the result of criminal behavior. Charges announced Thursday against actor Alec Baldwin and the lead armorer of the film Rust. They're both facing involuntary manslaughter charges in the fatal on-set shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. She was killed and director Joel Souza was wounded when real bullets made it into a prop gun that Baldwin was rehearsing with.
They had an affirmative duty to inspect that gun. Their failure to inspect that gun is the reason why their conduct rises to a level beyond simple negligence.
A third person, an assistant director, has agreed to plead guilty to lesser charges. Baldwin and the armorer are now potentially facing years behind bars, but Baldwin's legal team says he had no way of knowing what type of bullets were in the gun. Writing in part, quote, Mr. Baldwin had no reason to believe there was a live bullet in the gun or anywhere on the movie set. He relied on the professionals with whom he worked, who assured him the gun did not have live rounds. During the initial investigation, the Santa Fe Sheriff's Department noted signs of neglect on the set when it came to securing the prop guns. But some legal experts say prosecutors will have an uphill battle, especially if Baldwin, a popular actor for decades, decides to testify.
When these high-profile individuals, when these celebrities take the stand, even when they're facing criminal charges, they actually get exonerated. They don't get convicted.
The Santa Fe District Attorney says the charges will officially be filed by the end of the month. In Santa Fe, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
Ashley, thank you so much for that report there. I do want to head out to Florida. That is where one county is considering arming teachers, and they did a survey to see what people in that community think. Marie Ettinger with our Fox 35 Orlando team has more.
A Florida statute requires a school safety officer at every single public school in the state. That can be a school resource officer, or it can be a safety officer or security guard that the school hires, or it can be what's called a school guardian, which is a regular district employee who goes through weapons training. That is what the Flagler County School District is considering implementing, in large part because it's much cheaper. This week, a survey will go out to employees at the Flagler County School District asking simply, are you interested in becoming a school guardian? If you answer no, that's the end of the survey. If you say yes, you're asked to answer questions on these topics.
There are 46 counties that are already part of this program. What happened to make Flagler think about joining now when it didn't before?
First of all, it's financial, because the state is offering a substantial grant to help towards training.
Former Orlando Police Chief Orlando Rolone says the Guardian program could cut security costs for the district by as much as 2/3.
If you have the right vetting process, if you provide the right training, and then you provide the right oversight over individuals that are providing security at our schools, I think that there is a viable option out there.
Parents we talked with had that same sentiment.
I mean, it's not a horrible idea. If it's well trained and well understood.
A gun safety research group called Everytown found last school year had nearly 4 times more school shootings than average. But in a statement, the National Education Association said arming teachers doesn't prevent gun violence. Quote, teachers should be teaching, not acting as armed security guards or receiving training to become sharpshooters.
I mean, if everybody comes back, or only a few people come back and say they want to do it, then that obviously takes that option off the table.
The Flagler County School Board is presenting the results of that survey at a workshop on February 21st. In Flagler County, Marie Ettinger, Fox 35 News.
All right, thank you to our Fox 35 Orlando team. We here at Live Now from Fox are a culmination of all of our local affiliates. We can check in with them as well as our partners over at Fox News and Fox Weather. So again, that was our Fox 35 Orlando team. One question in politics right now is, when will we learn if President Biden does plan to run for a second term as president? Doug Luzader with Fox News takes a closer look.
Now, this timeline is getting a lot of scrutiny now, especially as the White House tries to contain the fallout over those classified documents.
Madam Speaker,
the President of the United States.
This year's State of the Union address now less than 3 weeks away, and right after that, the president could take the wraps off a re-election campaign.
You can recover from storms. We'll be with you every step of the way.
Yesterday, he was in California to talk about disaster recovery, but he's dealing with storms of his own, facing investigations by both the Justice Department and Congress over his handling of classified documents.
I think you're going to find there's nothing there. I have no regrets. I'm following what the lawyers have told me they want me to do. It's exactly what we're doing. There's no there. Thank you.
But it may already be taking a political toll, and more Republicans are themselves edging closer to making their own announcements for 2024, including former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley.
Do I think I could be that leader? Yes, but we are still working through things, and we'll figure it out.
Clearly, she sounds like a candidate, but we also know there are a lot of people who are sounding like candidates who've not pulled that trigger yet. It's still historically early, but Donald Trump has set the timetable a little differently for how everybody is going to make their decision.
And perhaps right on cue, Reuters is reporting that former President Trump is now preparing to make his first 2024 campaign appearance in South Carolina. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Sticking with political news now, the Supreme Court releasing a report detailing the investigation into who leaked the draft opinion overturning Roe v. Wade last year. The report, however, doesn't answer one big question. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
It's been more than 8 months since the draft opinion showing the Supreme Court was ready to overturn Roe v. Wade was leaked. But the leaker's identity is still a mystery. In a new report, the court's marshal says it is not possible to determine the identity of any individual who may have disclosed the document or how the draft opinion ended up with Politico.
And this is not just bad for the reputation of the court, it's dangerous.
Investigators have done 126 interviews of 97 employees, all of whom denied being the source of the leak. In addition to the 9 justices, 82 law clerks and court employees had access to the draft opinion, some of whom admitted they told their spouses or partners about the document and the vote count, violating the court's confidentiality rules. Investigators also determined a hack of the court's IT systems was unlikely. Now frustration is growing over the failure to identify the leaker, with some calling for stronger measures.
There's a very simple solution, which is to hand it over to the FBI.
The report comes ahead of what would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade on Sunday. Although the Biden administration has tried to expand access to abortion through executive action, they say they are limited in what they can do.
The only way to restore the protections of Roe is for Congress to pass a national law codifying the right to choose.
The court's marshal says they'll investigate new evidence or leads if any more come up. But the report also raises the possibility that the leaker may never be identified. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Let's get back to a story that we have been following throughout the morning here on Live Now from Fox. We did just get an update on the shooting investigation at a Walmart in southern Indiana. So police in Evansville say that a 25-year-old man opened fire at a Walmart store where he once worked. This happening last night. He did injure at least one person before he was killed in a shootout with police. The Evansville Police Department identified the gunman as Ronald Roy Mosley II. The officer said that a female employee was struck in that shooting. Police have not immediately released the victim's name or age or even the extent of the injuries, but the newspaper there, the Evansville Courier and Press, reported that police had said she was, quote, able to talk when she was taken away from that scene. The department and Vanderburgh County Sheriff's deputies responded to a report of an active shooter in the store at around 10 p.m. local time last night. They did later say the threat had been neutralized and the person was, quote unquote, in custody. So I do actually want to play the quick briefing that was held last night right outside of that Walmart. It's only about 1 minute long, but it kind of explains how everything played out.
We got a call for an active shooter at Walmart West at 9:59. Officers were on scene very quickly, went right into Walmart. We were given a description of the suspect. Officers began to look for the suspect. We know that there was at least one victim who was injured, who was taken to the hospital. I do not know what the condition is of the victim at this time. I know that on scene, the victim was still alive, like I said, was transported. At this time, we don't know that there's any other victims. A lot of people were running out, so there could be more out there. If someone was directly involved or injured during the incident, please either come back to the scene or call 911 and give us that information. We are looking for any other victims at this time. No officers were injured during the incident, but the suspect has been shot and is deceased. Multiple officers shot. I don't have the exact number at this time. That information will have to come later. And the building has been cleared multiple times. Officers are still inside. At this time, we don't believe there are any other suspects involved in this.
And we do actually expect to get even more of an update with a press conference held this afternoon at some point out of Evansville, Indiana. We will let you know when we do get that and when we learn exactly what time it will be. To Georgia, where tensions are escalating at a planned police training facility over in Atlanta. Take a look at your screen. A Georgia state trooper shot earlier this week in a confrontation with a protester is still recovering at this hour. The incident left one protester dead and 7 others at least in custody. Protesters say their mission is to shut down that facility, and they say it is far from over. For more on the story, here is Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team.
They did anything they could to make noise. A small but loud group of protesters gathered Thursday night outside the DeKalb County Jail, upset over the deadly confrontation with law enforcement at the planned location of a police training facility, which protesters call Cop City.
Police murdered a peaceful protester.
Wednesday morning, law enforcement went into the woods to clear out the protesters who stayed there for months. The GBI says a protester opened fire, injuring a state trooper. Officers shot back, killing Manuel Esteban Paella Terán, who friends call Toryugita.
We are peaceful protesters. Are we the type of people that are going to have that kind of a gun? Like, we don't do that kind of thing.
7 other protesters, all from out of state, were arrested on charges of domestic terrorism and trespassing.
Peaceful protest is not domestic terrorism. This is a chilling effect on the peaceful right of assembly, the First Amendment.
The GBI says at least some of the protesters are anything but peaceful, accusing them of targeting police, firefighters, and people living or working in the area.
There's a difference between protest and what's happening there. Arson, attacking citizens, shooting police officers, using explosives, beating people up, then burning their car down.
Thank you so much to Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner. That is a story that we will continue to follow right here on Live Now from Fox. So the stock market opening here just 6 minutes ago. Let's go live to the board where you can see not a great start to this Friday here, down just slightly at 0.15%, so about 49 points. We'll keep an eye on that system right there and bring you any sort of updates. Let's head to a quick commercial break and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. A beautiful shot out of New York City. That right there is Lady Liberty in the background. Just one of the beautiful cameras that we do have across the country here. Also taking a live look over in D.C. at the White House, where President Biden is expected to deliver remarks to the U.S. Mayor's Conference. They're going to head over to the White House later on today about 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and he will speak. So we will bring those comments to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. So from the U.S. out to space, let's actually head out live where we do have a spacewalk now in progress. I do want to dip in and take a listen.
Work. Okay, please, Zena, as we talked about, I'm going to move on to the triangle until Kalichi gets here so we can work together on that pitch.
Okay, copy that, Duke. So if you want to, one other thing you can try is using the boot plate for some extra leverage. But again, we'll take your expertise here, and happy to wait until Koichi gets there. You can also do the rest of the APFR settings if you'd like.
So a quick recap of where we are. We're seeing both the helmet cameras of Koichi Wakata and Duke. On the left, Koichi Wakata working on the mid-strut. There's various components of the mounting platform. He's asking for the settings that are needed on his cordless power drill to drive some of the bolts. On the right side, Duke is preparing the work site for installing a mounting platform on the 1A channel, and she's working on the portable foot restraint. You can see sort of the area where her feet will soon go later in the timeline, making sure that that's in a good configuration. So they're both at 2 different work sites right now.
Visually, it's more than 4.
Okay, copy. That's perfect. About 5 turns. With that, you can set your PGT to manual ratchet clockwise, and you'll be torquing both of those bolts. Looking for any additional turns, report those to us, and 2 MTL pops on each.
See that?
We've got a quick handover coming here.
Making progress here with the ingress aid and the boot plate.
Copy, Duke. Great work.
So same as he did with the left strut, on the mid-strut, Koichi Wakata is first using the pistol grip tool to drive with the tool itself, followed by some manual ratcheting to finalize the torque on each of the bolts. So right now he's working on that mid-strut. And then once again, we're in a handover period, so we're going to temporarily lose some of the video and audio from the space station. We're gaining audio first. It seems like we're getting some sounds from the space station.
Back with you guys after a quick handover. Koichi, we were tracking you were in manual ratchet, but have not heard the report yet. And Duke, we're tracking you're working on the APF.
Okay, so Zena, on the lower side bolt, I got 2 pops on the manual ratchet, another quarter turn.
Copy, 2 pops, additional quarter turn on the lower bolt.
And the upper bolt is the same, 2 pops I got, and additional quarter turn.
Okay, copy, 2 pops and an additional quarter turn. That's a good bolt on both of those. So with that, you can set your PGT back to motor and stow it. You can also now translate on the 1 Bravo mod kit.
Copy. And I can translate to 1 Alpha mod kit, right?
Yeah, after this, you'll be closing the MLI on the collar bolts, and yes, you can translate on the 1 Bravo mod kit.
Oh, okay, I understand. Copy that.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we took a trip to space. You're listening to a spacewalk that is underway with the American astronauts there. We'll dip back in a little bit later on, but I can tell you this is going to be going on for quite a while. It lasts for about 7 hours. So again, we will dip in a little bit later. Let's get to some of the other stories that we are following right now. Actor Alec Baldwin will face a charge of involuntary manslaughter after
and that there is no room in New Mexico for film sets that do not take the state's commitment to gun safety and public safety seriously. So that was a very strong statement. The New Mexico DA and special prosecutor also say that Baldwin was both a producer and an actor on that set, that he knew there was a lot of problems going on, even some accidental discharges, and he had the responsibility to make sure that everyone on that set felt safe. The special prosecutor also telling Fox News that Baldwin did pull the trigger on the gun that killed Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer. That is a claim that he strongly denies. The DA says Baldwin faces up to 6.5 years in prison if he's convicted. Also, of course, the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, she is the person responsible for organizing the guns, making sure that they are safe. She was also charged with involuntary manslaughter, Josh.
Yeah, and it sounds like, you know, we've been hearing from Alec Baldwin since all of this happened. We're talking 18 months ago, and now his lawyer releasing a statement and pretty much saying that he is going to fight this, right?
Yet his lawyer said that Baldwin had no reason to believe there was a live bullet in the gun or anywhere on that movie set, that he relied on professionals with whom he worked who assured him the gun did not have live rounds. Josh.
All right, Matt Finn there with Fox News. Thank you so much for joining us as always. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, it is 9:46 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:46 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories there from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for our last commercial break of the hour, and we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Let's talk some health news here. The COVID-19 pandemic is not over, and the international community needs to do more. That is the message from the CEO of Pfizer as the CDC investigates its COVID vaccine booster. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri has more from Atlanta.
The head of Pfizer issuing a warning about the politicization of science as the CDC investigates possible problems with its newest booster shot. CEO Albert Bourla did not directly reference the investigation in his remarks to the World Economic Forum, but claims politics and regulations have been the biggest roadblocks to drug makers since the start of the pandemic.
I think the vaccines, the COVID, and the ability to use them or not became severely politicized and became a political statement.
Last week, the CDC flagged a possible link between Pfizer's bivalent booster and strokes in those over 65. But the agency says the risk is, quote, very unlikely, and they're recommending no changes to the current vaccine guidelines as the investigation ramps up.
It's only 21 days after getting this bivalent, and we don't know if it's real or not yet. That's what they're trying to figure out.
Meanwhile, a new report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a bipartisan think tank, says the CDC needs a reset, claiming the agency is not properly structured to carry out its current missions. And a growing number of public health experts say scientists need to do a better job communicating with the general public.
We have to stop our professional scientific speak. If we do that, it'll be the stepping stone of building trust. Governance and national leadership really did not help us.
The new report also says restructuring the CDC will require leaders from both parties to agree to a common reform agenda. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, let's stay international here. Germany's Leopard tanks seem to be best suited for Ukraine as the conflict there nears the one-year mark. Those specific tanks are tied up as Berlin officials are reluctant to send offensive weapons, which could be seen as escalating that ongoing conflict. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from Kyiv.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky admitting Ukraine's shortcomings while putting the burden on allies to help.
The courage of our military and the motivation of the Ukrainian people are not enough.
Zelensky asking allies to send a specific German-made tank, but defense officials there want to see other allies like the U.S. supply their versions of the weapon to Ukraine first. Even as other nations with the coveted German-made battle tanks are offering the equipment to Ukraine, Berlin withholding consent to re-export its military equipment. In trying to find another way to weaken Russia, Ukraine has asked the European Union to impose more sanctions.
We have started consultations on a possible additional pack of sanctions. We have decided to target the energy sector, which is a very strong signal.
Meanwhile, Ukraine is trying to keep its own energy secure. I sat down with the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency about the international watchdog's latest mission to station experts at Ukraine's nuclear sites to safeguard them during the war.
A nuclear war can never be won, must never be fought. And one way to avoid this is to make sure that there are no nuclear accidents. The Ukrainians are very happy to see us here, to see us working and supporting them.
Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev said that a defeat of Russian forces here in Ukraine could trigger a nuclear war. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you so much. And we did hear from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky a bit earlier on this morning. He spoke fairly briefly at the Ukraine Contact Group meeting. I do want to play those comments for you. They were about 5 minutes long.
Secretary, thank you very much for these words. Very important, and thank you for condolences and this package of supporting us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the Victory Makers Coalition, I'm grateful to you for the achieved unity, for this dialogue and cooperation format. We see the results on the battlefield in Ukraine. Thank you. On the battlefield against our common enemy. And I believe that our unity will only become stronger with every new lunchtime. But do we have a lot of time? No. Terror does not allow for discussion. The terror which burns city after city becomes insolent when it feels that defenders of freedom run out of weapons against it. The war started by Russia does not allow delays. And I can thank you hundreds of times, and it will be absolutely just and fair given all that we have already done. But hundreds of thank you are not hundreds of thanks. All of us can use thousands of words in discussions, but I cannot put words instead of guns that are needed against Russian artillery, or instead of the anti-aircraft missile that are needed to protect people from Russian airstrikes. And I'm truly grateful to all of you for the weapons you have provided. Every unit helps to save our people from terror, but time remains a Russian weapon. We have to speed up. Time must become our common weapon, just like air defense and artillery, armored vehicles and tanks, which we are negotiating about with you, and which actually will make the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I'm addressing you in such format, and I'm addressing you not as ministers of military warehouses, but as ministers of defense of everything that makes our world free, civilized. And I'm addressing you, those who serve the values of freedom and who remember the world your parents dreamed of for you. And I'm addressing you, those who themselves dream of a certain world for their children. It is the time now to protect those dreams. This is the future. I'm sure you do not want to allow such a world order where hatred will rule. Your parents would not want that kind of world for you. You would not want such a world for your children. But this is exactly such a world order that Russia seeks for all of us, not only for Ukraine, but for the whole world. Russia wants the power to destroy nations, and they talk openly about it in Moscow. Yes, Russia wants to destroy law and universal human values, and the Russian troops, by their actions on the territory of Ukraine, are fighting just for this, in order to teach the world to hate. Russia is concentrating its forces, last forces, trying to convince everyone that hatred can be stronger than the world. That is why you and I have to speed up. We have to do it. We must act as fast as a father or mother who saves their child, as a son or daughter who sees their parents need immediate help. It is about what kind of world people will live in. People who dream, love, and hope. They hope that their freedom will be protected for Ukraine, for all of Europe, for each and every coalition's country. It is about people who believe that evil and hatred will always lose. The Kremlin must lose. Ladies and gentlemen, you are strong people of powerful countries, and I know your bravery, and I appreciate everything you have done and are doing now. I encourage you to make such decisions that can deprive Russian evil of any power. You can start this policy today. It is in your power to make a Rammstein of tanks, not to bargain about different numbers of tanks, but to open a principled supply that will stop Russian evil. And we also count that your next gatherings will go down in history as Rammstein of F-16 and long-range missiles. It is in your power to guarantee such artillery and any aircraft defense that will crush terror. It is in your power to make the victory. So may your decisions hit accurately, just like our heroes on the front lines Glory to all of our soldiers and sailors, sergeants and foremen, officers and generals, and thank each and every one of you who defends freedom. Slava Ukraini.
And that was Vladimir Zelensky there, Ukraine's president, speaking a bit earlier on this morning. We do expect to hear more from him later on today. I want to get back to this breaking news we brought you earlier here. Google laying off 12,000 workers, becoming the latest tech company to trim staff after rapid expansions during the COVID pandemic have worn off. The CEO shared the news Friday in an email to staff at the Silicon Valley giant that was also posted on the company's news blog. The CEO saying, quote, "Over the past 2 years, we have seen periods of dramatic growth. To match and fuel that growth, we hired for a different economic reality than the one that we face today." He said the layoffs reflect a, quote, "rigorous review carried out by Google of its operations. The jobs being eliminated, quote, cut across Alphabet, product areas, functions, levels, and regions." Earlier this week, Microsoft did announce 10,000 job cuts, or nearly 5% of its workforce. Amazon cutting 18,000 jobs, and Facebook parent Meta shedding 11,000 positions. Fox News breaking this all down for us.
The string of tech industry layoffs continued Wednesday. Microsoft announced it plans to cut 5% of its workforce, laying off about 10,000 workers. Like many other tech companies, Microsoft had a hiring boom during the pandemic, expanding its workforce by 36%.
It was only a matter of time. It's just that this is a shakeout which is happening at this point in time.
Professor Shoykat Chaudhry is director of the UC Haas Management, Entrepreneurship, and Technology program. He says what's happening in the tech sector has less to do with global economics and more to do with a correction after rapid growth.
It was growing at rates which are unsustainable now. Think about how many people they've hired over the last 3 years. Some companies as much as 30% of their workforce, which has joined.
Along with Microsoft cutting 10,000 positions, Amazon began notifying some 18,000 employees about cutbacks in the U.S., Canada, and Costa Rica locations. Twitter reportedly plans to lay off 50 more workers, according to the site Insider. Chaudhry says there are some differences for tech workers compared to the past .com bust.
Software and deployment of other technologies like that are what are pervading every single industry. So yes, these are very much, you're very much able to transfer those skills to other areas.
I know a few people who have been impacted, but I think that overall, I'm not too worried because tech will always be needed.
Many workers are turning to social networks to help find new work.
The way I job search and the people that I know job search is maybe looking for options on LinkedIn and talking to people there, or going to conferences.
Chaudhry says there also are opportunities for startups to still get money because venture capital funding remains strong. But he says people looking to pivot should know there is a difference in the pitch.
You'll have to have a business model which is a little bit more conservative or safe, which allows you to show a path towards profitability a little bit sooner because they can't deal with uncertainty. That's the challenge.
Thank you so much to Fox News for helping to break that down for us. The clock now ticking for Congress to raise, suspend, or strike a deal on the debt limit or else risk financial disaster. The Treasury Secretary says starting just yesterday, her department has to take measures to avoid a government default. Many say the issue should not be up for debate, but a group of Republicans want to use it to force spending cuts. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington to explain.
The U.S. has reached its debt limit. Now Congress is facing a deadline to reach an agreement on what to do. But the Treasury Secretary and much of Washington hopes it doesn't take that long.
It'll all clear up. It'll be fine. It's just all negotiation tactics. It's all screaming and hollering.
In a letter to Congress Thursday, Secretary Janet Yellen wrote that she now has to put in place her extraordinary measures to keep from defaulting. The Treasury will pause investments into government employee retirement, disability, and health care funds. That will get the government to roughly June, though Yellen says that timeline is, quote, subject to considerable uncertainty. The White House says they are firm on wanting wanting a clean bill to raise the debt limit, meaning no strings attached.
To threaten default, to threaten economic catastrophe, nobody, Democrat or Republican, should do that, no matter how much they believe in their agenda.
However, new House Speaker Kevin McCarthy wants to negotiate spending cuts. He's bolstered by a group of House Republicans who say the administration has acted recklessly with the nation's budget.
I fully believe we're going to have a debt ceiling deal, fully believe that. But I will also say that the White House strategy of, oh, we're not going to have any negotiations is insane. There must be spending restraints.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says he does not think there will ultimately be a default, but adds the administration will have to negotiate with Republicans. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
As you can imagine, this would have a big impact on all Americans here, so just about everyone watching it very closely. And that means our different Fox affiliates all over the country are covering this locally to provide a little bit more background on how it could affect their location. Our Fox 5 DC team takes a closer look.
As a contentious Congress wrangles with the debt limit in Washington, an expert at Emory University says a worst-case scenario would not be good for anyone. Meantime, here in Lawrenceville at McRae's Tavern, others are wondering about their financial health. McRae's Tavern relies on the spending of its customers like the Langleys, who say they are nervously watching retirement savings drop. Adding to their anxiety is the uncertainty of Congress trying to strike a deal on a $31.4 trillion debt limit.
They just look at it as, like monopoly money or free money because it's not their cash.
John Langley, like many Americans, want Congress to come to terms with the debt ceiling.
Wall Street does not like the idea of not having the debt ceiling extended.
Economist and finance professor Tom Smith of Emory University's Goizeta Business School says Wall Street jitters will not improve if Congress fails to strike a deal on the debt limit, saying our country's risk-free credit rating, which establishes the foundation for every other interest rate, is at stake.
And if you pull out the foundation of what builds up interest rates for all interest rates, then the building's going to collapse.
Professor Smith says a credit default in Washington would be bad for everybody. Wall Street, Main Street, McRae's, and others on the Lawrenceville Square.
If people can't come out to spend money, then it affects everyone in this area. Like, they're not coming out in general.
I might be having to work a lot longer than what I think I have to.
Because you're almost retired.
Couple of years down the road.
Professor Smith advises people not to panic with big sell-offs of their retirement accounts. But mostly he believes Washington should get an earful.
My best advice would be to call your congressperson and say, can we just not play around with this particular thing?
Professor Smith says the worst-case scenario would be Congress playing chicken with the U.S. government debt, which he says is not good for anyone. In Lawrenceville, I'm George Franco, Fox 5 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 5 DC team for that report there. 10:07 on the East Coast and 7:07 on the West Coast. It's the perfect time to step away for our first commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back with more of your headlines coming up in just 2 minutes. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:09 on the East Coast and 7:09 on the West Coast. Actor Alec Baldwin facing a charge of involuntary manslaughter after a cinematographer was fatally shot back in 2021 on the set of the film Rust. What you're looking at right now is some of that body cam video that has been released by investigators. So the announcement of the charges came Thursday in a statement from the DA. I want to bring in Steve Wolf, a movie armorer with more than 30 years experience. And Steve has worked on just about every movie that's ever been shot. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks so much for having me this morning.
So your first initial thoughts when you learned that Alec Baldwin was going to be charged with involuntary manslaughter for this situation?
Well, I wasn't surprised because I had consulted with the district attorney several months ago and given them a recommendation that they do file charges, not only against Mr. Baldwin, but against the armorer, against the first AD, and against the provider of the ammunition. So it wasn't a surprise. It was actually joyful news.
So you've been pretty outspoken, I would say, on your thoughts when Alec Baldwin first made claims that the gun had fired on its own. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, a gun is an inanimate object, and to the best of my knowledge, inanimate objects do not act on their own. I believe that Mr. Baldwin did not know how to handle the firearm properly, and that because it has a very light trigger pull, that he might not have been aware that he was pressing the trigger. But I am sure that he pressed the trigger because that's how that gun is designed to work, and the FBI verified that the gun was working properly. So I'm going to just turn this upside down to show you this. If I don't press the trigger, but I release the hammer, nothing happens. If I pull the hammer back and I press the trigger, the hammer falls. However, if I'm holding the gun, so as Mr. Baldwin was, and I am applying light pressure to the trigger, which I might he says he didn't press the trigger, then that's why. It's because he was already maintaining constant pressure on the trigger. Also, I have no idea why he took a gun from Dave Hall's. That would be like, taking a gun from the caterer and who said it's clear. I mean, he's not the armorer. The armorer was Hannah. She's the only one who was supposed to check the gun before it was given to Mr. Baldwin, and she was not there doing her job for whatever reason.
Do accidents like this happen on movie sets very often? Because we know there was one several decades ago that was pretty high profile, but do these actually happen very often?
Yeah, they actually don't happen very often at all. You're probably referring to the case of Brandon Lee, who was shot on the set of the movie The Crow. And I'm aware of one other fatality and a couple of other injuries in the last 30 years relative to the millions of rounds fired on movie sets. We would have to say this is pretty safe. The rules work. We've understood how guns work, since the 1800s, and the gun safety rules really haven't changed. It's simply a matter of following them. All guns are always loaded unless you personally have cleared the gun, and then it's only unloaded while it remains in your hand and under your control. This is why the armorer has to pick up the gun and clear it every time. She has to hand it to the actor. The actor has to clear it. There's a presumption that guns will load themselves. And it's funny, but that's what you should assume. You should always assume that the gun is loaded every time it's handed to you, every time you pick it up. And that's why you always check. If you do that, you don't get accidents like this. So there's a lot of red herrings in this case, but it's completely irrelevant how live ammo got on the set, text messages that were sent. Like, none of that has anything to do with the case. The only thing that matters is the gun was not checked before it was put in his hands, neither by the armorer nor by the gun handler.
I would imagine, considering that this is, again, as you mentioned, a rare situation, that on most movie sets, those precautions that you mentioned are taken and rules are abided by.
That's absolutely right. The vast majority of people who handle firearms know the rules and follow them. But on this set, for some reason, they thought that the rules didn't apply to them, and that's why someone is dead.
Do you think this is going to lead to any sort of change in the future?
I think that every time an accident like this happens, and they are rare, that people's sense of safety is elevated, right? There's a renewed diligence about following the rules because the consequences for not following them are fresh in mind. So the upshot of this is that things get safer because people are more aware of the consequences of being unsafe.
And you kind of touched on this, but what exactly can be done to prevent any sort of situation like this? I would imagine the answer is follow the rules and take all the precautions.
Follow the rules and don't be stupid. That's right. Don't be cavalier. Understand that when you're handling a gun, you are handling a piece of equipment that is designed to be deadly. If they were not deadly and dangerous, they would not do what they're intended to do. So when you handle a gun, you have to follow these rules. By the way, these rules of gun safety, they apply all the time, even in a gunfight. So no excuse for ever breaking them.
And I don't know if you want to speak directly on this, but do you feel that Alec Baldwin and the movie Armorer should actually do jail time as a result of this situation?
That's a complicated question. Yes, I think they deserve to do jail time for this because they were reckless, grossly negligent, and caused someone's death. However, I don't think that that's a great use of the taxpayers' money because jail is expensive, and why should the taxpayers have to pay again for someone else's mistake when these people don't represent a clear and present danger to the community? So I think that jail should be used when we have to keep dangerous people away from the public, and other means of punishment should be used when there's not a physical threat of violence. The only people who are in danger, right now would be the people who go back to work for Alec.
All right, Steve Wolf, movie Armorer with more than 30 years experience basically on the set of so many movies there. Anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
All guns are always loaded, not as if, not treat as if, it's not make believe. If the consequences of breaking that rule involve death, then let's take it really seriously. And I know that the entire community mourns this loss, and I hope that this death leads to an upgraded level of safety across the board.
All right, Steve, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me this morning.
10:17 on the East Coast and 7:17 on the West Coast. We will be right back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. Some economic news now, as grocery prices will likely keep rising throughout 2023, making it harder for Americans already struggling to make ends meet. Fox News correspondent Nate Foy with that story.
Inflation may be easing, but food prices are expected to go up. The Department of Agriculture predicts prices will increase over 3.5% this year. The cost of vegetables is up 38% from last month alone. This, as a shortage of eggs is driving up prices as well.
There weren't any eggs. I went to Vaughn's Carnival, which is the Mexican market nearby, here Target and Costco. Now there are eggs, it's just expensive.
Around this time last year, the average price for a dozen large grade A eggs in the United States was $1.93. Now the average cost is nearly $5, and even more for organic brands.
I've had people in the past complain about the cost of eggs, that $5 was too much. They could get it cheaper at the grocery store, but now nobody says that anymore.
The high prices have some turning to non-traditional options. Like in California, one farmer is charging people $575 to rent her egg-producing chickens for 6 months.
So that includes everything. That's your coop, your feeder, your water, your 2 hens, and all of the food that they need for their 6 month.
But before you head out to rent those chickens, make sure you keep this in mind.
If you're expecting to get chickens to save money, probably not going to happen. But with the price of eggs going up, and if you eat a lot of eggs, that could rebalance this cost calculation.
The USDA says egg inventories are starting to improve, even if the prices are not. In New York City, Nate Foy, Fox News.
All right, Nate, thank you so much there. So let's get back into the headlines now. Actor Alec Baldwin will face a charge of involuntary manslaughter after a cinematographer was fatally shot back in 2021 on the set of the film Rust. We did learn this information just yesterday in a written statement, a pretty lengthy one, from the DA. Let's bring in Josh Ritter, a criminal defense attorney and former LA County prosecutor, to talk a little bit more about the situation and what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely.
So first off, the question I've asked just about everyone, your thoughts on Alec Baldwin being charged with involuntary manslaughter in this situation?
I think it's a bold move by the DA's office. It might be a little heavy-handed, given what we know right now, I should say. If there's more evidence out there that we don't know about, maybe I could change my mind. But given what we know right now, it seems like they're going to have an uphill battle.
So that's the other question, too, because we know the movie Armor is also going to be charged for this situation. So how difficult would it be to go ahead with this and to get this to go to trial and eventually win?
Yeah, well, the problem that they're going to have with both of them, both Baldwin and their armorer, is the idea of criminal intent. Did anybody actually intend to cause her death? And so instead of going with the idea that, yes, they intended it, they're going with the concept that they didn't act with due caution and circumspection. And there's a lot of room for interpretation there. What does that mean? Does that mean that you're handed a gun and told that it's cold, that you should have checked yourself? I don't know. Maybe they believe it does rise to that duty. Maybe with the armorer, they believe that she wasn't properly trained and therefore she wasn't acting with due caution. Like I said, a lot of room for interpretation in those words, but they're going to have to show something beyond a mistake, something rising to the level of criminal negligence.
This could obviously eventually go to trial. Do you think it's going to make it that far just based on your personal experience?
I would be surprised if it did, honestly. I expect that somewhere along the line, they're going to offer some sort of deal which allows them to hold the parties responsible for this death so that the county can kind of save face and say, look at, everybody is accountable to the law, and at the same time allows Baldwin to move on with his career in a way that he can, show that he's sorry for what took place, accept some responsibility, but I would be surprised if it's actually pleading to a charge of involuntary manslaughter.
And so many celebrities see their careers kind of come down in flames when you have even a minor situation, but we're talking about a fairly major one here. Do you think, just again, in your opinion, that this could actually have a huge impact on Alec Baldwin's career in general?
I think if it's going to have an impact, it probably already has. I mean, it's the reputational harm that's more of a concern to him than actually whatever kind of criminal ramifications, save, of course, he goes to prison. But putting custody aside, if he's on probation or has to pay some fines or do some community service, that's not going to really affect his career. But the reputational harm that he suffered already, just having these charges announced, is probably the worst it's going to get for him as far as that goes. So I could see a way where he would want to make some sort of concession, but at the same time, still explain this was all a mistake and something that they all hope to move on from together.
Alec Baldwin, of course, a big name. Just about everyone has heard of him, so we're talking a very high-profile celebrity here. Do you think this case is going to serve as a precedent for cases against other celebrities, especially when you're talking about one that is this serious?
I don't know. It's a great question. I think the funniest thing about this is that it's coming from such a small county. So, this isn't like it's taking place out of Los Angeles or New York, where they're kind of used to dealing with celebrity types and whatever kind of runs they have with the law. But this small county, they had to hire an outside prosecutor. They had to ask for extra funds. So I think they're a bit overwhelmed with the media attention and who they're dealing with. I think, if anything, it might be a warning sign or a lesson to other smaller counties dealing with this type of media attention.
And a lot of times I feel personally, obviously I'm not an attorney of any kind, but that celebrities seem to get off easy overall. I've heard some people say they get it tougher, but I would say that they probably get it easier. Do you think that is going to be the case here, or is that kind of up for debate?
Well, the statements that the prosecutor made is that a couple of times that she mentioned that no one gets a break here. Everybody's beholden to the law. I think they were really trying to drive home the point that we don't care who this is. If this were Alec Baldwin or some B-list celebrity or somebody you never heard of, if you handle a gun improperly and somebody ends up dead, we're going to hold you responsible. So I appreciate that kind of even-handed approach that they have, but I don't know if they've bitten off more than they can chew if this thing actually goes to trial and they see the full kind of pressure and weight of the defense team that he's able to bring and the media circus that will probably follow it.
And I believe, if I'm correct here, that the charge itself could possibly carry maybe 18 months in prison. Does it appear that we're actually going to see Alec Baldwin do prison time for this?
Yeah, the charge itself carries 18 months in prison, but beyond that, they've even added an allegation that if they believe this crime took place, the commission of it with the use of a weapon, a firearm, that it could add an additional mandatory 5 years. So it's a scary looking charge as far as his exposure. Will he actually do time? Again, I really think this thing resolves before then. I think he probably is put on probation, has to do a bunch of mea culpa tours. But if it goes to trial and he puts it in the hands of 12 people and they come back with a verdict of guilty on all counts, plus the allegation, it might be in the hands of a judge whose hands are tied with the statute as far as mandatory minimum. So that could get very interesting. And that's, again, why I feel like this is probably going to resolve itself short of a trial.
And what I was going to say is, when you talk about a case like this, we know just yesterday the DA came out and said we're going to charge them later this month with involuntary manslaughter. What is the next step in a case like this?
So they've already announced that they're not using the grand jury in this jurisdiction because they're still under COVID restrictions. So the next step would be what's called a preliminary hearing, which is just a probable cause determination where a judge, not a jury, will determine whether or not there's enough evidence to hold these two to answer for trial. So that's kind of a shorter version, but it will give us a glimpse into what they actually have evidence-wise. I would not be surprised if it went that far, because I think Baldwin's defense team at least wants to test the evidence at that hearing. So we might get an insight as to what else is out there and what led them to believe that they could bring these types of strong charges.
And we did actually hear from Alec Baldwin right after all of this happened, and he said he didn't pull the trigger, it wasn't his fault. Can those statements that he did make right after this cause a problem, I guess, or be held against him when you're talking about a criminal trial?
Absolutely. If I was his defense attorneys, I'd be pulling my hair out and sitting on his chest until this thing resolved itself. But especially that statement about not pulling the trigger, that might become very crucial in this whole case, because as we know, the FBI did an investigation, found out that that weapon itself could not be fired without the trigger being pulled. Is that going to become a point of contention? Is that something that was a linchpin piece of evidence in which they base these charging decisions on? I don't know. Time will tell. But certainly him pinning himself now to a certain narrative doesn't help him down the road if in case that becomes inconvenient to his defense.
There is also a civil case going on. Does the criminal case impact the civil one in any way?
It does if there's a conviction out of it. And if there is a conviction, then the civil case can use that to show that liability has essentially already been proven. But as far as the civil case kind of driving the narrative of the criminal case or vice versa, not so much. But the civil case will take a back seat, but be watching very closely as to how things unfold in this case.
All right, Josh Ritter, thanks so much for all the information there. Anything else that you want to add about all this before I let you go?
No, I think we're all just kind of interested to watch how this takes place, not only because it involves people who, you know, of celebrity status in this small county, but it's an interesting kind of legal question as to how far can somebody be held responsible for actions that they actually did not intend. I don't think anybody's going to argue he intended anyone to end up dead here, but how far are we going to be able to hold people responsible just for their negligence?
Yeah, so many questions, and I guess we'll see what happens. Thank you again for taking the time to talk to us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, everyone, it is 10:31 on the East Coast and 7:31 on the West Coast. I do want to go to a quick 2-minute break, but on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:33 on the East Coast and 7:33 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We've been talking for the past several days about the debt ceiling and how the Treasury Department is taking, quote, extraordinary measures to avoid a default. I do want to bring in an expert here, Robert McNabb, a PhD professor and chair of the Department of Economics at Old Dominion University, to help break it down just a little bit further. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
So I've asked this question a lot, and I know so many people have. What exactly is the debt ceiling?
Well, one way to think about this is that Congress sets the maximum amount of debt that can be issued by the federal government. It's like having a credit card limit. And like Congress loves to do, they have kept spending up to that limit. And so now hitting that limit means that the U.S. Treasury cannot issue new bonds, can't issue new debt until Congress gives them the authority to do so by raising the debt ceiling.
What impact could this have on the average American? Why is it so important that just about everyone pay close attention to this ongoing situation?
Well, the last time Congress approached a default on U.S. debt, U.S. Treasury yields spiked, and it ended up costing the taxpayer between $10 and $20 billion over the next 10 years. Now, that's kind of like, well, how does it hit me in the pocketbook? If you look at your credit cards in your pocketbook, if you look at your home mortgage or your car loan, all of it's driven by how risky the U.S. debt is perceived. In other words, if people think U.S. debt is going to get a lot more risky, they're going to demand more interest on the debt, which will then drive up consumer interest rates as well. So it's really taking your wallet and setting it on fire if we broach the debt ceiling in a significant way.
And I know the debt ceiling itself, my understanding is that it has been lifted, I would say, increased about 80 times or so over the last several decades. So will it be increased again, and when will we know if that is going to happen?
Well, right now, Secretary Yellen, who is in charge of the U.S. Treasury, has told Congress that she can engage in extraordinary measures, that is, robbing Peter to pay Paul until around June, and at which point the U.S. government won't have enough money to pay its bills. And if that actually happened, that means all of a sudden Congress and the president would have to decide how to cut spending by about 4 out of every $10. That would be catastrophic, not only for seniors, but for the military, for educators across the United States, and it would roil equity markets. It would make the Great Recession likely look like a mild cold. So what we typically have seen is that brinksmanship will rule the day, that there'll be a lot of posturing, there'll be a lot of argument, and then in the 11th hour, rational minds will prevail, and there'll be some sort of agreement to curtail spending, but it won't stick, even though the debt ceiling has been increased. Because we know at the end of the day, both parties are still interested in spending more rather than having fiscal restraint.
What is this, or what would you say to somebody who is here in the U.S. and says, economics, money, I don't understand it, I'm not going to pay attention? What exactly would you say to that person?
Well, for the next 3 or 4 months, you're going to hear a lot of noise, but probably not see a lot of action. If we get really close to the debt default in May or June, you're probably going to see it hitting your pocketbook in terms of increased interest rates. It's going to bleed through towards consumer spending. And we're already primed to enter recession in the second half of this year. This just being a debate could be enough risk to topple us over into a recession. So if you're the average consumer and you're worried about the price of gas, the price of eggs, or how you're going to make your rent, this would just be another blow in a series of difficult blows over the last 36 months.
All right, Robert McNabb, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. A very interesting subject that a lot of people have questions about, but are afraid to ask them. Is there anything else that you do want to say here before we let you go?
Well, I think at the end of the day, don't panic. These things usually get resolved, even though we're going to have a lot of disagreement in the airwaves.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, Josh. You have a great day as well.
All right, 10:38 on the East Coast, 7:38 on the West Coast. I do want to take you out live to just one image here that we are watching closely, because any moment now we do expect to see Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff hold a news conference here. This is over at Ramstein Air Force Base over in Germany, so we'll make sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do get it. There's also a few other events going on, and again, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1041 on the East Coast and 741 on the West Coast. Wherever you're watching us from, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. A manhunt underway in Missouri for 5 escaped inmates, including 3 which authorities describe as, quote, known sex offenders who busted out of a prison south of St. Louis. I do want to bring in Fox's Casey Stiegel to talk a little bit more about this ongoing situation. Casey, thanks for being here.
Hey, Josh, good to see you. The U.S. Marshals Service, in fact, has joined this investigation, encouraging people to call 911 with information and not to approach the suspects because they're dangerous. This all happened on Tuesday night in Farmington, Missouri. As you said, that's about 75 miles southwest of St. Louis. Officials say the men gained access to the jail's roof through the building's plumbing and ventilation system. Cops say the inmates were able to ditch their orange jumpsuits before making their way back down to the ground and off the St. Francis Detention Center property. The group was next seen on surveillance tape, stealing a car from a parking lot from a neighboring business and then fleeing south. The brazen escape has left that entire community on edge and fearful. All 5 inmates were originally being held on felony charges. 3 were known sex offenders. 1 had been charged with the rape of a 12-year-old girl. The men are said to be riding in a dark gray Toyota Scion with a red temporary Missouri plate and no license plate up front. Rewards up to $5,000 are currently being offered for anyone who can provide information that can get them safely back behind bars. Josh.
And Casey, one of the questions here, of course, is how they were able to escape. I'm sure there's an investigation underway to figure all of that out. But you have 5 people who investigators are telling people to be on the lookout. And the most important thing is what you said off the top here is how exactly should people be informing police if they do see these 5 people?
That's right, and it's important to point out that they could have very well be out of Missouri by now. Again, this happened on Tuesday evening, and so they've had plenty of time to move to another state if they wanted to do so. So that's why this has become a national story, and so many people are focusing on it because they are considered to be dangerous. And if you do recognize one of them, you're asked to call police, just call 911. Don't try to confront them or try to detain them anywhere. Just let police know where they are so we can get them back behind bars.
Do you know if there is an active search going on? Because as you mentioned, we're days into this here, so we do know that they could be literally anywhere in the U.S. at this point.
Right, there is an active search. We talked to the sheriff's office down there, and they provided us with some wanted posters. This is fluid and ongoing. They are certainly still looking for them, and they won't rest until they are back in jail.
All right, Fox News' Casey Stiegel, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, time now is 10:45 on the East Coast and 7:45 on the West Coast. Take a live look here. We are going to an event that is about to get underway. Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff will hold a news conference here in Germany. That's expected to start just about any minute now, so we will go live to that once it does get underway. We've also been keeping an eye on this U.S. Conference of Mayors, the winter meeting going on there in Washington, D.C. It is now picked back up, so I do want to listen in. Let's just dip in really quickly here. We also know that they will head over to the White House a bit later today. President Biden will make remarks at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do get them.
Together, USCM and NLC worked hard to jump into action and get the America Rescue Plan Act passed by Congress and written into law to bring transformative changes directly to all of our communities so that we could build back even better from the pandemic. This year, my theme as president is people, partnerships, and possibilities. Because I believe if we can engage our people and leverage great partnerships like the one between NLC and USCM, that together we can create unlimited and unprecedented possibilities for our community and for the United States of America. Because not once we got ARPA done, not even a year later, we did the same with the bipartisan infrastructure law, enabling cities, towns, and villages across the nation to map out programs and projects to help rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. Today, together, we're providing resources and assistance to help communities access those funds that were brought into law, and that doesn't stop there. Through the Inflation Reduction Act, we work together to get funding for cities to develop new clean energy projects and to work to meet their climate goals. We successfully lobbied for the CHIPS Act, which is already investing in strong communities across the country. We've accomplished all of this together because we know we can get more done together than we can get done separately, and that's why it's so important for us to continue this partnership. As a mayor myself, I can say with certainty that the work we've seen on the ground has been incredible thus far, but we still have work to do, and we have to stick together to be able to do that work and be successful, not for us individually, but for the communities and those who are depending on us every day in our own cities. We must continue to show that funneling dollars directly to city leadership can have a monumental effect. Nobody knows our communities better than us, and nobody knows the needs of our community better than us. So as we prove to the federal government, give it to cities, we can put it to work quicker, we can change lives quicker, and we can make our communities better quicker if they give it to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so honored to be a member of both organizations and look forward to the year ahead as we continue to partner together. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
I figured, you might be interested in knowing who the mom was. And definitely want to continue to keep this interesting. She's far more interesting than I am. So thank you, Mayor Woodard, for all your work at the National League of Cities. We love you and we partner with you and we thank you. And now on to our DollarWise Innovation Grant Award. As the Economic Mobility campaign of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, DollarWise works with cities to remove barriers to upward mobility and create intergenerational wealth. This year, DollarWise will award 8 cities with $10,000 each to help create innovative programs that can be adopted by others. I am pleased to announce this year's winners. Actually, my wife will be pleased to announce this year's winners. So please hold your applause till the end.
Good morning. Arlington Mayor Jim Ross will use an innovation grant to assist families facing eviction. Chattanooga Mayor Tim Kelly will provide residents with expanding broadband access and digital literacy. And Cleveland Mayor Justin Bibb will be offering services to residents with marijuana convictions. Kansas City, you didn't tell me it's going to be this long. Kansas City, Missouri Mayor Quinton Lucas will help underdeserved entrepreneurs access financial resources. And lastly,
she's like, I'm done. Lansing Mayor Andy Shore will provide employment and wraparound services for returning citizens. Lima Mayor Sharetta Smith will provide pre-employment education and technical assistance to small business owners. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg will train women who are immigrants and refugees to become licensed child care providers. And Reno Mayor Hillary Sheevy's program will offer veterinary care for services animals owned by veterans, seniors, and residents with disabilities. You see, it's a mouthful. This is a tough job, right? Especially when you have no advanced planning, you had no idea you were going to do this, and you had no chance to read the script before. At all. Very good. Everybody, let's give her a round of applause.
All
right, you are listening in there as we are at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. We heard from the mayor of Tacoma, Washington a short time ago. These mayors are going to head over to the White House a little bit later on today, 2 p.m. That is when we expect President Biden to deliver remarks, and we'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered. In the top right-hand side of your screen, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin expected to speak any moment now over in Germany, so we'll bring you those comments in full. Also something pretty cool from outer space. There is an American astronaut spacewalk underway, and that image right there on your screen is via NASA TV. Let's step away for our final commercial break of the hour. We'll come back with more of your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The podium is set up, and we do expect Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin to take that podium shortly over in Germany. We will bring those comments to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. In other news, we learned moments ago that Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia announced that he will be running for a third term in office in 2024. Kaine made the announcement again a short time ago from the state capital of Richmond after meeting with local business leaders and taking part in a discussion on economic development. Kaine's decision will be a major relief for Democrats who have been pushing for him to run and avoid the uncertainty of a newcomer in the 2024 election. We do have those comments, and we will play those for you right now here, raw and unfiltered.
Health decisions without government needlessly in their way. I have long COVID. It's mild. It's not getting in my way, but it is noticeable enough that I know there are people who are really struggling with this, and millions of people. We've got to do better in terms of finding treatments and cures and therapies for the millions of Americans who are going to be dealing with this for a very long time. In the national security space, I'm very fortunate to be on both the Armed Services and the Foreign Relations Committees, and the role of America in the world matters deeply to me. Some of you know because I was a missionary in Central America, you know, if you've ever lived outside the U.S., you kind of realize, wow, the U.S. is really important elsewhere. If you haven't, you can kind of take for granted or maybe not see the tremendous influence that we have all around the world. I'm proud to be a supporter of what the Biden administration has done with respect to this illegal invasion in Ukraine, because one of the reasons that invasion happened was that Putin believed he could illegally invade another democracy, and the democracies in the world wouldn't stand up. He thought we didn't have the backbone, we didn't have the unity, we didn't have the resolve, we wouldn't stand up for our own way of life, small d democracies. And he was wrong, because we linked arms. And we said, even though it's a sacrifice, democracies are worth battling for. And the ability to focus on important matters of war, peace, and diplomacy, but also to take care of troops and take care of veterans and take care of military families is a continuous challenge. So again, whether it's civil rights or workforce or healthcare access or the role of democracies in a world where, frankly, democracies are under assault by dictators at home and abroad in a way that has not been the case during my lifetime, I feel like I have so much more to do. So it's not a decision that I reached lightly. I don't make decisions lightly, and because it's an 8-year decision, it was something that we really needed to think through. But I think it was Abraham Lincoln says, I'm a slow walker, but when I do walk, I don't turn back. Having made the decision, I'm all in. I'm ready to run very, very vigorously. I'm ready to keep serving very vigorously, and I appreciate some people were pretty patient with me as I was making my decision, and I really appreciate that. But anyway, to Ann and my family and to my staff, who are wonderful, and to so many friends here in my hometown, thanks for the support that you've given me along the way, and I'm glad to open it up and take questions.
Senator Kaine,
yeah,
how
right.
recently did you make this decision? Did you wake up this morning and make the final decision? I know you've been laboring over for some time. And then just maybe if you can enlighten us in how much encouragement, I don't want to use the word pressure, you may have gotten from Senator Schumer concerned about what the map is going to look like in 2024 for Democrats. My colleagues have been the Democratic Senate colleagues, including Leader Schumer, have been good at encouraging, but knowing, hey, it's a hard decision. You got to make it on your own. So they both encouraged, but gave me space and time. I remember telling Chuck at one point, well, I'm going to decide. He goes, don't rush. I think he felt like you need some time to work it through. Ann gave me a good piece of advice. She said, try to come to a resolve point in your mind and then live with it for about a week and find out if you're waking up second guessing it or not. And if after a number of days you're not second guessing it, then it's the right call. And I actually kind of, what I did is I kind of summarized in my head the best reasons to start a new chapter in life and the best reasons to continue a chapter. And then I picked a Bible verse for each one. And then instead of thinking about the reasons, I just drove around the state. I was in Roanoke last week and kind of thinking about which of these two verses it most resonates with me right now. And they're both really wise, but one resonated with me more than the other. So I probably kind of had a sense of it by about last Wednesday or Thursday, but I needed the time to let it sit and make sure that I wasn't second guessing it.
Senator, what were the verses? And also, how in the world did you keep the secret? Who knew?
So the open a new chapter verse was Ecclesiastes, for everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven. That's a very wise phrase. It was written 2,500 years ago, and there's a reason we still read it. The continue the chapter verse was from Galatians. Do not grow weary in doing good. You will reap a great harvest if you do not give up. Now, both of those are equally wise, right? Both of those really have wisdom, but which one applies right now in my life? And as I, again, kind of summarized them in wisdom rather than in the T chart of pluses and minuses, I found myself gravitating toward Galatians rather than Ecclesiastes. How did I keep a secret?
Well, I think you genuinely sat with the decision, so you didn't tell your staff until 2 days ago.
Yeah, I told 3 staffers 2 days ago, and I told my staff at 9 o'clock last night. But yeah, I think Ann's advice of make a decision, but then rest with it enough to know that you're not waking up in the middle of the night thinking, wait a minute, do I really want to do that? So
Did President Biden specifically? I guess my question is, as the wife of a Green Beret, I know that it's not just him serving, right? How are you and your children feeling about, and were you leaning towards Ecclesiastes?
Well, great question. As a Virginian, I'm all in. We need this happy warrior for democracy and good government. And as a wife, I really wanted him to do what was best for him, and I did recognize how hard it is to make a decision about 8 years out.
All right, everyone. So we are listening in there as Senator Tim Kaine announced that he is going to run for a third term. But we are also expecting to hear shortly from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. It looks like someone had walked up to the podium, dropped something off for him, and left. So once that speech does start, we're going to cut into Tim Kaine, and we will bring you those comments in full, live, raw, and unfiltered. It appears that is just about to get underway.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin III and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley. The Secretary and the Chairman will each deliver opening remarks, and then we'll have time to take a few questions. I will moderate those questions and call on journalists and would ask that we limit follow-ups due to our tight schedule. Thank you for your assistance with that, and over to you, Secretary Austin.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for joining us today at Ramstein. We've just concluded the 8th Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting, and it was great to start the new year by deepening our coordination as we work together for Ukraine's self-defense. As President Biden has said, this is a decisive decade for the world, and this is a decisive moment for Ukraine's struggle to defend itself. So this contact group will not slow down. We're going to continue to dig deep, and based upon the progress that we've made today, I'm confident that Ukraine's partners from around the globe are determined to meet this moment. The United States remains committed to leading in this coordinated effort, and this morning I was pleased to announce another major round of U.S. security assistance designed to meet Ukraine's urgent battlefield requirements. And this $2.5 billion package is one of our largest yet. It helps Ukraine meet its air defense needs with additional NASAMS munitions and 8 Avenger air defense systems. And this package also helps tackle Ukraine's urgent need for armor and combat vehicles. It includes 59 additional Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and 90 Stryker armored personnel carriers, 53 MRAPs, and 350 up-armored Humvees. And it will provide thousands more rounds of artillery. Now, we were honored to hear this morning from President Zelensky of Ukraine. And let me also thank several other brave Ukrainian leaders for joining us today. And that includes my good friend, Minister Oleksiy Reznikov, the Minister of Defense, and Lieutenant General Moishuk, the Deputy Chief of Defense. Their presentations gave us a firsthand account of what Ukraine's military and citizens are facing. Today's meeting focused on Ukraine's needs for air defense and armor. We also pushed hard on how to synchronize those donations and turn them into fully operational capabilities. And that means every step from donation to training to maintenance and then to sustainment. We also focused hard on how our collective and individual training efforts would be prosecuted. So, as you heard, President Biden recently announced the latest U.S. training initiative, and it builds on U.S. programs to train Ukrainian troops dating back to 2014. Other countries are stepping up with their own initiatives, and many are joining the European Union's military assistance mission. And meanwhile, we're also continuing to strengthen our defense industrial bases through the work of the National Armaments Directors under the auspices of this contact group. And all of these efforts underscore how much we've deepened our cooperation since the contact group began last April. Our work shows how much nations of goodwill can achieve when we work together. And it shows our long-term commitment to supporting Ukraine against Russia's unprovoked aggression. Now, as we saw again just days ago in Dnipro, Russia continues its assault on Ukraine's civilian and critical infrastructure. And Russia continues to bombard Ukraine's cities with cruise missiles and drones. But the Ukrainian people stand defiant and strong. And Ukrainian troops are bravely defending their country and their fellow citizens. As Russia's cruelty deepens, the resolve of this contact group grows. And that's clear from the announcements that we've heard today. And I'll start with air defense. Several countries have come forward with key donations that will help protect Ukraine's skies and cities and citizens. And France, and Germany, and the UK have all donated air defense systems to Ukraine, and that includes a Patriot battery from Germany. And that's especially important coming alongside our own contribution of a Patriot system. And the Netherlands is also donating Patriot missiles and launchers and training. And meanwhile, Canada has procured a NASAM system and associated munitions for Ukraine. And so these air defense systems will help save countless innocent lives. We're also pushing hard to meet Ukraine's requirements for tanks and other armored vehicles. The UK has announced a significant donation of Challenger 2 tanks for Ukraine. And this is the first introduction of Western main battle tanks into Ukraine. And I also commend our British allies for making this decision. And Sweden announced it's donating CV-90 infantry fighting vehicles and an additional donation soon of Archer howitzers. We've also heard inspiring and important new donation announcements from several other countries, and that includes Denmark, which will donate 19 howitzers. And Latvia is donating more Stingers and helicopters and other equipment. And Estonia is providing Ukraine with a significant new package of much-needed 155 millimeter howitzers and munitions. Now, all of today's announcements are direct results of our work at the contact group. And these important new commitments demonstrate the ongoing resolve of our allies and partners to help Ukraine defend itself. Because this isn't just about Ukraine's security, it's also about European security, and it's about global security. It's about the kind of world that we want to live in. And it's about the world that we want our children and grandchildren to inherit. The members of this contact group are standing up for a world where rules matter, and where rights matter, and where sovereignty is respected, and where people can choose their own path, free from tyranny and aggression. And I'm confident that this group will remain united, and we'll continue to build momentum. We'll support Ukraine against Russian aggression for the long haul, and we'll continue to work toward a free and secure Ukraine in a stable and decent world. And with that, let me turn it over to the chairman for his comments.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Secretary Austin, for your leadership in this 8th Ukrainian contact group in support of Ukrainian freedom. And thanks as well to all the ministers and the CHODs, the chiefs of defense that were here, who represented 54 different countries today. A special thank you also to Ukrainian Minister of Defense Ryzhikov and Deputy Chief of Defense General Moisek. I had recently had an opportunity to meet with General Zaluzny in Poland, and General Moisek was here representing him. They all represent the exceptional bravery of the Ukrainian Army and, most importantly, the Ukrainian people. This week, after meeting General Zaluzny, I had an opportunity to visit some of the training in the mech infantry that we are doing at Grafenwehr here in a training area in Germany. Also had an opportunity to do some coordination meetings in Wiesbaden, and then attended the NATO CHODS military committee meeting where all the members of all the CHODS of NATO had an opportunity to meet, with one of the primary topics being support to Ukraine. And then, of course, this week, ending it today, this week, with the contact group. I think that over my 43 years in uniform, this is the most unified I've ever seen NATO, and I've dipped in and out of NATO over many, many years. The war has evolved over the last 11 months, but the mission of this group, this contact group under General Austin's leadership, under Secretary Austin's leadership, has remained the same. We are effectively committed to support Ukraine with capabilities to defend itself against the illegal and unprovoked Russian aggression. In the words of President Biden, Secretary Austin, and many other national leaders, as much as it takes for as long as it takes, in order to keep Ukraine free, independent, and sovereign. These contact group meetings play an important role as we support Ukraine in the defense of its territory, and they are a clear, unambiguous demonstration of the unity and resolve of the allied nations. Yesterday, as Secretary Austin just mentioned, President Biden released our 30th security assistance package, signifying our continued commitment to Ukraine. This package, combined with our previous one, includes combined arms maneuver capabilities with supporting artillery, equivalent to at least 2 combined arms maneuver brigades or 6 mech infantry battalions, 10 motorized infantry battalions, and 4 artillery battalions, along with a lot of other equipment. This package, this U.S. package, along with the Allied donations that were indicated today, signify our collective resolve and our commitment to Ukraine to protect their population from the indiscriminate Russian attacks and to provide the armor necessary to go on the offensive to liberate Russian-occupied Ukraine. Additionally, this week in Germany, we began battalion and brigade collective training that I had an opportunity to visit at the Combined Arms Maneuver Training Center here in Grafenwehr in support of the Ukrainian Army. That training, in addition to the equipment, will significantly increase Ukrainians' capability to defend itself from further Russian attacks and to go on the tactical and operational offensive to liberate the occupied areas. With the training that the United States and our partners are doing, the Ukrainians will advance their command and control, their tactics, techniques, and procedures, their ability to integrate fires with maneuver, and they will more effectively synchronize all of the combined arms in order to execute maneuver-based operations. The support that we discussed today in this contact group meeting, the training that we discussed today and the way ahead, is really an extension of what's been going on since 2014, and today signifies a very real and tangible difference in the Ukraine's efforts to defend itself. International aggression, where large countries use military force to attack small countries and change recognized borders, cannot be allowed to stand. Eventually, President Putin, Russia, will realize the full extent of their strategic miscalculation. But until Putin ends this war, his war of choice, the nations of this contact group will continue to support the defense of Ukraine in order to uphold the rules-based international order. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary Chairman. Our first question will go to Ute Spannenberger from ARD.
Hello, Mr. Secretary of Defense. My question is, many of us thought that today we will have a breakthrough in the discussion about heavy battle tanks. You didn't mention that at all. We didn't talk about Leopard 2 or Abrams tanks. So did you talk about that today?
I think you may have heard the German Minister of Defense say earlier that they've not made a decision on the provision of Leopard tanks. What we're really focused on is making sure that Ukraine has the capability that it needs to be successful right now. So we have a window of opportunity here, between now and the spring whenever they commence their operation, their counteroffensive. And that's not a long time. And we have to pull together the right capabilities. And you heard the the chairman walk through some of the substantial combat power that we and some of our allies have offered to provide. There are tanks in those offerings. Poland, for example, continues to offer tanks and will provide tanks, and other countries will offer some tank capability as well. I don't have any announcements to make on M1s, and you heard the German Ministry of Defense say that they've not made a decision on Leopards. So.
Thank you. Our next question.
All right, so that was a live image there over in Germany. We heard from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, but also there the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They're answering questions right now from media members. So this is the perfect time to step away for our first commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We do have another live event going on right now. I do want to head back out to the Conference of Mayors. That is where we do have the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, now giving a speech. It did start about a minute ago, so I do want to get it from the start here. So let me play it out for you, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
What a treat. Thanks so much for the warm welcome. Thanks, Mayor Suarez, for your leadership and the introduction. It always feels good to be among America's mayors. And we got a lot to talk about, so thank you for having me through. I'll just begin by recognizing that the job of mayor has only become more demanding and more vital since I wore the title not that long ago. And so I want to salute the leadership of America's mayors. I, as a mayor myself, always look forward to the winter meeting. It was one of the things in the year I was always ready for because it brought the chance to compare experiences with peers, but also the opportunity to connect with the administration and make sure that we understood how to use federal tools in order to help serve our residents, and of course, making sure that Washington understood our needs on the ground. And through the pandemic and many other challenges, you have faced choices that were unimaginable to municipal leaders just a few years ago. but also say that I can only imagine what it would have been like to be a mayor in the midst of an infrastructure season like the one that we're living in right now. When I was mayor, we were still waiting with increasing cynicism each passing year for the so-called infrastructure week that would come and go without a result in this city. And that's why I'm so glad to be here today. Not just because I'm always glad to be around fellow mayors, but because I'm now in a position to share with you updates on how we're doing and a little bit on how we can do more together as we enter the second year of President Biden's historic program of infrastructure investment. And in the middle of what I believe will be remembered in American history as an infrastructure decade. It's been a little over a year since President Biden signed that infrastructure package, and precisely 2 years since this administration came in and the president took office. And it's been a remarkable year. Across the country, often in partnership with city leaders, we have begun improvement on 3,700 bridges. We've improved over 69,000 miles of roads and highways. We've funded over 1,000 zero-emission buses around the country, and we are just getting started. In the year and years ahead, we're going to move more and more from concept to execution, from application to announcement to groundbreaking to ribbon cutting. And yes, I share the instinctive mayoral impatience for getting to that ribbon cutting moment. We are going to continue working with all levels of government, and wherever possible, working on a bipartisan basis, just as we did with major help from you to get this package through Congress in the first place. And yes, that includes multiple opportunities amounting to billions of dollars in investment, where there is the possibility for cities to come directly to the Department of Transportation for direct federal support. So I believe this is one of the best times ever to be involved in transportation in America. It's a chance not only to imagine, but to implement, not only to dream, but to design and then to build. It is a season of America putting its money where our mouth is. But we should also talk about the other side of the coin in American transportation. This is one of the most promising and dynamic times ever for transportation in this country, but also one of the most challenging, as many of you have experienced firsthand. Aging infrastructure has already caught up to us in many places and across all of the modes of transportation. A slow-moving crisis was then exacerbated by a once-in-a-century pandemic and by industry practices across the transportation sector that have left very little resilience in many of our most important systems. We've seen the results of these long-standing problems materialize in many ways, from shipping containers backed up at our ports to airline cancellations during peak travel seasons. We have confronted those challenges, and we will continue to do so, but they are not going to be resolved overnight. Today, I want to focus on what is maybe the most acute and devastating problem in our entire transportation system. And I want to focus on it partly because it deserves more attention. I want to pause on that goal because if you're like me, if you've focused your administration on specific and attainable goals, this may sound strange, lofty, or even absurd, but it shouldn't, and here's why. First, I would ask you how many traffic deaths you would consider to be acceptable in theory. And here, I hope we all agree the answer is 0. But I know that might seem like an unrealistic ideal. So let's turn to a very real, concrete example from another mode of transportation, aviation. For all of the headaches that we have had in aviation, this is a mode of transportation which relies on rocketing passengers through the atmosphere close to the speed of sound, several miles above the ground, in a metal tube propelled by igniting thousands of gallons of explosive jet fuel. It's how most of you got here. And it is not uncommon, in fact more common than not, to see a year where the number of deaths in U.S. commercial aviation is 0. Well, let's think about that. And the most important reason for adopting Vision Zero, and the one I hope will most appeal to you as mayors, is just adopting that goal and taking it seriously has been shown to yield concrete results. No one thinks zero can happen overnight, but we have seen that when cities aim for zero, they start getting closer to it. Fewer crashes, fewer fatalities, specific, measurable, meaningful change. In fact, while we are far off from zero traffic deaths nationally, several cities have not only adopted that goal, but achieved it. And as is so often the case, mayors have led the way. Last year, Jersey City, second largest city in America's most densely populated state, saw zero traffic deaths on its road. Mayor Phillip and his team deserve great credit for their focus on safety. Hoboken, nearby, had its fourth straight year with zero traffic deaths. Mayor Bala, that is a remarkable accomplishment for which you and your whole community should be proud. In the Midwest, Evanston, Illinois, and Edina, Minnesota have both seen several years without a single traffic death, thanks to robust Complete Streets programs, anti-speeding efforts, and other measures. So Mayor Bliss, Mayor Hovland, we salute you. No, we won't get to zero deaths nationwide anytime soon, but there were 7 mid-sized cities that saw zero deaths for at least 5 years during the 2010s. So what if a few years from now, we could say that that number had grown to 15 cities, or 30, or 50? When you ask the mayors of those cities how they did it, they point to common solutions. Lower speed limits in residential areas, protected bike lanes and bus lanes, curb extensions, high visibility crosswalks, more frequent traffic signals, but also using the moral authority and visibility of the mayor's office to encourage a fundamentally safer culture for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg speaking at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I do want to remind you that we will hear from President Biden coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. T-Mobile said Thursday that an unidentified malicious intruder breached its network in late November and stole data on 37 million customers, including addresses, phone numbers, and dates of birth. A lot of important information there. I do want to bring in Hugh Odom, the founder and president of Vertical Consultants and a former AT&T attorney, to help break all of this down for us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for allowing us to talk to you today.
Of course. So first off, the significance of this major hack.
Well, as you mentioned, there are 37 million customers of T-Mobile impacted, And that is the first significance, that you have all this data out there that is in the hands of hackers. The second big significance is the continued issue with cybersecurity on the wireless carriers. T-Mobile has had this happen recently, about a year ago, where 54 million people were impacted with data loss. And this is happening most recently with something called application processing interface. And with 5G rolling out, this is kind of the bridge between communications through that network. And the problem is that the security is not keeping up with the rollout of these networks. So what happens is you have a broader plane to allow for cyber attacks and the taking of this information that was taken, as you mentioned, for 37 million people here most recently.
So the big question here is, how do hacks like this even happen?
Well, if you spread out the network so much and you allow the security to be waned down, or watered down, I should say, what happens is the hackers find the area they can penetrate. And as I mentioned earlier, this particular system is so crucial as we use more and more data through 5G and other means of network devices. And what happens is that data gets spread out, and so it makes it easier for hackers to infiltrate that information.
So how do you know if you've actually been hacked? Because there are so many T-Mobile customers, and it's not going to be every single one, but how do you know specifically if you're actually impacted?
Well, we can only look at what's recently happened with T-Mobile and other carriers. Is first, they should be notifying you in some means, email, text, something, to let you know that your information is at risk. The other is, once that information starts to roll out in a public form, you'll see that it's on certain websites that you can look and make sure that if your information has been hacked or not. But first and foremost, you should be receiving a notification from T-Mobile.
So do hacks like this happen pretty often? I feel like we hear about a lot of them, not necessarily with T-Mobile or any cell phone provider, but it does seem like we have quite a few hacks. Are they happening often?
Yes, that is a quick answer, because we are moving so much more information, data, through the internet, through our mobile devices, et cetera. It becomes more exposed. And if you just think about it, you have more risk. You have, as I mentioned earlier, a broader plane for hackers to look at and try to infiltrate, to try to get information. And what's happening is the networks are expanding far faster than the cybersecurity protocols are keeping up with those. And if that happens, that just opens up to more and more risk for potential hacking of information.
And Congress has been raising concerns about a possible China security threat. Tell me your thoughts on that.
Well, this is a huge threat. We believe it's a huge threat, not only throughout America, but throughout the globe. What's happening right now is you have so much information that's being processed through Chinese-backed equipment, 5G equipment. And Congress has banned certain Chinese companies from selling equipment in the U.S. going forward. But the problem is they are not having the ability to rip down the existing equipment. Recently, with the infrastructure plan, they provided some funding for what's called a rip and replace. However, it's about $2 billion short. And who's impacted the most? Rural America, who has mostly used this equipment because it is cheaper than U.S. or European-based equipment. So they are more suspect to security risks than other areas.
All right, Hugh Odom, the founder and president of Vertical Consultants, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. That's a lot of great information for people who are T-Mobile customers. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, 11:34 on the East Coast and 8:34 on the West Coast. We are following some information here about an Amber Alert that was issued out of Texas. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. And on the other side here, we'll bring you a news conference that's happening moments ago here over in Texas. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to some breaking news that we are following at this point. This includes an Amber Alert that has now been issued out of McKinney, Texas. So the McKinney Police Department asking for the public's help in finding 2 young girls who were abducted last night, they say. An Amber Alert has been issued for 9-year-old Jessica Burns and her sister 6-year-old Jennifer Burns out of McKinney. They do have reason to believe, they say, that the 2 are in serious danger. We are working to get some photos of those 2 missing girls, but I do want to take you to a news conference with McKinney Police that just happened about 2 minutes ago.
Okay. All right. I am Carla Marion Reeves. I'm the Public Information Officer for the McKinney Police Department. We are asking for the public's help this morning in finding 2 little girls who were abducted in our city last night. Our main goal right now is to find these little girls. To that end, we do have an Amber Alert in effect for 9-year-old Jessica Burns and her sister, 6-year-old Jennifer. They are both white, and here are the descriptions. Jessica is 4'10", she weighs 90 pounds. She has blonde hair and blue eyes. Jennifer is 4 feet tall. She weighs 60 pounds. We do have a bit of a more description on her on what she was wearing. She also has blonde hair and blue eyes. She was last seen wearing purple framed glasses, a light blue shirt with sparkle designs, and blue jeans. They are suspected of being taken by their paternal grandmother. She is 60-year-old Jamie Burns. She was last seen wearing dark framed glasses, a red long sleeve shirt with black sleeves, and blue jeans. These girls were last seen just before 6 o'clock last night at a restaurant near Central and Virginia, where they were having a supervised visit with CPS and their father. CPS has temporary custody of these little girls. Burns was last seen driving off in a black SUV. We have very limited information at this time. We know there was a scratch on the front of this SUV. It has silver door handles and a black interior. Our detectives right now are working with the FBI. They're working with DPS as well to locate Jennifer and Jessica. And right now our main goal is to get those girls back safely. We do know that the CPS worker called 911 last night. We also know that the dad was at the restaurant when our officers arrived. He was taken into custody. He is now in the Collin County Sheriff's custody, jail. He's in jail now. His name is Justin Burns. His date of birth is 1/15/89. We do believe he was involved in this. He was arrested and taken into custody on 2 felony counts of kidnapping. And the grandmother does have a criminal history. That's why it is imperative at this time that we locate Jennifer and Jessica and get them back safely. We ask that anyone that has any information at all or spots the children or the grandmother or the vehicle to call 911. Whatever it is that you know or you may have seen, please call the McKinney Police Department so we can locate Jennifer and Jessica. At this time, we are not taking questions because literally this is an ongoing investigation. It's very fluid right now, and we need to get these girls home. When we do have more information, we will get that to you as quickly as possible. Right now, we are so thankful for our media partnerships and all the eyes on the ground across Dallas-Fort Worth and really many states surrounding us looking for these 2 children. Thank you so much, and please, let's get these little girls home.
All right, that was that news conference from moments ago here. Fairly brief, but take a look at your screen right here as we do have fairly limited information. Here is what we know so far, that the McKinney Police Department in Texas is asking for the public's help to find 2 young girls right there on your screen who were abducted last night. The Amber Alert has been issued for 9-year-old Jessica Burns and her 6-year-old sister Jennifer Burns. Now, police say they do have reason to believe that they are in serious danger. The girls are suspected of being taken by 60-year-old Jamie Burns that you can see in that photo. Let me take the banner down so you can get a better look there. The girls were last seen just before 6 last night at a restaurant near Central Expressway and Virginia Parkway, again in McKinney, Texas, where they had been having a supervised visit with their non-custodial father, along with CPS, who did have temporary custody of the girls. Burns is apparently driving a black SUV with a scratch on the front, silver door handles, and a black interior. Detectives currently working with the FBI to locate the girls, but again, an Amber Alert in effect. Anyone with any information is urged to call 911 right away. All right, so I do actually want to get to another live event that we do have going on as we speak. We've been checking in at the U.S. Conference of Mayors as there have been some very high-profile speakers. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland now at the podium.
Violent crime. The success of our work continues to depend upon close collaboration with our partners. All of our 94 United States Attorney's offices continue to work alongside their state and local partners to develop and implement district-specific violent crime reduction strategies. And the department's grant-making components continue to provide financial assistance to local law enforcement agencies. Last year, through our Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, or COPS, we awarded more than $139 million in funding for the COPS hiring program. These grants enable law enforcement agencies across the country to hire additional full-time law enforcement professionals. In the coming year, we will award even more, with over $224 million dedicated to the COPS hiring program. Our grant-making components also offer support, targeted technical assistance, and help to agencies to uplift best practices in the field. And each of our law enforcement components continues to work with its state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement partners to seize illegal guns and deadly drugs and to apprehend the most dangerous fugitives. We are grateful for the continued partnership of America's mayors in this work, and we are committed to continue working with you to protect our communities. Thank you all very much.
All right, so that right there was U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking in Washington, D.C. there at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. We did catch the tail end of that, and we did hear from Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation, just a bit earlier. They've been bringing up several different speakers, and this has been going on for several days. I'm not sure if there is going to be another speaker, but we do know that coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, President Biden will speak to the Conference of Mayors. However, I believe it is going to move over to the White House, and that is where he will deliver those remarks. Once we get them, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. I want to dip back into the U.S. Conference of Mayors just to see if there are any more speakers.
With that, this final plenary session of our 91st winter meeting is officially concluded. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, well, as you heard there, it is officially concluded. After days and days, the U.S. Conference of Mayors there in Washington, D.C. is now over. But again, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, President Biden will speak at the White House, and we will bring you those remarks live, raw, and unfiltered. So at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, we heard from a lot of people today, including the Tacoma, Washington mayor. We also heard from Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, and right there from U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland. So we will play Biden's comments coming up a bit later on today. I'm looking through the different live events that we do have going on right now as we speak, and it does appear that spacewalk is still underway. I told you a bit earlier, if you were watching, that this goes on for about 7 hours. Let's pop up the audio right here and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
And Duke, you can install that grounding tip pin into the mounting bracket. Copy.
Okay, I felt the 2 breakovers and visually confirmed 2 breakovers on M19.
Great work, Luigi. Next, we'll take a check that the black line is parallel to the cylinder and flush. There's no gap between the strut boss and bearing, and there's no movement with a wheel test.
Okay, black line is black line flush and parallel to the cylinder. So there's no gap between the strut boss and the spherical bearing.
Copy. And Koichi, just to confirm, how many additional turns was that with the torque wrench?
It was less than half turn, around quarter turn.
Copy. Additional quarter turn.
I would say Z-Nights between quarter and a half turn.
Okay, copy, Koichi. We'll be checking that real quick. It's a little less than we were expecting.
All right, what you're listening to right there is one of those spacewalks underway with the American astronauts. That's going to be going on for quite a while, but it's pretty cool to pop up the audio and hear what's going on there live from outer space. I do want to get back to a story that we have been following here, and that is this Amber Alert issued for two little girls that are now missing from Texas. Take a look at your screen right here as I go over the latest information that we did receive a short time ago from police in McKinney, Texas. So the police department asking for the public's help to find two young girls right there on your screen who they say were abducted last night. An Amber Alert has been issued for 9-year-old Jessica Burns and her 6-year-old sister Jennifer Burns, both of McKinney. They do have reason to believe, police say, that the two are in, quote, serious danger. They are suspected of being taken by 60-year-old Jamie Burns, their grandmother, police say. She was last seen wearing dark frame glasses, a red long-sleeve shirt with black sleeves, and blue jeans right there in the photo on the bottom right. The girls were last seen just before 6 last night at a restaurant near Central Expressway and Virginia Parkway. That is, again, in McKinney, if you are familiar with the area. They had been having a supervised visit with their non-custodial father, along with CPS, who did have temporary custody of the two young girls. Burns is driving a black SUV with a scratch on the front, silver door handles, and a black interior. Detectives there with McKinney Police working alongside the FBI to locate the two girls, but anyone with any information, call 911. We're going to head to a quick commercial break, and we will be right back.
From Fox does continue. We appreciate everyone joining us here as we're taking a look here at the Dow. 82 points there in the green on this Friday. Coming up in the next hour, we'll take you out to Washington, D.C., where anti-abortion activists are gathering for the annual March for Life event. This is the largest anti-abortion rally in the country, and you can see many speakers will be taking the stage here in just moments. This year's gathering is the first since the High Court struck down Roe v. Wade just last June. So we'll be bringing some of that coverage to you right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you on this Friday edition of Live Now, where we bring you top stories, headlines, breaking news, all in the mix right here on Live Now. So like I said, we will get you back out there to Washington in the next hour here. But in the meantime, I do want to take you out to Harris County, where some lawmakers are coming together in an effort to try to speed up murder trials in the county. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
In 2009, and I'm not going to be long, but just wanted to say it took me 5 years to go to trial. We would go to court every month and it would be reset. So my family, even to today, it looks like it was yesterday this happened. Even to today, everyone is devastated about this. I did have a lot of support, and members of the victims, please don't give up. You will have that support too. You will. There is a lot to go, but again, like I said, for this bill, from what I'm hearing now, thank you very much, Senator, for putting that together. I think it's really going to help the victims, and it's going to do, justice. Kim, thank you very much for everything. Crime Stoppers, thank you. Andy, you're a big part in this. Thank you very much. We had the support from everyone. The thing is, with with the 5 years, what I went through, I really don't want any one of my brothers and sisters in the audience to go through this. We had a hard time. It's not a day, even to now,
to heal the
like
damage
Senator
of abortion and make our communities safe for the 2 lives, mama and infant, who need help in every unexpected or
to go to the
difficult
store
pregnancy.
without my husband, because I'm afraid. You don't know who is in the back of you, who is in the front, who is in the side, where they are. So I urge everyone, please, support Crime Stoppers, support this bill, and we will have justice for everyone one day. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Larissa Sang. I just wanted to thank the Senator for all the work that he's done, District Attorney Ogg and her team. I wasn't really sure what to come up here and say. This is not really my realm. I'm not really, this is not my thing, but it's important. And I want to start off by telling you a little bit about my sister. My sister's name was Karen Sankeet. She was murdered on September 17, 2017. No, not 2000, September 17, 2013. Her trial didn't come until July 2017. That was 4 years that we had to wait. 4 years that her murderer was allowed to run free, was allowed to live her life, was allowed to spend time with her family, her friends, when we weren't. One thing that I think I don't know if everybody forgets this, but it feels like for our family, behind that case file, behind that case number is a person. It's a person's life. It's a person who was loved by someone. It's a person who was cherished by someone. It was a person who, regardless of whether or not, they had a big family or anything else, everybody in the world has one person that loves them. And for me and for our family, that was my sister. I understand, we all understand as families of victims that we have to let everything run through the process, but you don't realize how long it takes. And I think for me, my thing was like I used to watch Dateline, all that kind of stuff, and then I used to think, oh, well, why are they doing a follow-up after like a year? You know, they do the stories with the families, with the investigators and all of those things, and then they come back a year later, and then you see, oh. And when we were going through this problem, like, that's why, because it takes that long. Not everything is wrapped up in an hour. Not everything is wrapped up like you see on TV and everything else. And you won't understand that unless you've gone through it. And, you know, it's a lot of patience on families, to try to wait and see what's going on with the case. It's a lot of follow-up with the, ADA's office, and for my sister's case, it switched courts 3 times. So that's 3 times that you have to retell your story to a different ADA, to a different court, took 2 years for it to get to the grand jury and another 2 years to get to trial. And for me, the hardest part for myself and for my family was just the wait. You wait, and there's nothing else that you can do but wait. And if this bill does what it says it's supposed to, I'm glad that I could be just a little part of it by speaking to everybody. And I do thank everybody else that's here and everybody that will listen, because, like I said, behind that file, behind that number is a person. And that's what we need to remember. They're not here to speak for themselves. They're only here, the only people that are here to speak for them are the ones that love them, and people like, the ADA's office that work so hard. They have lives too. We know that. We understood that. And I'm looking at Chris, because Chris actually tried my sister's murderer's case. And, you're empathetic towards that. But also, you have like this hole in your life and in your heart that can never be fulfilled because that person is gone. So I think I went over my 5. So I'm just going to go ahead and thank everybody again. I really do hope that, everybody just kind of remember that it's a person, somebody that loved them. Thank you.
Buenos días. Me llamo Rubén Pérez. Soy fiscal del Condado de Harris. Trabajo por la Fiscalería de Kimog, la fiscal del Condado de Harris. Soy el director, el jefe de la División de los Crímenes Especiales.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. It is a new hour. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here worldwide as we were taking a listen there to Harris County officials, lawmakers, in an effort to try to speed up murder trials in Texas. We'll get back to that a little bit later here. Coming up, though, in this hour, we'll keep you in Texas. This is a new event that will be happening soon in Houston, where Representative Sheila Jackson Lee will be doing a NAACP news conference there. As Sheila Jackson Lee is facing serious criticism in reference to H.R. 61. The act can be cited as the leading against white supremacy act of 2023. We will listen to that right here on Live Now from Fox, but we take you out to D.C. for the largest anti-abortion rally. It always happens on this Friday in January, and this one is of special importance because it's the first one since Roe v. Wade since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Now, I tell you that story today because on that day, I chose to walk into the unknown. I chose to give life to a child who I knew I would love unconditionally, but this world would deem my imperfections as unlovable. But still, on that day, I chose life. And today, I would like to share my choice of life with you, a choice that I would never regret. So please stand with me as my eldest daughter, my choice of life, leads us in the national anthem, Ariel Walden.
say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Tamika, for that powerful witness and start to our rally, and to Ariel for the beautiful song. Good afternoon, and welcome to everyone here. Welcome to the 50th March for Life. Thank you for coming. Thank you for standing for life. Thank you. I'm Jeannie Mancini, and I am honored to be the president of the March for Life. And on behalf of the whole March for Life team, I want to welcome you to the world's largest, longest running annual human rights demonstration, the March for Life. We will now join together to say the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Logan Ernst of the George Washington University Knights of Columbus chapter.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Logan. We are grateful for the collaborative witness of the Roman Catholic bishops and the Orthodox bishops in leading our rally prayer every year. I'd like to welcome to the podium my own bishop, Bishop Michael Burbidge of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Arlington. Bishop Burbidge is also the chairman of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops Pro-Life Committee. Bishop Burbidge is joined on stage by a delegation of Orthodox, Christian, and Roman Catholic bishops from around the world. Your Excellency.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your presence and witness, and please know that my brother bishops here and around the country, we are so proud of you. Thank you for your witness. As we open our rally in prayer, I welcome His Eminence Archbishop Daniel of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church in the USA, representing the Assembly of Canonical Orthodox Bishops of the United States of America. We are joined by a delegation of brother Orthodox and Catholic bishops from across the country. And I especially welcome all of you gathered in this vast crowd as we stand together and proclaim our belief in the dignity of the child in the womb and of all human life. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, we thank you for the great gift of human life. We praise you for the recent end of Roe versus Wade, which presents new opportunities and challenges in our efforts to protect babies and mothers from the tragedy of abortion. Please guide and strengthen us as we march into a post-Roe America. We ask your blessings on the vast, diverse, and energetic pro-life movement in our nation. While you created us individually and uniquely, you also created us to be in a community with each other. Each of us has been given unique talents, passions, and roles to play in building a culture of life where the beauty and dignity of every person is valued, celebrated, and protected. In these challenging times of unrest and new threats to human life, help us to seek peaceful solutions that always respect the lives of all people, born and preborn. We especially lift up any pregnant mother in need and those who have been wounded by abortion. In unity and in solidarity, may we walk with them in their time of need. Almighty God, please pour out your graces on all our efforts and unite us as we march forward into a post-Roe America. And this we ask through Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Thank you, everyone.
Today is a momentous day. Our first march in a post-Roe America.
And we will show you highlights throughout the day of this rally in Washington, D.C. You're watching Live Now from Fox, though. We do want to take our first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Yes, and we're going to cover it alone. So probably the first 10, 15 seconds.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on here. I want to go out to Virginia, where earlier today, Senator Tim Kaine announced that he will be running for re-election next year, trying for a third term. Let's listen to his remarks, talking about his journey, not only as a mayor, a governor, but a senator as well. Let's listen right here.
Local, state, and federal. What makes me happy is to try to help other people. And so many people have helped me. It's a reciprocal thing. There's a beautiful line in the song Forever Young, always do for others and let others do for you. So many have done for me. It makes me happy to serve others. But not in the abstract. I love Virginia. I moved here in 1984. I only knew one person. But anywhere in this state, including places that don't even vote for me, I've got wonderful friends. And the ability to, after 29 years, to go anywhere and always find somebody who I know, somebody who I can dialogue with, somebody who will inspire me just like these young people do, somebody whose creativity in tackling a local challenge makes me think, I can apply that somewhere else. It's just endlessly validating and energizing to get around the state and be with people. I just find it nonstop, and not just people. I mean, we hike the trails and cycle the paths and canoe the streams and camp in the mountains. Both our natural bounty and our human bounty are remarkable. And so, loving to serve, you want to serve some particular folks, and the 8+ million Virginians are just exactly the kind of people I want to serve. Virginians have a phrase that I had never heard till I came here, and that's this, and it's usually more in rural Virginia, but you finish an interaction with them and they say, appreciate you. And they mean it. They mean it. The number of people that tell you appreciate you, even if appreciate you, I'm not voting for you, but I appreciate you. You know, the number of people who tell you that and mean it, that phrase appreciate you just seems to me to sum up kind of who Virginians are. Third thing is, proud of what I've done. The Senate is frustrating. Things don't move fast. There's plenty of times where, oh my gosh, you know, it moves too slow. But I've been in the Senate about 10 years now, and whether it's finally seeing the, Silver Line to Dulles done, getting the State Department training facility built down in Southside, which was a huge economic development thing, raising the tobacco age to 21, getting the Virginia tribes recognized, providing funding for HBCUs, doing unglamorous things like combined sewer overflow funding in Richmond, Lynchburg, and Alexandria. We saved the Affordable Care Act by 1 vote in 2017. That will always be maybe the moment in politics I'll remember the most. 30 million people's health insurance was on the line, and it was a 1 voter. And, if I hadn't run in 2012, it would have gone the other way. And the opportunity to do good, and my feeling, and maybe particularly in the last couple of years when we've really hit stride, gun safety, infrastructure, CHIPS and investment, marriage equality, fighting for health care, I think we've hit stride. I think I'm getting better at it because it's a weird place, the Senate. You have to learn and get better at it. But that's something that I'm just proud of what we've done. But man, I got more I want to do. I got to be honest and look in the mirror and say, have I done everything I wanted to get done? And the answer is I haven't. I mean, you heard inside, there's a lot of priorities that are on the table. How do we make housing more affordable? We talked a lot about workforce. I'm really focused on this issue of Virginia's and America's workforce. We are really, really low on employment right now. And everywhere I go in the Commonwealth, could be a hospital, could be a school, could be a business, can't hire people. Can't hire people. How are we going to solve this issue? This is something, as a member of the Health, Education, and Labor Pension Committee, I'm really focused on. And it's going to be a combination of things. We have to do more career and technical training. My dad was a welder. We're getting better at restoring careers and trades, but we got to do even more. We're going to have to do comprehensive immigration reform. That's the one undone thing. We haven't done it since 1986. If we're not doing an immigration reform bill that's really focused on the workforce, then we're not going to have the workforce that we need to have an economy that's as productive as it can be for everybody. We're going to have to do more high-quality, affordable child care. We got more than 1 million people out of the workforce now who want to be in the workforce, and they have skills. They'd be great in the workforce, but they can't find affordable, high-quality child care. So on my to-do list, workforce issues are very, very high, and it's a mixture of things. Healthcare issues are high. We've been able to bring down prescription drug costs for seniors, but what about for folks who aren't seniors? The insurance companies in Virginia that have been filing on the exchange, premiums are going down this year, but they're still too high. So we have to make healthcare more affordable. We have to deal with some inequities like maternal disparities in maternal health between African American women and others. We got to make sure women can make their own reproductive health decisions without government needlessly in their way. I have long COVID. It's mild. It's not getting in my way, but it is noticeable enough that I know there are people who are really struggling with this, and millions of people. We've got to do better in terms of finding treatments and cures and therapies for the millions of Americans who are going to be dealing with this for a very long time. In the national security space, I'm very fortunate to be on both the Armed Services and the Foreign Relations Committees, and the role of America in the world matters deeply to me. Some of you know because I was a missionary in Central America, you know, if you've ever lived outside the U.S., you kind of realize, wow, the U.S. is really important elsewhere. If you haven't, you can kind of take for granted or maybe not see the tremendous influence that we have all around the world. I'm proud to be a supporter of what the Biden administration has done with respect to this illegal invasion in Ukraine, because one of the reasons that invasion happened was that Putin believed he could illegally invade another democracy, and the democracies in the world wouldn't stand up. He thought we didn't have the backbone, we didn't have the unity, we didn't have the resolve, we wouldn't stand up for our own way of life, small d democracies. And he was wrong, because we linked arms. And we said, even though it's a sacrifice, democracies are worth battling for. And the ability to focus on important matters of war, peace, and diplomacy, but also to take care of troops and take care of veterans and take care of military families is a continuous challenge. So again, whether it's, you know, civil rights or workforce or healthcare access, or the role of democracies in a world where, frankly, democracies are under assault by dictators at home and abroad in a way that has not been the case during my lifetime, I feel like I have so much more to do. So it's not a decision that I reached lightly. I don't make decisions lightly, and because it's an 8-year decision, it was something that we really needed to think through. But I think it was Abraham Lincoln says, I'm a slow walker, but when I do walk, I don't turn back. Having made the decision, I'm all in. I'm ready to run very, very vigorously. I'm ready to keep serving very vigorously, and I appreciate some people were pretty patient with me as I was making my decision, and I really appreciate that. But anyway, to Ann and my family and to my staff, who are wonderful, and to so many friends here in my hometown, thanks for the support that you've given me along the way, and I'm glad to open it up and take questions.
Senator Kane,
Yeah,
how
right.
recently did you make this decision? Did you wake up this morning and make the final decision? I know you've been laboring over for some time. And then just maybe if you can enlighten us in how much encouragement, I don't want to use the word pressure, you may have gotten from Senator Schumer concerned about what the map is going to look like in 2024 for Democrats.
My colleagues have been the Democratic Senate colleagues, including Leader Schumer, have been good at encouraging, but knowing, you know, hey, it's a hard decision. You got to make it on your own. So they both encouraged, but gave me space and time. I remember telling Chuck at one point, well, I'm going to decide. He goes, don't rush. You know, I think he felt like you need some time to work it through. Ann gave me a good piece of advice. She said, try to come to a resolve point in your mind and then live with it for about a week and find out if you're waking up second guessing it or not. And if you, after a number of days, you're not second guessing it, then it's the right call. And I actually kind of, what I did is I kind of summarized in my head the best reasons to start a new chapter in life and the best reasons to continue a chapter. And then I picked a Bible verse for each one. And then instead of thinking about the reasons, I just drove around the state. I was in Roanoke last week and kind of thinking about which of these two verses like it most resonates with me right now. And one, they're both really wise, but one resonated with me more than the other. So I probably kind of had a sense of it by about last Wednesday or Thursday, but I needed the time to let it sit and make sure that I wasn't second guessing it.
Senator, what were the verses, and also, how in the world did you keep the secret? Who knew?
So the open a new chapter verse was Ecclesiastes, for everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven. That's a very wise phrase. It was written 2,500 years ago, and there's a reason we still read it. The continue the chapter verse was from Galatians. Do not grow weary in doing good. You will reap a great harvest if you do not give up. Now, both of those are equally wise, right? Both of those really have wisdom, but like which one applies right now in my life? And as I, again, kind of summarized them in wisdom rather than in the T-chart of pluses and minuses, I found myself gravitating toward Galatians rather than Ecclesiastes. How did I keep a secret?
Well, I think you genuinely sat with the decision, so you didn't tell your staff until 2 days ago.
Yeah, I told 3 staffers 2 days ago, and I told my staff at 9 o'clock last night. But yeah, I think Ann's advice of, make a decision, but then rest with it enough to know that you're not waking up in the middle of the night thinking, wait a minute, do I really want to do that? So
Did President Biden specifically? I guess my question is, as the wife of a Green Beret, I know that it's not just him serving, right? How are you and your children feeling about, and were you leaning towards ecclesiastical?
Well, great question. As a Virginian, I'm all in. We need this happy warrior for democracy and good government. And as a wife, I really wanted him to do what was best for him, and I did recognize how hard it is to make a decision about 8 years out. And so I'm glad he took the time, but I'm thrilled that he's come to a place. This job has given him great joy in service, and I'm excited to watch the next 8 years if Virginians give him that opportunity.
Did President Biden specifically ask you to stay?
No, he didn't. But I don't think he and his team, they know me pretty well, and they probably have a sense of this guy's going to make his own mind up. But my Senate Democratic colleagues did. But, frankly, the more persuasive, in addition to Ann and the kids, just interactions like, doing events this week for MLK events in Roanoke and Petersburg and Richmond, the number of people who had read a column by my longtime friend and nemesis, Jeff Shapiro, that told them all that I was trying to weigh what to do. The number of people who read that and then said, hey, do what you think's right. But if I had to vote, here's what, people were weighing in really kind ways. That matters more to me than what, even though I love my Senate colleagues, what matters more to me is what people around here were saying to me.
Senator, you once said that after President Obama encouraged you to run once Webb got out, over time, you said that you wanted to sort of take John Warner's 30 years as your sort of North Star.
Mm-hmm.
Has anything changed about that sort of time frame? What was the other side of the equation here as you deliberated?
Andrew, so in 2024, it will be 30 years. It will be 30 years since I ran my city council race in 1994. So John Warner did 30 years, all in the Senate. I put in a lot of time, as a city councilman and mayor and lieutenant governor and governor. And I'll just say, when I ran for lieutenant governor, in 2000, I knew it was a 9-year effort. Because if successful and I won for LG, then I'd run for governor. It'd be a 9-year effort. Making that decision, I really weighed, 9 years, what's going to go on in my life? When I ran for the Senate in 2012, it's at least an 8-year decision. Grappling with an 8-year decision at age 64 is different than at age 53 or 42, right? It's just a different calculation. Things about yourself. Life has changed. So it just was important to not do it on autopilot, but really think through what's the greater good. And there were really good arguments, both ways. But again, once I make a decision, I want to make it and be resolved in it. And I feel very, very excited to just fire it up, get the old team back together. So,
Governor,
yeah,
anticipating that President Biden will run for re-election.
I am.
He'll carry Virginia. How are you handicapping your party's chances to control the Senate with Democrats defending 23?
So let me answer Jeff's question, but begin by saying I have no intel. So I have zero intel about President Biden's plan. So this would just be all my intuition. My intuition is, he'll run again. And I think if he does run again, he has a very good chance of winning Virginia. Of course, I know that just like I'm taking nothing for granted, I'm assuming I'm going to have a hard race. I'm sure he would feel the same. The Senate dynamic in 24 is a challenging dynamic. Unlike the House, where since everybody's up every election, it's always kind of what's the national dynamic like? The Senate dynamic, it's always a function of the national mood plus the map. And we do have a tough map in 24, because I think out of the 33, 34 seats, we're defending 2/3, and the places where we're playing offense are not necessarily the most favorable territory for Dems. So, in thinking about serving for the next 8 years, what's the chance that I might be in minority? That's a significant chance. We got a Republican House now. We'll have to learn that reality. But I'll tell you one thing, Jeff, that it just tells you how closely divided our nation is. I've been in the Senate for 10 years, and I have been in with 2 Democratic houses, 2 Republican houses, a Republican House and a Democratic Senate, a Democratic House and a Republican Senate, two Democratic presidents and one Republican president, and that's just in 10 years. So I've seen virtually every way the deck can be shuffled, and I think while the world will always throw surprises at us, I don't think I'm going to be surprised because I've been in the body in the 10 years sort of under every combination.
Senator Kaine, you mentioned that the Senate can at times be a frustrating place. I think that's an understatement. But you also said that you want to see things like immigration reform get done. These really big, challenging questions that you guys have dealt with for a long time and haven't been able to get over the finish line. Does the current partisan breakdown with the House and the Senate weigh on you at all? Did it weigh on you as you made this decision?
It actually didn't. I mean, it didn't weigh on my decision. I'm thinking about it a lot. And I'm always too optimistic about everything. Warner always says that to me. You're too optimistic about everything, and I always say, and that just means that Virginia senators are on average right at the national average. So there's a Republican House, but I'm not going to give up on that. We might get some things done. So let me tell you a couple of things where I think there's a possibility. Immigration reform, as hard as that seems because it's been a third rail. And I had the sobering experience of doing the bill in 2013 and feeling like, okay, we're right on the verge of nothing happening. The unemployment rate is so low that employers everywhere, every hospital, every school system, the Farm Bureau, the general contractors, the Chamber of Commerce, they're starting to knock on our doors and say, do some immigration reform. So an immigration reform bill that's really focused on the workforce, I think that has some possibility, even with the partisan division. I think mental health needs. Coming out of COVID, we don't have enough mental health providers. That was a function of a feature of our discussion inside. That's not a partisan issue. Opioid addiction and overdoses, it was dropping in some really good ways before COVID. We had figured out some strategies to undertake, and overdose deaths were coming down, but then COVID isolated everybody. So much of addiction is a disease of isolation. You isolate people more, it gets worse. Okay, addictions, deaths spike back up. But I know what my Republican colleagues are hearing in the states that they represent, and they're hearing, hey, this is a big problem. And whether it's impounding more fentanyl at the border or more prevention and treatment programs here, we ought to be able to find something. And I can think through career and technical education. I have a bill to have Pell Grants be able to be used for career and technical education. It's got 65 co-sponsors in the Senate. For some quirky reasons, it hasn't yet moved, but it's completely nonpartisan, and it speaks to this workforce need right now. So is it going to be tough for the next couple of years? Yes, it will be. I don't imagine we're going to have the run of big legislation getting signed over in the Oval Office that maybe we had, particularly in the last year. But are there meaningful things that can be done and done in a bipartisan way? I believe so.
Governor, what's your take on Governor Youngkin's decision to kill off the Ford plant, claiming it as Chinese communist Chinese?
Yeah, Jeff, I really think the kind of the factual statement that this Ford plant was too connected to China, that you just got to really dig into that. Because if there was some legitimate security concerns, you got to take those concerns seriously. But I don't know. What I know is Danville needs economic development. And the community has put so much into Berry Hill back to the time when Mark and I were governor. I'll always remember the second saddest day I had as governor was an Easter Monday where I went down to speak to the Ford employees in Norfolk whose plant had just been closed. They had made F-150.
Senator Tim Kaine, they're announcing he will be running for a third Senate term next year. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will take you out to Houston, where Representative Sheila Jackson Lee has a bill to fight white supremacy. She'll talk about it coming up next here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Houston, where Representative Sheila Jackson Lee introducing a bill to fight white supremacy. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I required and requested from Dr. Steve Kleinberg the first assessment. We're not ignoring the Asian community at City Council. Come on. Included in that, of course, is our recognition of Hispanics, African Americans, our increasing Muslim community. That is a variety of backgrounds. But it is my hope that we all could work together. And when we think about those communities, we think about the white community, Caucasian, all of us coming together and no one left out. So that has been the definition of part of my legislative agenda. As a legislator, I have worked to do what is best for America and how to keep America safe. The colleagues that are here know my complete allegiance to my service on the Homeland Security Committee, my allegiance to my service on judiciary and on budget. Those who are here remember when Lee Brown was mayor, that was 9/11, and how the community came together. We were one of the communities that had the least amount of attacks, working with the Jewish community against Muslims. And we gathered downtown to stand up against violence against Muslims. In the past week, as Councilmember Kamen has mentioned, we have found hateful bags, hateful information in Mission Bend. We found it in Northwest Houston, anti-Semitic materials. We found hateful materials in Montrose and Heights, my congressional district, council members' representation. Representative Wu and Representative Reynolds areas in that Mission Bend, I'm not sure who represents that. And then a Northwest Houston, as I indicated, but then there's been a video that I'm told, represented by news media, of attacking a multiracial couple. I did not strategically introduce H.R. 61. Since going to the United States Congress and working on the very first hate crime bill, which I'm not sure why the gentleman from Fox News had not paid attention to that. By the way, I was not shrieking, I was legislating. And we were able to pass, as the State House did, and as many of our local government did, an anti-hate crime bill, a federal bill, that involves race, ethnicity, religion. And so to make it better in the backdrop of the daunting numbers that I will come back to speak about, the daunting numbers of hate crimes, 64.8% are around race, ethnicity, and ancestry. I did not make these numbers up. I did not make them up. The numbers here are talking about hate crime incidences near your homes, 32%, highways, 16%, schools, 8.1%. They should not happen anywhere. And no religious community should suffer. And so I introduced H.R. 61, Leading Against White Supremacy, on the basis of the hearings that I participated in on judiciary and on Homeland Security. And listening to the testimony of Director Wray, appointed by Donald Trump, you said that the increasing amount of domestic terrorism was grounded on the surge of white supremacy-based crimes. Our specific examples, the tragedy in Buffalo. This morning I spoke to the Council for the Family in Buffalo, and I look forward to renaming this bill after the oldest person who died on that day, who was taking care of her husband, who was still active in life, who was going to the grocery store. The gentleman said he did a data search and looked for the place where most African Americans live. He drove to that site.
That's right.
The perpetrator in Mother Emanuel, the funeral of whom I went to, the pastor, there wasn't a dry eye in this huge civic center, said he wanted to perpetrate a race war. And then the perpetrator drove hundreds of miles in the state of Texas to El Paso and killed innocent Hispanics that were just out for a Saturday shopping day. He clearly said he was motivated by white supremacy. To my friend at Fox News and all of the periodicals that you will see on now my articles about Congresswoman Jackson Lee, not the important person, but the bill, misreads the bill. There is nothing in H.R. 61 that speaks against a Caucasian person.
Right. Come on. Come on.
There's nothing that says that if you want to be in the membership, Representative Reynolds, of white supremacy, I have no authority over you. You can be card carrying. I'm card carrying for the NAACP. Card carrying for the National Bar Association. Card carrying and a collaborator with the Hispanic Caucus in Washington. One of their strongest advocates for the work that we do on immigration. What this bill speaks to specifically is white supremacy, and it amends, it's legislation by the way, it amends the hate crime bill, and it has race, ethnicity, and religion, and it has white supremacy motivated crimes. That is distinctive from speech.
That's right.
I can read what the First Amendment says. You have the right to association, you have the right to freedom of religion, speech, it is protected. So let me just make a forceful statement. I take umbrage and offense to the legislative process and democracy. When you misdirect and provide misinformation that provokes people to anger.
That's right.
Because this bill was not written in anger. I wasn't angry sitting over the bill and interacting with legislative counsel. There was not an angry bone in my body. I knew there was a problem that had to be addressed. So this is not a statement bill. It's a crime bill. I chair the Crime Committee on Homeland Security, Terrorism, and it is about added penalties if you are indicted and ultimately convicted for white supremacy motivated crimes that result in Walmart, Buffalo, Mother Emanuel, and others.
Tree of Life.
Tree of Life. Thank you so very much. I was pulling that up. I actually went to Pittsburgh, sat down with people from Tree of Life. Thank you for reminding me. Under the Homeland Security Committee, we went to Pittsburgh. I'm not a stranger to going to these places, to be able to respond. And so I collect data, but I listen to our experts. You don't need to follow me. Get on Director Ray's Senate testimony in 2021 and the testimony before Homeland Security and the testimony before Judiciary, which says what this is. So I simply want to leave with you. Read the bill. Tell me that there's not a purpose for this. And my very astute non-member of Congress is right. When a bill is introduced, it is marked up. Even people have an opportunity to have input. You know, representatives, to amend the legislation or the language. Even the author of the bill says, you know what? Good, let's make that clearer. And so we're still in the legislating process. But as it is written on its face, this has nothing to do with speech or categorizing Caucasian people in any way.
That's right.
I started out by saying my task as a congressperson, as a legislator in America, to do what is best for America.
That's right.
And to ensure that if I see something that is wrong, I stand up and speak about it.
That's right.
Hate crimes are wrong. And I will not be stopped from standing up and speaking about it. Let me acknowledge and thank the senior pastor of the Community of Faith who has brought us together under the umbrella of what the NAACP is, an advocate for justice, but it brings people together in that fight. Bishop James Dixon.
Let me say, we honor our Congress.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was Representative Sheila Jackson Lee defending her stance on the bill to fight white supremacy. And you're watching, of course, live coverage across the country right here on Live Now. That event's still going on, but what we'll do is take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, yesterday we heard that the U.S. Sending another $2.5 billion in military aid to Ukraine. The Joint Chiefs of Staff making more remarks on that. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Secretary Austin.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for joining us today at Ramstein. We've just concluded the 8th Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting, and it was great to start the new year by deepening our coordination as we work together for Ukraine's self-defense. As President Biden has said, this is a decisive decade for the world, and this is a decisive moment for Ukraine's struggle to defend itself. So this contact group will not slow down. We're going to continue to dig deep, and based upon the progress that we've made today, I'm confident that Ukraine's partners from around the globe are determined to meet this moment. The United States remains committed to leading in this coordinated effort. And this morning, I was pleased to announce another major round of U.S. security assistance designed to meet Ukraine's urgent battlefield requirements. And this $2.5 billion package is one of our largest yet. It helps Ukraine meet its air defense needs with additional NASAMS munitions and 8 Avenger air defense systems. And this package also helps tackle Ukraine's urgent need for armor and combat vehicles. It includes 59 additional Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and 90 Stryker armored personnel carriers, 53 MRAPs, and 350 up-armored Humvees. And it will provide thousands more rounds of artillery. Now, we were honored to hear this morning from President Zelensky of Ukraine. And let me also thank several other brave Ukrainian leaders for joining us today. And that includes my good friend, Minister Alexei Reznikov, the Minister of Defense, and Lieutenant General Moishuk, the Deputy Chief of Defense. Their presentations gave us a firsthand account of what Ukraine's military and citizens are facing. Today's meeting focused on Ukraine's needs for air defense and armor. We also pushed hard on how to synchronize those donations and turn them into fully operational capabilities. And that means every step from donation to training to maintenance and then to sustainment. We also focused hard on how our collective and individual training efforts would be prosecuted. So, as you heard, President Biden recently announced the latest U.S. training initiative, and it builds on U.S. programs to train Ukrainian troops dating back to 2014. Other countries are stepping up with their own initiatives, and many are joining the European Union's military assistance mission. And meanwhile, we're also continuing to strengthen our defense industrial bases through the work of the National Armaments Directors under the auspices of this contact group. And all of these efforts underscore how much we've deepened our cooperation since the contact group began last April. Our work shows how much nations of goodwill can achieve when we work together. And it shows our long-term commitment to supporting Ukraine against Russia's unprovoked aggression. Now, as we saw again just days ago in Dnipro, Russia continues its assault on Ukraine's civilian and critical infrastructure. And Russia continues to bombard Ukraine's cities with cruise missiles and drones. But the Ukrainian people stand defiant and strong. And Ukrainian troops are bravely defending their country and their fellow citizens. As Russia's cruelty deepens, the resolve of this contact group grows. And that's clear from the announcements that we've heard today. And I'll start with air defense. Several countries have come forward with key donations that will help protect Ukraine's skies and cities and citizens. And France and Germany and the UK have all donated air defense systems to Ukraine, and that includes a Patriot battery from Germany. And that's especially important coming alongside our own contribution of a Patriot system. And the Netherlands is also donating Patriot missiles and launchers and training. And meanwhile, Canada has procured a NASAMS system and associated munitions for Ukraine. And so these air defense systems will help save countless innocent lives. We're also pushing hard to meet Ukraine's requirements for tanks and other armored vehicles. The UK has announced a significant donation of Challenger 2 tanks for Ukraine. And this is the first introduction of Western main battle tanks into Ukraine. And I also commend our British allies for making this decision.
Some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Fighting vehicles. And an additional donation soon of Archer howitzers. We've also heard inspiring and important new donation announcements from several other countries, and that includes Denmark, which will donate 19 howitzers. And Latvia is donating more Stingers and helicopters and other equipment. And Estonia is providing Ukraine with a significant new package of much-needed 155mm howitzers and munitions. Now, all of today's announcements are direct results of our work at the contact group. And these important new commitments demonstrate the ongoing resolve of our allies and partners to help Ukraine defend itself. Because this isn't just about Ukraine's security, it's also about European security, and it's about global security. It's about the kind of world that we want to live in. And it's about the world that we want our children and grandchildren to inherit. The members of this contact group are standing up for a world where rules matter, and where rights matter, and where sovereignty is respected, and where people can choose their own path, free from tyranny and aggression. And I'm confident that this group will remain united, and we'll continue to build momentum. We'll support Ukraine against Russian aggression for the long haul, and we'll continue to work toward a free and secure Ukraine in a stable and decent world. And with that, let me turn it over to the chairman for his comments.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Secretary Austin, for your leadership in this 8th Ukrainian contact group in support of Ukrainian freedom. And thanks as well to all the ministers and the CHODs, the chiefs of defense that were here, who represented 54 different countries today. A special thank you also to the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Ryzhikov, and Deputy Chief of Defense, General Moisek. I had recently had an opportunity to meet with General Zaluzny in Poland, and General Moisek was here representing him. They all represent the exceptional bravery of the Ukrainian Army, and most importantly, the Ukrainian people. This week, after meeting General Zaluzny, I had an opportunity to visit some of the training in the mech infantry that we are doing at Grafenwehr here in a training area in Germany. Also had an opportunity to do some coordination meetings in Wiesbaden, and then attended the NATO CHODs military committee meeting where all the members of all the CHODs of NATO had an opportunity to meet, with one of the primary topics being support to Ukraine. And then, of course, this week, ending it today, this week, with the contact group. I think that over my 43 years in uniform, this is the most unified I've ever seen NATO, and I've dipped in and out of NATO over many, many years. The war has evolved over the last 11 months, but the mission of this group, this contact group under General Austin's leadership, under Secretary Austin's leadership, has remained the same. We are effectively committed to support Ukraine with capabilities to defend itself against the illegal and unprovoked Russian aggression. In the words of President Biden, Secretary Austin, and many other national leaders, as much as it takes for as long as it takes, in order to keep Ukraine free, independent, and sovereign. These contact group meetings play an important role as we support Ukraine in the defense of its territory, and they are a clear, unambiguous demonstration of the unity and resolve of the allied nations. Yesterday, as Secretary Austin just mentioned, President Biden released our 30th security assistance package, signifying our continued commitment to Ukraine. This package, combined with our previous one, includes combined arms maneuver capabilities with supporting artillery, equivalent to at least 2 combined arms maneuver brigades or 6 mech infantry battalions, 10 motorized infantry battalions, and 4 artillery battalions, along with a lot of other equipment. This package, this U.S. package, along with the allied donations that were indicated today, signify our collective resolve and our commitment to Ukraine to protect their population from the indiscriminate Russian attacks and to provide the armor necessary to go on the offensive to liberate Russian-occupied Ukraine. Additionally, this week in Germany, we began battalion and brigade collective training that I had an opportunity to visit at the Combined Arms Maneuver Training Center here in Grafenwehr in support of the Ukrainian Army. That training, in addition to the equipment, will significantly increase Ukrainians' capability to defend itself from further Russian attacks and to go on the tactical and operational offensive to liberate the occupied areas. With the training that the United States and our partners are doing, the Ukrainians will advance their command and control, their tactics, techniques, and procedures, their ability to integrate fires with maneuver, and they will more effectively synchronize all of the combined arms in order to execute maneuver-based operations. The support that we discussed today in this contact group meeting, the training that we discussed today and the way ahead is really an extension of what's been going on since 2014, and today signifies a very real and tangible difference in the Ukraine's efforts to defend itself. International aggression, where large countries use military force to attack small countries and change recognized borders, cannot be allowed to stand. Eventually, President Putin, Russia, will realize the full extent of their strategic miscalculation. But until Putin ends this war, his war of choice, the nations of this contact group will continue to support the defense of Ukraine in order to uphold the rules-based international order. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary Chairman. Our first question will go to Ute Spannenberger from ARD.
Hello, Mr. Secretary of Defense. My question is, many of us thought that today we will have a breakthrough in the discussion about heavy battle tanks. You didn't mention that at all. We didn't talk about Leopard 2 or Abrams tanks. So did you talk about that today?
I think you heard, you may have heard the German Minister of Defense say earlier that they've not made a decision on the provision of Leopard tanks. What we're really focused on is making sure that Ukraine has the capability that it needs to be successful right now. So we have a window of opportunity here, between now and the spring when whenever they commence their operation, their counteroffensive. And that's not a long time, and we have to pull together the right capabilities. And you heard the chairman walk through some of the substantial combat power that we and some of our allies have offered to provide. There are tanks in those offerings. Poland, for example, continues to offer tanks and will provide tanks, and other countries will offer some tank capability as well. I don't have any announcements to make on M1s, and you heard the German Minister of Defense say that they've not made a decision on Leopards. So.
Thank you. Our next question will go to Idris Ali, Reuters.
Mr. Secretary, over the past week, a number of European countries have publicly pleaded with Germany to allow the transfer of their tanks. You met with your German counterpart yesterday, and like you said today, they still have not made a decision. Are you disappointed in the German position, and how can Germany still be seen as a reliable ally given what is widely perceived as them dragging their feet on something so simple? And for the chairman, is there any prohibition on the use of American weapons by the Ukrainians in Crimea currently? And you've talked about how this war, like many others, has to end through a negotiated settlement. Is now the time for the Russians and Ukrainians to come to the table to talk about that?
Thanks, Idris. First, let me say that this isn't really about one single platform. And so our goal, and I think we've been fairly successful at doing this and bringing together capability, is to provide the capability that Ukraine needs to be successful in the near term. And so you've heard us talk about 2 battalions of Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, very capable platform. 3 battalions or a brigade's worth of strikers. So you add that up, that's 2 brigades of combat power that the U.S. is providing, along with enablers and other things. So you look at Sweden providing a battalion of CV-90s, that's an armored personnel carrier. The Germans are providing mortars. The Poles are providing a battalion's worth of mechanized capability. You heard the chairman highlight 4 battalions of artillery, mechanized artillery that's being provided. So this is a very, very capable package, and they, you know, if employed properly, it will enable them to be successful. Now we're going to ensure that we're doing everything necessary to ensure that they have the ability to employ it properly. You heard us talk about training, additional training that we're going to do. This is something that we haven't been able to do in the past. So, you know, as we speak, you know, troops are being linked up with Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, and they'll train for weeks, not only on just how to operate the vehicles, but also on how to properly set conditions for maneuver and then maneuver. And then, you know, how to exploit opportunities, how to breach obstacles. So I think this will be a really, really capable package that we put together, and I really do believe that it will enable the Ukrainians to be successful going forward. So this is not dependent upon a single platform. This is a combined arms effort that we brought together that I truly believe is going to provide them the best opportunity for success.
And there's the, on your first question, typically we're not going to discuss, I don't discuss either prohibitions or permissions, authorities on the use of weapons, et cetera. That goes towards rules of engagement, and we don't typically discuss those in a public forum. On the second question, President Biden, President Zelensky, and most of the leaders of Europe have said that this war is likely to end in a negotiation. And from a military standpoint, this is a very, very difficult fight. This fight stretches all the way from right now, so the front line goes from all the way from Kharkiv down to Kherson, and there's significant fighting ongoing, and it's more or less a static front line right this minute, with the exception of Bakhmut and Soledar, where there's significant offensive action going on really from both sides. The distance, that for the United States, that's about from, I guess, Washington, D.C. to Atlanta. So that is a significant amount of territory. And in that territory are still remaining a lot of Russian forces in Russian-occupied Ukraine. So from a military standpoint, I still maintain that for this year, it would be very, very difficult to militarily eject the Russian forces from every inch of Ukrainian-occupied or Russian-occupied Ukraine. That doesn't mean it can't happen, doesn't mean it won't happen, but it'd be very, very difficult. I think what can happen is a continued defense, stabilizing the front. I think it's possible to clearly do that. And I think it's depending on the delivery and training of all of this equipment, I do think it's very, very possible for the Ukrainians to run a significant tactical or even operational level offensive operation to liberate as much Ukrainian territory as possible. And then we'll see where it goes. But I do think at the end of the day, this war, like many wars in the past, will end at some sort of negotiating table, and that'll be determined in terms of timing by the leaders of both countries, both Russia and Ukraine. President Putin could end this war today. He started it. It's his war of choice, and he could end it today because it's turning into an absolute catastrophe for Russia. Massive amounts of casualties, lots of other damage to the Russian military, et cetera. So he should and could end this war right now, right today.
Thank you.
And some of you will be seeing another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Enough in order to show real leadership in Europe? Thank you.
Yes, but we can all do more, and you know, the United States and every other member of the UDC can do more. You know, Germany has contributed a lot to this campaign. You know, from the very beginning, we saw them cycle in air defense capability, the Gepards, the Patriots most recently, IRIS-T. They've stepped up and offered to provide the mortars. They will provide those mortars and conduct the training on those platforms. we are training Ukrainian soldiers on maneuver and other things and specialty things here in Germany as well. So Germany is continues to open its doors and make the training areas and facilities available for us to continue to do the work that we need to do. And Germany is also training troops and training battalion and brigade headquarters. So, you know, they have a big oar in the water like the rest of the contact group does, and they're working hand in hand with the rest of our colleagues here. So I think Idris asked me earlier if Germany was a leader. Was that the right question there, Idris?
How can you see them as a reliable ally?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. They are a reliable ally, and they've been that way for a very, very long time, and I truly believe that they'll continue to be a reliable ally going forward. Not to mention, they have, Germany is host to 39,000 of my troops and their families, and also 10,000 civilians here. And so we've had a great relationship throughout over the years, and we'll continue to have that great relationship. And Germany will continue to exercise leadership going forward. So.
Thank you. Our next question will go to Dan Lamothe, Washington Post.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for your time today. Secretary Austin, a number of lawmakers and observers have said that at this point it makes sense to send a small number of Abrams tanks, if only to encourage Germany to unlock the Leopard tanks that they have not sent. Is that feasible? And if not, why not? And for the chairman, please, given the amount of armor the United States and allies are sending at this point, how confident are you that they can put together a coherent offensive in the coming months? To what extent, to the extent you can, what might that look like? And separately, you just referenced the large number of casualties. Can you give us any update on what you're seeing at this point for casualties on both sides? Thanks.
I think you heard the German Minister of Defense say earlier today that there's no linkage between providing M1s and providing Leopards. And I think he was pretty clear about that. So this notion of unlocking, you know, in my mind it's not an issue, and more importantly, in his mind as well. And in terms of providing capability, what we in the department always look at is, you know, providing credible combat capability. We don't do things or employ capabilities as a notion, you know, as you know, for anything other than providing credible combat capability, and that's where our focus will be in the future, whatever we do, whatever we employ.
So Dan, on the in order to execute a successful offensive operation at the tactical or operational level, which is really what we're talking about here, for the Ukrainians, you've got to not only man the unit, which the Ukrainians have the personnel, but they have to be trained. And so they got to be married up with the equipment, and then they got to be trained. And if you look at the weather and terrain, et cetera, you can see that you have a relatively short window of time to accomplish both those key tasks. So that's very, very challenging to do that. For all these different nations that were here today, to assemble all of the equipment, get it all synchronized, get the Ukrainian troops trained, et cetera, that'll be a very, very heavy lift. So confident, yes, I think it can be done, but I think that it'll be a challenge. There's no question about it. So we'll see. I don't want to predict one way or the other, but the Ukrainian forces so far have executed at least 2 and perhaps even more than that very successful offensive operations. One up around Kharkiv, crossing the Oshkil River and over into the Russian lines to the east of Kharkiv. And then they've run a very successful operation down in Kherson. So it remains to be seen, but the equipment's got to get married up with the people got to get trained on the equipment, and all of that's going to have to get shipped into Ukraine, et cetera, all put together inside of a coherent plan. Obviously, General Zaluzzi and I and others have discussed what his visions are, not in executable level detail yet, but he's working on that, and we'll see which way it goes. In terms of casualties, You know, the numbers of casualties in war are always suspect. But I would tell you that the Russian casualties, last time I reported out on it publicly, I said it was well over 100,000. I would say it's significantly well over 100,000 now. So the Russians have suffered a tremendous amount of casualties in their military. And that includes their regular military and also their mercenaries in the Wagner Group and other type forces that are fighting with the Russians. They have really suffered a lot. Now you saw that the Russians did a call-up of called up in the mobilization 300,000. I think they were able to get maybe 200, 250,000, something in that range. So they're replacing their losses in terms of manpower, but they have suffered a huge amount. Ukraine has also suffered tremendously. You know that there's a significant amount of innocent civilians that have been killed as a result of the Russian actions. The Russians are hitting civilian infrastructure. There's a significant amount of economic damage, significant amount of damage to the energy infrastructure, and the Ukrainian military has suffered a significant amount of casualties themselves. So this is a very, very bloody war, and there's significant casualties on both sides. And this is why I say that I think that sooner or later, this is going to have to get to a negotiating table at some point in order to bring this to a conclusion. And that will have to happen when the end state, which is a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine with its territory intact, is met. When that day comes, then people will sit down and negotiate an end to this. But there's been a huge amount of suffering on both sides.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is all the time we have available today. Mr. Secretary, General Milley, thank you both gentlemen. This concludes.
And that was the Joint Chiefs of Staff outlining really just what that $2.5 billion in military aid will go to for Ukraine in the battle there against Russia, as it's coming up close next month. Late next month will be a year of this war that continues on. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. We are awaiting a White House briefing at any moment. The media is ready there for this briefing, and we'll bring it to you from beginning to end when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. White House briefing begins with John Kirby there at the podium. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
To discuss some new actions that we are going to be taking to counter the Russian private military company known as Wagner, which is committing atrocities and human rights abuses in Ukraine and, of course, elsewhere around the world. But first, I want to be able to provide some additional information about Wagner's operations in Ukraine. Now, as his military continues to struggle in Ukraine, President Putin is increasingly turning to Wagner, which is owned by Yevgeny Prigozhin, for military support. We are seeing indications, including in intelligence, that tensions between Wagner and the Russian Ministry of Defense are increasing. Wagner is becoming a rival power center to the Russian military and other Russian ministries. Publicly, Prigozhin and his fighters have criticized Russian generals and defense officials for their performance on the battlefield. Prigozhin is trying to advance his own interest in Ukraine, and Wagner is making military decisions based largely on what they will generate for Prigozhin in terms of positive publicity. We continue to assess that Wagner currently has approximately 50,000 personnel deployed to Ukraine, including 10,000 contractors and 40,000 convicts. Our information indicates the Russian Defense Ministry has reservations about Wagner's recruitment methods. Despite this, we assess that it is likely that Wagner will continue to recruit right out of Russian prisons. Due to recent events, we assess that it is likely there are mounting tensions between Russian officials and Mr. Prigozhin. I also want to discuss a little bit North Korea's ongoing support for Russia's military operations against Ukraine by providing arms and ammunition to Wagner. In part, because of our sanctions and export controls, Russia is searching for arms from foreign countries, including through Wagner. In recent weeks, we have seen North Korean officials falsely deny that they have provided arms to Wagner. As we have said publicly, North Korea delivered infantry rockets and missiles into Russia for use by Wagner toward the end of last year. So today, we are releasing some imagery of this initial delivery. This imagery shows that on November 18th, 5 Russian rail cars traveled from Russia to North Korea. On the next day, November 19th, North Korea loaded those rail cars with shipping containers, and the train returned to Russia. Now, while we assess that the amount of material delivered to Wagner has not changed battlefield dynamics in Ukraine, we do expect that it will continue to receive North Korean weapon systems. We obviously condemn North Korea's actions, and we urge North Korea to cease these deliveries to Wagner immediately. And we are going further by taking action against Wagner itself. Last month, the Department of Commerce designated Wagner as a military end user, which means we expanded the entity listing of Wagner to ensure that it cannot access equipment anywhere in the world based on U.S. technology or production equipment. Today, we are announcing additional actions that we are taking to help Ukraine defend itself against Russian and Wagner forces. First, the Department of Treasury will be designating Wagner as a significant transnational criminal organization under Executive Order 13581 as amended. In coordination with this designation, we will also impose additional sanctions next week against Wagner and its support network across multiple continents. These actions recognize the transcontinental threat that Wagner poses, including through its ongoing pattern of serious criminal activity. With these actions, and there will be more to come, our message to any company that is considering providing support to Wagner is simply this. Wagner is a criminal organization that is committing widespread atrocities and human rights abuses, and we will work relentlessly to identify, disrupt, expose, and target those who are assisting Wagner. Second, as we have stated previously, the arms transfers from the DPRK are in direct violation of United Nations Security Council resolutions. So today, we shared information on these violations with the Security Council's DPRK Sanctions Committee panel of experts. We will continue to raise these violations at the Security Council alongside our allies and partners. And third, of course, and I think you saw Secretary Austin and Chairman Milley in Ramstein today at the 8th iteration of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, we are continuing to provide Ukraine with the weapons and equipment that it needs to defend itself. And you saw today the significant new package of security assistance, which included more than 500 armored vehicles, including Bradleys, Stryker combat vehicles, mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, otherwise known as MRAPs, and of Humvees, all in addition to the armored vehicles that we have already announced. Now, this package also contains critical additional air defense capabilities, including both more air defense systems and more surface-to-air missiles, as well as more ammunition for the artillery systems and the HIMARS, the advanced rocket systems, that the U.S. has already previously provided to Ukraine. Look, we've been clear, and the President has been consistent. We're going to continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes to defend itself to defend its sovereignty and to defend its territorial integrity. You saw those actions today, and everything we're doing as well with respect to North Korea and Wagner also reinforces those efforts. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a couple of questions.
Thank you. Can you explain what the practical effect is of this designation of a transnational criminal organization?
It will open up additional avenues for us to continue to not only sanction Wagner and put more squeeze on their ability to do business around the world, but will assist others in doing the same. It will broaden the network of nations and institutions that will be able to stop doing business with Wagner.
And then can I just ask one other question on Ukraine? What is the level of frustration here at the White House over Germany's position on giving tanks to Ukraine, especially since Germany doesn't have to give their own tanks, they just have to allow another country to send tanks to Ukraine?
We're working not only in lockstep with the Ukrainians, but with allies and partners all over the world. And these are all decisions that each nation makes for itself, sovereign decisions. We aren't arm twisting, and nobody's arm twisting us. We are working inside what you could consider a coalition of the willing here to provide Ukraine with the defense and security assistance that it needs. Germany, obviously a strong NATO ally, but they have stepped up. They have provided a lot of equipment, including some air defense and some armored vehicles of their own to Ukraine. And they have, as we have, evolved their support to Ukraine over time as the war has evolved and changed. And we are just in a different phase now in this war, and so we're all talking about what kinds of collective capabilities can be provided.
Way in the back.
Yes, John. Thanks, Terry. John, you've been asked this question many times. When you say you will continue to support Ukraine as long as they want, what do you mean by that? As long as they need. What do you mean by that? What winning looks like for you in Ukraine?
Well, as long as it takes means as long as it takes, and it means that I'm unable to give you a date certain on the calendar for when that support won't be necessary anymore. It's necessary now. It's going to be necessary in coming weeks and months for certain. And we want to make sure that we're meeting the need as best we can for Ukraine. And what does winning look like? President Zelensky gets to determine what victory looks like. We're not dictating that to him either. What we've said is we're going to continue to help them defend themselves, defend their sovereignty, win back their territory as they should, as they must, and to defend their citizens and their infrastructure.
What territory? Crimea do you want them to retake Crimea?
Crimea is Ukraine, and decisions about parts of Ukraine that Ukrainian armed forces are going to fight over or fight in or strike, that's up to President Zelensky and his military leaders.
Thank you very much, Maureen and John. I have a question about Brazil. President Lula said he's coming to the White House February 10. So my first question is, can you confirm the date?
I can confirm that we look forward to seeing President Lula early next month.
And this week, President Biden said that the institutional structures in Brazil are collapsing. Is the White House concerned that the risks remain high in Brazil and democracy in Brazil is still a danger?
The President said at the time of those violent protests that we have confidence in Brazil's democratic institutions, and we certainly have confidence in the way the President has been handling himself throughout that time and afterward. And again, we look forward to welcoming him here at the White House and to having more and deeper discussions about improving and deepening the relationship between the United States and Brazil.
And when it comes to investigations that are taking place in Brazil right now, did the administration offer any kind of assistance to Brazil, either cooperation from U.S. law enforcement or intel agencies?
I think we made it clear at the time that we'd be happy to support in any way that we can. I'd leave it to Brazilian officials to talk about their investigation, though.
Thank you. Thank you, Corinne. Thanks, Kirby. Thanks, Admiral. First on Wagner, can you talk about what sanctions are on the table against North Korea, given the fact that you've already identified them as supporting Wagner?
I don't have anything to report right now in terms of specific sanctions. That's why today we brought it up to the panel of experts on the UNSC Resolutions Committee, and we'll see where that conversation goes. But we're certainly not going to rule out the possibility for additional sanctions if that's deemed fit inside the UN.
And then secondly, on the tanks, can you just help us understand how badly Ukraine needs these advanced battle tanks right now, or is it not time sensitive?
No, it's absolutely. We recognize that it's a need, a relevant and critical need for the Ukrainians. So pardon me for repeating myself, but I think it's important to remember what kind of fighting we're talking about here. It's rough terrain and it's open ground, a lot of it in the Donbass. I've described it a bit like Kansas, a lot of farmland, and mostly towns and villages that are not that big, not major industrial cities. And so when you're fighting in an area like that, and we fully expect, the Ukrainians fully expect, that the fighting in the Donbass will continue here for weeks and months ahead, combined arms maneuver, which is a fancy way of saying that you want to be able to maneuver on the ground quickly, effectively, with enough firepower against adversary ground forces. And so these vehicles, all of them, I know we're fixated on tanks, and I get that, but it's not just tanks. I mean, the Bradley fighting vehicles, which are they're tracked vehicles, they kind of look like a tank, but they're not. They don't have the same firepower as a tank. And these Strykers, which are 8-wheeled vehicles, but also they're very nimble, they're very fast, and they can deliver infantry troops on an open battlefield with much greater speed than if they didn't have those kinds of vehicles. And they are protected. They're armored. That's why we stress the armor capability here. Tanks also provide an ability to move efficiently around a battlefield, but of course they have much more firepower. And so it's perfectly understandable why President Zelensky, facing what he's facing in the Donbass and expecting to face those same threats going forward in coming weeks, would want some tanks, additional tanks. It's not like he doesn't have any, but additional tanks to support his offensive and defensive operations in that particular part of the country.
Given what you just said, because the talks failed in Germany, does that change the U.S.'s position on sending the M1 Abrams at all?
I don't know that I would describe talks as failing in Germany.
Not progressing to the sense of,
I mean, if you're talking about the Ramstein meeting, I mean, my goodness, there was an awful lot of contributions coming out of today's contact group, and a lot of it had to do with the kinds of capabilities, armored included, and artillery that the Ukrainians have been asking for the fight that they're in. Look, when it comes to the Abrams tank, we've said we're going to continue to talk to the Ukrainians about their needs, and we're going to continue to meet them as best we can, and we'll do that. I don't have any decisions with respect to additional capabilities or systems like the Abrams to talk to today, but we're in constant communication with the Ukrainians about that. The Abrams is a powerful system. There's no doubt about it. It's also very expensive to operate, very expensive to fuel, very expensive to maintain, and it requires a lot of training. So there's a lot that goes into that when we are talking about what we're going to do to support Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
John Kirby giving the update, the very latest there with the aid, additional aid, $2.5 billion going to Ukraine at a time when they need it the most there as the war with Russia continues. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll get you back out to the White House in just a little bit here, but we want to continue our conversation about the very latest in Ukraine. So let's go right now out to Kyiv, Ukraine here, where we do have Mark Savchuk joining us here once again, who has been really since February giving us these updates in real time of what it's like going on right now in Ukraine. First off, let's just talk about the additional $2.5 billion. What will that mean for this fight against Russia?
an absolutely instrumental package, not just the US 2.5 billion, but all other countries pitching in. As you can see, normally joining United States, there would be Germany or United Kingdom or Italy or Poland. But right now, it seems that like everyone at once joined in. We are expecting a very hefty artillery package, which is really what it's all about. A lot of artillery is the main damage dealer. Infantry fighting vehicles are absolutely amazing. They're very nimble. They have armor, and they have a 30mm or 25mm cannons that can do very hefty damage and even seriously damage the Soviet tanks, such as T-72s, for example. Bradleys have been successfully taking them out, as you can see here, in the war in Iraq, and they were using, well, I wouldn't say the same tanks, but like the base is the same. So Bradleys can definitely do a lot of damage, even to the heavy armored vehicles, even considering the fact that they carry 2 TOW missiles with them. So a lot of infantry fighting vehicles just gives that extra punch to the Ukrainian forces in the east. So this is absolutely instrumental package. But at the same time, saying about that, I want to urge you that Russia right now is mobilizing literally hundreds of thousands of people. They are aiming at mobilization of 500,000 people. Their bottleneck is the ability to equip them all. They would love to mobilize even more, but the fact is that they can't. They are in deficit on supply, on various equipment, including like night vision, including cold weather suits. They simply don't have enough, and they don't really have enough training grounds to actually train 500,000 people. That's a lot of manpower, and so. Saying that this package is huge, it is big. It's very, very large. It's one of the largest ever. We have to realize that Ukrainian forces will soon face hundreds of thousands of mobilized Russians on various types of equipment, some which is very old and rubbish, some is relatively new. So saying that this package is enough, unfortunately, no, simply because this war is already insane in size. If you count the 500,000 people that Russians are preparing to mobilize, you receive a number of about 1 million troops, which will be actively engaged on Ukrainian battlefield. So we are very, very close, inching into one of the largest wars since Second World War. And obviously, if I would say that, in Second World War, 200 tanks and 300 infantry fighting vehicles won the war, obviously the answer is not that. It is obviously not a one-to-one comparison, but I'm just trying to emphasize the scale of this war. This package will definitely help Ukraine stabilize the front, no matter what Russians will throw at us. And obviously, we think with much better equipment, we will be able to significantly decrease Ukrainian casualties, because we will have enough armor and weapons going around through the whole front line and finally saturating the front line with lots and lots of deadly force.
And Mark, the last time that we spoke there, you were warning, it was right before the winter, and you were warning that you were worried that Russia was going to play the winter game and try to knock out power grids, electrical features in Ukraine. What's the latest update with that and on the power grid in Ukraine?
Well, that's a good question. They have damaged electrical power grid very significantly. For example, if you suddenly see me disappearing from your displays, then that's probably because my power went out and the internet connection has been lost. So we have regular power outages. We still have a significant shortage of electricity in the system. We hope that we will be able to bring mobile generation by the mid-February, which is like gas turbines that can generate 150 megawatts plus. This will be enough to electrify our critical infrastructure, so that if we will run into a blackout, we will have mobile generation, at least supporting the water supply, which is absolutely most crucial. Believe me, because when you have -10 outside and you can't go -10 degrees and you can't go to the toilet because there is no water, it is absolutely insane. And we had times like that. We had blackouts when we didn't have water for like 48 hours, for example. And I'm talking about here in Kiev, in capital. There are some places, for example, like in Kherson, where when we have liberated Kherson, the people didn't have electricity for weeks. And so the water as well, because Russians have destroyed absolutely everything when they were retreating in terms of electrical power grid. So the situation is difficult, but it's manageable yet. Why? Because the saturation of anti-air allows us to hit most of the rockets that are going into Ukraine. And at the same time, obviously, our team of repair works is working basically non-stop, trying to bring back what's been damaged. But you have to realize that some equipment is very expensive and actually quite hard to get. So even with Western aid, some of the equipment that will be able to to make a change in the electrical power grid situation will only come in somewhere like March, April. Yeah, so it actually it's going to take such a long time. And the last thing about electricity, we have been absolutely lucky with one of the warmest winters ever. For example, right now it's 20th January and outside is +10 degrees, which is absolutely unheard of for Ukraine. It's one of the hottest days ever recorded on 20th of January. And so when you have higher temperatures, your electricity consumption is relatively low. So, for example, if Ukraine runs into very heavy cold weather, we will have a much worse situation in electrical power grid. So, at the moment, situation is manageable, both because of the saturation of anti-air, we can hit a lot of missiles, because our teams keep on repairing the electrical power grid, and because we have one of the warmest winters on record.
That is very, very fortunate indeed. And Mark, it's almost been a year. Next month will be a year later in the month of February. And obviously, life has changed drastically for Ukrainians. But how has life changed for you since the start of that invasion?
Well, the first weeks have been obviously the most difficult ones. The whole country was in shock, and absolutely shock. And we were trying to do our best. Like literally, the whole country became Ministry of Defense. Like literally, everyone was driving around trying to supply as many weapon systems or like night vision goggles or thermals to our guys on the battlefield. Lots and lots of people were cooking food and sending it to the front lines. I mean, you have seen what was happening. And that is why we were so optimistic about the victory, because we saw that literally the whole country is mobilized, and you can't defeat that. Believe me, you can't defeat that. So this is exactly what happened. We have pushed Russians back, and what Russians are hoping for, this is literally the only way they can have a stalemate. Is that the West will tire in helping Ukraine, and we will simply run out of ammunition and weapons. That's literally the only way they can make a stalemate. No, there's no other way. There's no way they can win this war. Absolutely zero chances. Unless obviously the West says stop. I hope they won't. I think they won't, because for example, from the today's meeting in Ramstein, we see that the support is there, the political will is there. So at least for now, everything is fine. And what has changed for me right now, when the situation has stabilized, is that I understand that every single day, lots and lots of brave soldiers die. And my job, and I think the job of every single Ukrainian who is trying to help in the war effort, is to try to do his best into minimizing the casualties that Ukrainian army suffers every day. Because unlike Russia, we really cherish our people. They are very brave. They are very courageous and very smart. And obviously they fight like hell. as you can see. And so we want to get back to rebuilding our country as fast as possible, but we understand that this victory comes only after the military defeat of Russia in the field. So for me, and I think for other Ukrainians, the life right now revolves around helping the army any way we can. Is either on information front or on humanitarian front or donating to the funds that supply the army. Absolutely any way can help. Anything that makes Russia weak or Ukrainians strong is a worthy time effort. And this is what my last life has been. Like, I live in Kiev and it's relatively safe here. Obviously you can die from a rocket, but like the chances of that are quite slim. So, you know, luckily, due to the Ukrainian forces, I can enjoy safety. And so I try to be the best I can into helping these our Ukrainian forces fight to the best of their ability, by trying to fundraise as much money as possible, by trying to give interviews like that and tell United States citizens what's the real situation at the front, so that they understand that helping Ukraine is important. And it's actually money well spent, because the alternative would have been NATO forces fighting, I wouldn't say even in Ukraine, whatever, like in Polish border or whatever, and it would have cost Europe and United States much larger amounts of money, much more money, because you would be losing not only hardware but also lives of the people, and they are all precious. So whatever United States and Europe is investing into Ukraine is an investment into global security, and a damn good one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mark, thanks so much for giving us the update, as well as just how life is for you right now. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about Ukraine. And, you know, when this war started in last February, Russia thought they were going to roll right in and roll right through Kyiv. But Ukrainians show that definitely that will not be the case, and defending your country there. And we always appreciate it, and holding out always the biggest hope for you guys in this war.
Thank you.
And you take care, and we will speak soon. We appreciate you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We'll take you back out to the White House briefing that just is still underway right now.
across the United States. The President will mark today's anniversary with nearly 200 bipartisan mayors from across the country, which will be happening very, very soon. And you will hear more from both the President and some of our nation's mayors who are here today after the briefing. Really quickly, I have one thing that I want to share with all of you, which is the week ahead. It is Friday. Today, the President will be traveling to Rehoboth, Delaware. He will return to Washington, D.C. on Monday. On Tuesday, the President will host Democratic congressional leaders at the White House. In the evening, the President will also host a White House reception for new members of Congress. On Thursday, the President will deliver remarks on our economic progress since taking office. That evening, the White House will host a Lunar New Year reception in the East Room. And of course, per usual, we will have more to share as the days go by. Okay, Darlene, welcome. I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time.
That's true.
Okay, good. I always say that to Josh, and he's like, no, that's not true.
I had a question about the chart, but it disappeared.
Okay, maybe it'll magically appear.
Until it reappears, can you talk a little bit about what message the White House is trying to send on Sunday by having the Vice President deliver a speech on abortion rights in the state of Florida, and specifically in the state capital of Tallahassee?
So as you know, Florida is an important state as we're talking about fighting for women's health care for a few reasons, and let me just run through them. Florida has an abortion ban, which is on the books, so that's number one. It is the third largest state in the country, as you all know, and is surrounded by several states around its border with even more restrictive abortion laws, and those bans which are in place as well. And because Florida's ban is less stringent than in the neighboring states, the state has increasingly become a place where women can go to access care there. Yet right now the state is considering an even more extreme ban on the books, which would be devastating not just for Florida women, but if you think about, again, the southern region, if you think about the states that Florida borders. And so it is important in this moment that we are currently in. And also, it was the first state that the Vice President visited after the devastating situation that we received just a couple months ago. And so again, this is something that after the Dobbs decision, so she felt it would be a good state for the 50th anniversary, which would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade.
And on the chart, there are two headings there that say record health care enrollment. One says 11 million, nearly 11 million. The other says nearly 15.9. What's the difference?
That's a good question. I would have to ask our team. I'm going to be very, very honest with you on that. Let me get back to the team, and then we'll be able to decipher the difference.
Really quick question. The President going to his home in Rehoboth Beach today, does that have anything to do with classified documents being found at Wilmington and none being found at Rehoboth?
So as it relates to classified documents, information, which the President takes very, very seriously, and you heard him speak to it when he was asked by your colleagues yesterday when he was traveling in California, I would refer you to the White House Counsel Office for any statement coming from here or anything new developments coming from here, but as it relates specifically to the investigation, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. So I'm not going to comment on that piece at all from here. I'm just going to continue to be prudent and consistent and respect the Department of Justice process. As it relates to his travel, as you know, he often travels to Delaware on the weekends. I just don't have anything else to share. But anything related to the legal process, I would refer you to the White House Counsel Office. I'm going to try and go around here. Joey, I haven't gone through.
Yeah, thank you. What was the White House's reaction to Governor Ron DeSantis' education department blocking the teaching of AP African American Studies, saying it violates Florida's new state law and, quote, significantly lacks educational value? Does the White House have concerns about this action by the DeSantis administration?
So first, I want to be very clear. The administration does not dictate any curriculum for local schools. That is not something that we do here. but there is something that we do want to comment. It is incomprehensible that to see that this is what this ban, or this block, to be more specific, that DeSantis has put forward. If you think about the study of Black Americans, that is what he wants to block. And again, these types of actions aren't new. They are not new from what we're seeing, especially from Florida. Sadly, Florida currently bans teachers from talking about who they are and who they love, as we've talked about many times here in this briefing room. They have banned more books in schools and libraries than almost every other state in the country. And let's not forget, they didn't block, be more clear, I want to make sure I'm using the right word here, they didn't block AP European history, they didn't block our music history, they didn't block our art history, but the state chooses to block a course that is meant for high-achieving high school students to learn about their history of arts and culture. And it is incomprehensible again, and I will just leave it there. Leave it there to make your own determination of why this occurred and why this happened. Again, it is not our place to direct or to be involved in any local school curriculum, but this is concerning.
Thanks, Corinne. You mentioned lawmakers will be back in town next week. There's a new-ish Speaker of the House. Does the President have any desire to have him to the White House to meet face-to-face?
So I know there's been reporting on this. I don't have a date to confirm from here about a potential meeting with Speaker, the newly minted, as you just trying to say, Speaker McCarthy. The President has, as I just mentioned at the top, as you just said, Phil, a series of meeting with, is going to have a series of meeting with leadership in Congress to talk about a range of issues that matter to the American people. Again, don't have anything to confirm here. And one of the things that the President is looking forward to do is talking about issues that matter to the American people, as I just stated, but also to continue to develop and grow their relationship, their working relationship together. I don't have, again, I don't have a specific date to announce from here.
Can I just ask, for clarity's sake, when a meeting happens with the Speaker, if the Speaker brings up the debt limit, would the President reiterate the position that you guys have been firm on?
Well, I'll say this. Look, it's a range of issues, and I just said the President has been very clear about where we stand on the position of default. Really, very clear. I've said it. The President has said it. It is something that has been repeated when you think about dealing with the debt limit, when you think about what Congress has been able to do the last 3 times with the last administration, and it's a responsibility that they have. It is a basic responsibility that Congress has to deal with the debt ceiling. And so we have been clear on this. The President has been clear on this. It should not be used as a political weapon, we should not be putting it in a hostage situation. We should be dealing with this in a way that is responsible. We're talking about the American people. We're talking about jobs. And more broadly, this is a president that I just talked through the first 2 years of this presidency and what he has been able to do with the economy, building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And the president wants to continue to build on our successes. And that's what Republicans in the Congress should want to do, continue to build on that, work with us, not take us back. And so that's going to be the focus of this president, as he has been focused on this past 2 years.
Okay,
well, if the pool needs to go, I'll continue. Go ahead.
So, isn't it customary to have a meeting with the Speaker and the first Speaker of Congress returning? Is this in effect a snub of Speaker McCarthy, and how should we take this?
No, look, the President is looking forward to meeting with Speaker McCarthy. We are. I just don't have a date to share with all of you at this time, but he is looking forward to meeting with Speaker McCarthy and to.
As a meeting about the debt limit specifically.
Well, no, I mean, look, it's going to be about a range of issues, right? And when the President speaks to members, when he has meetings with members, he talks about a range of issues. I don't want to get ahead of a meeting that has not been locked in. It's a little bit of a hypothetical here. But again, when the President normally talks to congressional congressional members, when he has meetings with them, there are a range of issues that are talked about. But we have been very, very clear from here about where we stand when it comes to the debt ceiling. I have been clear. The president has been clear. It should not be used as a political football. But again, he's looking forward to meeting with the speaker and continue to build on that relationship.
Does the president have a view on whether it should be suspended or whether it should be increased? Under Trump, 3 times it was suspended and then snapped back in.
Look, we think that Congress should deal with this in a bipartisan fashion, as they have about 78 times in the past. This is something that Congress has done. It is their basic responsibility as a congressional member, and that's what we want to see. Anything else about the specifics, that's up to Congress. But this is something that needs to be dealt with. We're talking about jobs, right? We're talking about seniors. We're talking about veterans. Right? We're talking about real-life potential issues that could affect Americans across the country. So it should not be used in a way to hold the debt ceiling in hostage, right? Because they want to cut Social Security, right? Because MAGA Republicans in the House want to cut Social Security, or they want to cut Medicare. That should not be where we are right now. We should not be moving forward in conversations about the debt ceiling in that way. They should be dealing with it. Okay.
What does the president mean when he said no regrets? Because he's also said he takes very seriously the handling of classified documents. So I'm unclear what he means about no regrets.
So I'm not going to comment further from what the president has said yesterday. I think he laid out his thoughts. He was asked about it. He laid out his thoughts of whatever question he was asked. I'm not going to get into specifics, or I'm not going to go beyond what the president has said. But I will reiterate from here that and basically what he said to all of you many times at this point, that he does indeed take classified information and seriously. He does indeed take classified documents seriously. I'm just not going to go beyond that. I would refer you to the White House counsel's office for any specifics on the president's comments or how the process is moving forward.
Can you just shed light on was he referring to sort of the rollout of the information, or about the timeline, or I'm just unclear about what he's not regretting?
And Kelly O, I totally understand the question. I totally understand why you may want clarity here, but I'm going to be prudent. I'm going to be consistent here. I'm not going to comment on the ongoing process, the legal process from here. I will just let the president's words stand for itself. I'm going to go around here. Go ahead.
Thanks. Quickly, do you have any update on the president getting a physical? He hasn't had one in a year. I don't know if he intends to get one.
Yeah, I've spoken to this a couple of times. He will have one by the time the end of this month is out, and so we will do the same that we did the last time. And back in 2021, where we provide with full transparency his medical physical. And so again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to be transparent. We will share the information. We will have more to share about that before the month is over.
And then I also wanted to ask, without speaking about the investigation or the special counsel specifically, if you could walk us through a little bit of what the process in general is supposed to be when classified documents are improperly found, and if the White House has any role in those circumstances, if they refer anything to the Office of Director of National Intelligence, or sort of what that process should be. Again, sort of not necessarily referencing the current situation, but just in general.
I hear the question. It's been asked to me many different ways, many different times.
I'm trying yet another.
And I appreciate the effort. Again, I am going to refer you on the particulars of the process and how it goes down and how it works. I'm going to refer you to the White House Counsel office. My colleagues there, they will be happy to engage with you and listen to your question and answer it the best that they can. I am just not going to be speaking it from here, and my colleagues who have already been engaging with many of your colleagues and probably you over the last 2 weeks. I'll let them take care of that. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne. Could you just speak a little bit more about why is it Vice President Harris who's going to be giving the speech, in particular her, on Sunday? And does the president have a message for the people at the right, the March for Life march?
Sure. So as you know, the March for Life march happens every year. And so we support peaceful, free, even when we disagree with it. Clearly, it is not. It's It is not an issue in their point of view we do not agree with. Look, because the president believes that it is critical, it is a critical pillar of democracy to do that in a peaceful way, to march, and so of course we support that. But that said, we want to make sure that we continue to underscore the ongoing attacks on women's rights to make their own health care decision. This is something that the Biden-Harris administration has taken very seriously. This is something that you have heard us take action, executive action on, and this is an issue that we're going to continue to ask Congress to make sure that they take actions on this as well as we go into the next couple of days into what would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. So this is an important issue, a critical issue. Let's not forget during the midterms, voters made themselves very clear. They want us to make sure here in Congress and at the White House and the federal government that we protect our people's rights, and they want to see that. And so that is how we see the March for Life. Again, we support peaceful speech, free of speech, peaceful march, even though we don't agree with their particular policy or issue.
The Vice President, why is she doing the speech?
Give me 1 second. If anybody wants to go and cover the president, you're free to do so. You do not feel, if you're confirmed. That's right. No. Yeah, I know if folks have been registered and confirmed to go, please feel free. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, the Vice President, she's giving the speech.
Yeah, so look, you've seen the Vice President be a leader on this issue over the last several months since the Dobbs decision came down this past summer. It is not unusual. I had just mentioned that after Florida was the first state that she visited after the Dobbs decision, and so she's going back. And the importance of Florida, right? The importance of where it is located and the border states around it, and why we think it's important, and she thinks clearly is important to go make that speech in Tallahassee on Sunday. But again, the Vice President has been a leader on this, so has the President. You've heard from both of them multiple times. You've seen her bring roundtables together to really try to figure out how to deal with this critical issue of protecting a woman's right to make her own decision about her health care. And so you'll continue to see that from this White House for sure. Okay, I'm going to go ahead.
Thanks, Reed. Yesterday, the former president, President Trump, called for the jailing of a pair of reporters from Politico who published that leaked Supreme Court opinion last year, as well as the editor who supervised them and the publisher of Politico. And I know there was a White House statement that went out earlier today, but I was hoping you could weigh in a little further on how the president feels about that sort of talk and his commitment to press freedom.
I can tell you that the president believes the freedom of press is part of the bedrock of our American democracy. That is something that he truly believes, and that we should continue to fight for. And calling for egregious abuses of power in order to suppress the constitutional rights of reporters is an insult. It is a complete insult to the rule of law and undermines fundamental American values and traditions. So instead, it's the responsibility of all leaders to protect First Amendment rights, and that's what the president believes, and that's what he's going to continue to do to make sure that we protect those rights.
Okay, it looks like the feed cut out for us there, but let's bring you out to it live now that we are just getting it back here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Certainly aware of and watching, and clearly his team. But there are data that shows, and I mentioned this the other day, that companies are still continuing to grow. That is important, and they're investing in the United States. So those data points exist. We're seeing that. Layoffs remain record low. According to job opening data, the U.S. economy continues to grow. Initial unemployment claims are historically low, and the unemployment rate is a 50-year low. So leading analysts have publicly stated that they do not believe the recent layoffs in the tech industry are indicative of trends in the broader economy. But of course, when we hear that Americans are losing jobs, we certainly watch that very closely. Okay, go ahead.
One clarification, if I can, on the president's answer yesterday to the documents. He said in that answer that he is doing everything that attorneys are asking him to do, so it was protocol and everything. Was his answer vetted through counsel or anything like that? Can you tell us that?
I mean, it's the same thing that he has said before, which is he and his team are cooperating fully. That's the same. That's the same answer he has given many times, and so has his White House counsel's office. Is that his and his team
talking about it in the way that he did?
Again, that's nothing new. He has said that before. But again, I'm not going to parse the words of the president. It is, you heard him say what he gave his remarks and make his statement. I'm just not going to dive into that.
And then on the meeting on Tuesday with Democratic members, can you sort of characterize what that meeting is? Is it sort of a temperature taking as agendas and priorities are set for the upcoming State of the Union speech?
Well, look, I mean, it is part of the new Congress, right? New leadership with the new Congress is an opportunity, clearly ahead of the State of the Union, to connect and continue to grow the relationships that he has with leadership. And they're going to talk about a range of issues. It is not uncommon. I think somebody just pointed that to me. I think it was Josh who said, how common it is for the president to meet with leadership at this time. So again, we're doing what the president believes is important as he tries to deliver for the American people, to try and do that bipartisanship that he talked about right after the midterms, because that we understand that's what the American people want to see. And so that's what you're going to see next week with the president. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks. Back on what you said in your answer to Josh about the debt ceiling and the question of entitlements. The Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget said in the fall that what the president was arguing in the lead up to the midterms was that Republicans would cut Social Security, cut Medicare, but the president was not offering his own specific plan for how to ensure the stability of those programs. There were a few sentences on the campaign website 3 years ago. Does the president have a plan to ensure that Social Security and Medicare will remain solvent in the future? This is now the halfway point of his administration.
The president's plan is that he's going to protect Social Security. He's going to protect Medicare. And what he is saying very, very clearly here, and we have said this, you heard us, as you mentioned, you heard us say it during the fall, is that, we're going to continue to call out Republicans who are threatening. They are threatening to force cuts on Social Security, on Medicare, and critical programs that benefit everyday Americans because they want to play this political gamesmanship. And that is something that we are going to call out. As it relates to the debt ceiling, this is something that should be done in a bipartisan way. That's what the president believes. That's what he has been saying very, very clearly. We should not put on the chopping blocks the very programs that matter to American people. Let's not forget, they've already paid in to those programs. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. This is something that Americans have paid into, and Republicans want to cut that.
So I guess my question, though, is, what they say is that Medicare in 3 to 5 years will not be able to meet all of its obligations. Social Security, 12 years, will not be able to meet all of its obligations. The president's been president for 2 years. He hopes to be president for 6 more years. When is he going to lay out a specific plan? Will we hear it at the State of the Union? Will it come in 2023?
What we're saying is, and I just said this, these are programs that the American people pay into. These are programs that are veterans, that are seniors, right? Americans across the country really value and need. And when you have these MAGA Republicans in the House who are saying they're going to hold the debt ceiling unless those things are cut, that is a problem. That is not how this works. I mentioned 78 times that the debt ceiling has been dealt with. 3 times in the last administration. So we should not be doing this with conditions. It should be done without conditions, and we should not be negotiating around it. And let me just give you a couple of validators, because I think it's important. This came from Leader McConnell, who said America must never default on its debt. It's never has and never will. Neil Bradley, who I think I talked about a little bit from Chamber of Commerce a couple days ago, you're talking about wiping out the very underpinnings of the U.S. economy. I mean, that is what they're trying to do. They're trying to hold programs that are critical and important, again, to our veterans, to our seniors, because they're trying to play political games. And that is the thing that the president's going to continue to call out against. Okay, Alicia.
Thanks, Trace.
Oh, he is? I'm so sorry, guys. The president's about to speak. I can't step on the president. Thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Are you still fit for this job? With your performance last week, are you still fit for the job of president? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, guys.
So we can't get No, I just thought.
Okay, so that was the latest from the White House press briefing as we await the president speaking here in just a few minutes. We will be monitoring that for you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to take a quick commercial break. We'll have all that and more when we come back. Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich on this very busy Friday. I want to give you a look at what we are waiting on right now. Here is a live look of where President Biden will be welcoming the bipartisan mayors attending the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meeting to the White House, and he'll be delivering some remarks on celebrating some of the achievements of the past 18 months. So that's a live look there as we await for the president to come out and speak. While we monitor that, though, we do want to give you an update on one of our top stories from yesterday that we are still continuing to follow today, and that is this of Alec Baldwin being seen for the first time spotted outside of his New York City apartment today. This is the first sighting since the announcement that he will have to face a judge for the fatal shooting on the set of his film Rust. The 64-year-old is facing charges of 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is also facing those counts of involuntary manslaughter as well. Alec Baldwin's attorney called the charges a terrible miscarriage of justice. And meanwhile, Baldwin's wife, Hilaria, also spoke with the media today for the first time, asking them to leave her family alone. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Hilaria, did Alex pull the trigger? Are these charges fair, Hilaria? Hilaria, are these...
Hold on, I want you guys away from me.
Hilaria, are these charges fair?
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say. You're not going to ask me questions. I'm going to tell you.
Got it.
Okay? I want you guys to realize that we have 7 kids. And you being here to escort them to school and to be there when they come home is not good. So on a human level, you guys know I'm not going to say anything to you. You know that. So please, leave my family in peace
and let this all play out, okay? So let my kids come home and you stay away from them, because they ask me, Mommy, what are these people doing? And it's a very hard thing as a mom to try to explain. So please, go home, because I'm not going to say anything, and Alec is not going to say anything.
Your lawyers have said something.
Okay, so that was her message to the media. You could tell very emotional as she's asking for some space, especially for the couple's 7 children. We are, of course, continuing to monitor all of the latest with this. We do want to play out, again, as we wait for President Biden to speak. Our Josh Breslow spoke with a movie armorer on the latest developments with Alec Baldwin. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Manslaughter after a cinematographer was fatally shot back in 2021 on the set of the film Rust. What you're looking at right now is some of that body cam video that has been released by investigators. So the announcement of the charges came Thursday in a statement from the DA. I want to bring in Steve Wolf, a movie armorer with more than 30 years experience. And Steve has worked on just about every movie that's ever been shot. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks so much for having me this morning.
So your first initial thoughts when you learned that Alec Baldwin was going to be charged with involuntary manslaughter for this situation?
Well, I wasn't surprised, because I had consulted with the district attorney several months ago and given them a recommendation that they do file charges, not only against Mr. Baldwin, but against the armorer, against the first AD, and against the provider of the ammunition. So it wasn't a surprise. It was actually joyful news.
So you've been pretty outspoken, I would say, on your thoughts when Alec Baldwin first made claims that the gun had fired on its own. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, a gun is an inanimate object, and to the best of my knowledge, inanimate objects do not act on their own. I believe that Mr. Baldwin did not know how to handle the firearm properly, and that because it has a very light trigger pull, that he might not have been aware that he was pressing the trigger. But I am sure that he pressed the trigger, because that's how that gun is designed to work, and the FBI verified that the gun was working properly. So I'm going to just turn this upside down to show you this. If I don't press the trigger but I release the hammer, nothing happens. If I pull the hammer back and I press the trigger, the hammer falls. However, if I'm holding the gun, so as Mr. Baldwin was, and I am applying light pressure to the trigger, which I might, he says he didn't press the trigger, then that's why. It's because he was already maintaining constant pressure on the trigger. Also, I have no idea why he took a gun from Dave Hall's. That would be like, taking a gun from the caterer and who said it's clear. I mean, he's not the armorer. The armorer was Hannah. She's the only one who was supposed to check the gun before it was given to Mr. Baldwin, and she was not there doing her job for whatever reason.
Do accidents like this happen on movie sets very often? Because we know there was one several decades ago that was pretty high profile, but do these actually happen very often?
Yeah, they actually don't happen very often at all. You're probably referring to the case of Brandon Lee, who was shot on the set of the movie The Crow. And I'm aware of one other fatality and a couple of other injuries in the last 30 years relative to the millions of rounds fired on movie sets. We would have to say this is pretty safe. The rules work. We've understood how guns work, since the 1800s, and the gun safety rules really haven't changed.
Okay, we are going to step away from that interview because it looks like the president is about to start speaking. Let's bring you it here live on Live Now from Fox.
And I'll tell you, as I walked through this iconic building with my family, I couldn't help but notice the picture of bipartisan presidents throughout the years. And I thought that was a wonderful testament to the bipartisan nature of our organization, of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And it was reminded me of a story that my dad once told me. He said that at a particularly difficult moment in Lyndon Johnson's presidency, they said to him, Mr. President, can it get any worse? And he sort of thought about it and he paused and he said, Oh, sure, I could be a mayor.
That's a fact.
So thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members and fellow mayors, America's mayors stand on the front lines of American democracy. We serve the American people every day, from every background and in every part of the country. We listen and lead. We serve and protect. And we deliver for everyone. While we hold different viewpoints, philosophies, and experiences, today we all carry a common message. Our federal government should act, and we need it to act as quickly as possible. It needs to address the potholes of America. It needs to find a solution to the humanitarian and security crises on our border. This means addressing the core drivers, not just the symptoms of this crisis. From our confronting the repressive regimes of Latin America to the human trafficking cartels, we must act. And we also must act on modernizing our visa system and our dysfunctional immigration laws. And I was pleased to see you, Mr. President, begin to address these issues recently when you visited the border. But of course, we all know we have a long way to go. We also need to act on public safety. We, from the federal government to the local government, need to clearly support our police. You said that just a year ago at our conference. We must bring the defund police movement to an end in word and in deed. We must support. We know the president is committed to funding law enforcement, and for that, we are grateful. We also must revisit failed policies like no cash bail, which seem to be contributing to the spike in violent crime in our cities. We need to act on maintaining our fiscal health and economic security. All of us here must balance our budget and honor our debts. The federal government must do the same, just as mayors have done across America. Finally, we should continue working together in the spirit of the bipartisan infrastructure law by further building out our American infrastructure, from roads and bridges to our digital economy. We share your concerns about strengthening our infrastructure and our security. We need to do more, we want to do more, and God willing, we will do more, together to strengthen America and keep our future strong. Thank you for your time, thank you for your hospitality, and thank you again for hosting us today in the White House. And now I'd like to introduce the second Vice President of the conference, Andy Ginther, the Mayor of Columbus, Ohio, the heartland of the country, to share a few remarks on how our partnership with the administration is rebuilding American manufacturing, we just talked about, and strengthening the nation's economy. Thank you.
Thank you, President Suarez, Vice President Shivi, all of our colleagues here today. As President Suarez mentioned, I'm Andy Ginther, Mayor of the City of Columbus and part of the leadership team at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I have the pleasure this afternoon of introducing someone who has been an incredible friend, our strongest ally as America's mayors. When this president, think about this, just 2 years ago, this president entered office, American cities were hurting. We were still trying to make our way through the most disruptive global event in any of our lifetimes. Mayors were on the front lines of the pandemic and all the downstream consequences: economic disruption, mental illness, gun violence, homelessness. We got to work, and so did this president. He said, we're not just going to build back. He said, we're not just going to build back, we're going to build back better. And working hand in hand with local leaders, he has delivered over and over and over again. Our CEO and Executive Director, Tom Cochran, has been at the helm of the Conference of Mayors for more than 50 years. I know he agrees when I say the last 2 years have been the most consequential and productive for mayors in the history of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. So much of that is thanks to our partnership with President Biden. The American Rescue Plan ensured we could protect public health, keep city workers on the job, and keep our local economies afloat. The bipartisan infrastructure law, allowing us not to just catch up on years of neglect, but jump ahead and claim the future, and beat out the rest of the world, so we have the most efficient and safe transportation system for the 21st century. The Inflation Reduction Act delivers on one of the mayor's biggest priorities, fighting back against climate change. The gun safety legislation shows that fighting back against gun violence is possible. We have more to do, but we do not accept that deaths from gun violence in our communities are just an acceptable part of living in America. The first time since the Clinton administration, bipartisan gun safety legislation is now the law of the land because of this president. And something incredibly important to my community in our part of Ohio, the CHIPS and Science Act. It will ensure that the United States, not China, is leading the development of new technology. It has the potential to turn the old Rust Belt into the new Silicon Valley. Not bad for 2 years of work. Look, we're a bipartisan group. Mayors don't let politics or partisanship get in the way of getting things done for the people we serve. Former Mayor of Pittsburgh used to say there are 3 kinds of people in America: Republicans, Democrats, and mayors. When someone says it can't be done, we just work harder. I can't tell you how refreshing it is to have a president who works like mayors. I know he'll be the first to tell you we've got a lot more work to do, and we need to do it together. But I think it's worth taking a moment to appreciate how far we have come and all that we've accomplished together. America can still do great things when Republicans, Democrats, and independents come together to fight for America. Mr. President, thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and most importantly, your friendship with America's mayors. Friends, it is a great privilege and honor for this little kid from Columbus to introduce the 46th President of the United States, America's greatest champion of mayors, President Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You better sit down. You don't want this going to my head. A kid from Scranton. Look, Mayor Suarez, thank you for your leadership at the conference. Excuse me, I got a little frog in my throat. But, and Andy, thank you for that introduction. You know, it's wonderful to finally welcome all of you to the White House after not being able to be here because of the pandemic for so long. We appreciate it a great deal. And some of you know I started my career as a county councilman in the state of Delaware, and then I ran for the U.S. Senate because serving as a local official was too hard. They know where you live. They knock on your door. And I've always had enormous respect for the job you do. And by the way, Suarez, you and I have something else in common. You know what it is? We both married way above our station. Way, way above our station. You all think I'm kidding. Some things are just self-evident. Today is 2 years since I was sworn in as president. And and with your help, we've gotten a lot done. I think if you look around the room, we got a lot of cabinet members who are mayors. A lot of mayors. You got old Mitch Landry from Nolans down there, you know. And that's like being mayor of a country. Yeah, I tell you what, my daughter went down to Tulane University in large part because his dad, it's a long story, but when he was mayor, and I thought she's going to come home talking with this boy talking funny at me, you know what I mean, from Bayou Lafourche or something. Mayor Pete is, even though he's the secretary, they still call him Mayor Pete. And, you know, you got Marty Walsh from Boston. I don't know where Marty is. We got a lot of mayors, and that's why I think we're making such progress. Look, the fact is that, it's fitting that we are here together today, and because you mayors know how to get things done. And that's not hyperbole, it's a fact, because you have no choice, as a matter of fact. Yesterday, I was in California. We're grappling with historic California. Start off, the governor looked at me and said, Mr. President, we used to be the 5th largest economy in the world, now we're the 4th. That's true, in the world. I tell you what, so I genuflected, and we moved on. I said, that means you don't need that $10 billion we just gave you, right? And you all think I'm kidding. That's what we did, $10 billion. But all kidding aside, he's a great governor and has written well. But look, dealing with historic storms and flooding, you know, when your town or city faces a crisis, it's the mayor who gets the first call. I've seen it. I've traveled this country after floods and tornadoes, wildfires, hurricanes. As a matter of fact, I was kidding, but there's a serious piece to it when I pointed out that to the governor, we got to stop taking these helicopter rides, because I went over this. I think it was the 5th one in the state, traveling the state. More of the forest is burned down there up in Oregon than the entire state of Missouri. I mean, it's a long, long, long way. A lot of damage. And I want to thank the mayors across the country for doing everything they can to recover and rebuild. It matters that you're the ones who make sure, as trite as it sounds, that the garbage gets picked up, the potholes get fixed, the buses you can catch to work and be able to continue to be there on time, and so much more of significant consequence. But those things are consequential. You affect people's quality of life more than any other group of people in the world. And mayors know the measure of success isn't how many partisan points you score, it's how many problems you fix. Can you fix the problem? When I came to office, we had a lot of problems. Can you hear me? The pandemic was raging, our economy was reeling, but we acted together. Now, 2 years in, it's clearer than ever that our plans work, and we're building the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not just the top down. Because when we do that, by the way, the wealthy do very, very well, and everybody, the poor, have a shot, and the middle class can have a little breathing room. An economy that benefits that folks in the heartland as well as in our cities and all across America. And, I remember, as I said, my family, I was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania. When Cole died when I was in 3rd grade, we had to move. But I go back to Scranton. Everybody's joke is they're from Scranton. Everybody's from Scranton. But think of all the towns you know, and some of you are mayors of, that they go through school, they want to stay where their family is, where their relatives are, where they know everything, and they have to say, Mom, I got to leave. There's no jobs here. There's no jobs here in my town. I'm serious. I'm deadly earnest. And what we're trying to do is not just rebuild the economy, bring back the pride and the sense of belonging, the sense of I want to stay where I live now, where I'm able to do what I want to do. And that's the whole purpose of what we're trying to do in our cities when people used to move out. But, you know, now they're beginning to move back in. Cities are growing, not just big cities, small towns as well. The economy, the rewards work where we don't need a college degree to provide for your family. It helps to have that college degree, but you don't need it to provide for your family. 2 years ago this week, 18 million people were out of work. 2 years ago this week. Now the net number is under 1.6 million, near the lowest level in decades. The unemployment rate is as low as it's been in 50 years. We've created 11 million jobs, 750,000 manufacturing jobs. Where in the hell is it written to say we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world in this? I mean it, not a joke. I got so sick and tired of us exporting jobs and importing product. We're now importing jobs and exporting product. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're doing. I really mean it. Because we're beginning to invest in ourselves again because of you all. Over the last 2 years, more Americans applied to start a small business than any year in history, any year on record. They make up 50% of all the economy in America. Fewer families are facing foreclosure or an eviction than before the pandemic. Families in our communities are starting to breathe just a little bit easier. But folks, it's not only that. Pride is coming back to American communities and to American cities. And that's not just on the coast, as I said. It's in every part of the country, including many towns and cities and local communities that have been forgotten for much too long. Much too long. And it's not an accident. It's a strategy. When I came to office, a strategy that we stuck to, even in the face of a lot of criticism, a strategy that we put into action, a strategy to recover and rebuild and invest in America. You know, hesitate a second to just digress a little bit. We used to invest 2% of our GDP in research and development every year. That's what we did in America. But then, a long way, we stopped. We stopped investing in America in research and development. We invest now 0.7%. We used to be number one. Now China is number two. We're number 8. I mean, there's things we've allowed to happen. It's not been conscious. It's just sort of slipped up on us. And the way in which we changed the way we dealt with corporate law, a whole range of things. But we're changing it. And we're changing it. As I said, we're going to export product, not jobs. With your support, I signed the law of the American Rescue Plan to deliver immediate economic relief to families and communities that needed it most. One study found that before the law was passed, 70% of the mayors in America expected to cut critical jobs like teachers and transit workers. 27% of you were facing steep cuts in police department budgets. So we acted. And with the CARES Act we passed under the previous administration, some of it had to go to your legislatures for permission to get the money. I've been the bad guy when I was a senator and as vice president, a pain in the neck. Why do you have to go through the legislature? No, I'm serious. I'm deadly earnest about that. Because when you go through the legislature, you can't blame them. They say, I want a piece of my district. But you can apply directly. When I wrote the cops bill years ago, you didn't have to go to the legislature or governor to determine. You could apply directly. If you qualified, you got it directly. You got the money directly. Well, that's what we're talking about. And things began to change. Instead, we made sure the American Rescue Plan empowered you directly to avoid painful layoffs. You put cops back in the street, firefighters back in the jobs. You kept teachers in classrooms. You asked for the money and you qualified for it. In Knoxville, Tennessee, Mayor Kincannon gave premium pay. Is the mayor here? There you are, Mayor. Well, you gave premium pay to police officers and firefighters to keep them on the job. It was a big deal. In Mesa, Arizona, Mayor Giles, I don't know where the mayor's here. I got to get people in trouble calling this out. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, how are you? Bought 5 new ambulances, hired behavioral health clinicians to help the fire department in crisis calls. And by the way, you know, when a cop turns off in a domestic violence case or someone's standing on the edge of a bridge, they don't need a cop. They need a psychologist with them. That's why we're putting more people. No, I'm serious. We're beginning to understand this all again. And a lot of you are applying for the money and using it for these mental health issues as well. You know, there are countless examples. When it comes to public safety, we know the answer is not to defund the police. Not to defund the police. It's to retrain some police. It's to make sure there's accountability. It's to make sure we know exactly what's happening. But it's not to defund the police. They need more funding and they need ancillary help as well. And through the American Rescue Plan, $350 billion of state and local governments, and we urged them to make, was available to them to make communities safer. It turned out that one of the largest investments in public safety ever, and every single Republican in Congress voted against it. But a lot of mayors said, you talked to your representative, said, whoa, that, you know, it may be Biden's idea, but not all his ideas are bad. Oh, you think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding, you know. Many cities from Newark, New Jersey to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, but all kidding aside, have made major investments in community violence intervention initiatives. These studies have shown in some cases they can reduce violent crime up to 60%, particularly among our youth. It doesn't always do that much, but it can do that much. But as you may know better than most, when you see these problems of crime and the opioid epidemic, you know the big part of that is mental health. Mental health. I want to take a moment to talk to you about how we're addressing that as well. By the way, Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General, has been really focusing on this a great deal. A lot of you have worked with him. Through the American Rescue Plan, we provided initial funding for cities to start to address some of the mental health needs arising from the pandemic. $5 billion for states and community organizations to deliver mental health and substance abuse treatment. $103 million in funding specifically to address mental health for frontline health professionals, like nurses. You've read, in your communities, you've dealt with your hospitals, where the nurses are just overworked and having serious, serious problems in terms of their own mental health. We know it wasn't enough, so prior to the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and we went even further. That provides $10 billion to address mental health needs. $2 billion of that is for young people in particular to pay for things like school counselors. And we know what fentanyl is doing to families and communities all across the country. We've worked hard to make sure the first responders have what they need when they respond to overdoses for young people who are dying. And by the way, we've confiscated an enormous amount of fentanyl, not just at the border, but beyond the border. We've confiscated throughout, I think it's, let me get the number here. I don't want to get it wrong. We've confiscated 379 million doses of fentanyl. And by the way, 100,000, mostly kids, have died from fentanyl. And it's put in things that they never anticipated as part of. As mayors, you know how much this matters. That's why I brought many former mayors into the administration. Keisha Lance Bottoms is here. So. He said it was harder being mayor of Atlanta than being president, but I don't know. I'm only kidding. But all kidding aside, well, what have we done? She's a senior advisor on public engagement, led the cities through the pandemic. She makes sure to bring the perspective of local officials and community leaders to decisions we make here at the White House. Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack, a former mayor in Iowa, is strengthening our nation's rural communities, and he really is. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. And I know he's a Secretary of Agriculture, but what he's doing, American grocery stores are stocked while American farmers thrive and our young people have access to food when schools are closed. Secretary of Housing and Urban Affairs, Marcia Fudge. Marcia's right here. She got a hell of a job, a former mayor in Ohio, working very hard to close the wealth gap, expanding efforts to build generational wealth through home ownership. How did all the mainstream middle-class people get their wealth? 90% of them through investing in their homes. They were able to buy a home. They built equity in their home. That's how they were able to borrow to get their kids to school. That's how they built their equity. Well, it's happening now, and she's working really hard to provide that opportunity, and as well as combating homelessness, which a lot of you are dealing with on your streets. And while folks continue to recover, we're also rebuilding. Mitch Landrieu, the former mayor of New Orleans, was president of this organization, is now my senior advisor and infrastructure coordinator to helping rebuild America through a once-in-a-generation bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's always hard to make... He's working with all of you to modernize our nation's roads, highways, bridges, railroads, airports, ports, water systems, the internet, and so much more. Last year alone, nearly 7,000 projects were identified and are underway with funding from the infrastructure law. By the end of this year, that'll be more than 20,000. More than 20,000. If I can hesitate again for a second, digress slightly. One of the things I've been telling the press, they look at me like I'm wonderful, right? No, all kidding aside, why I keep saying it. We did a lot last year with your help. It's only now beginning to bear fruit because we passed this infrastructure bill. That's a 10-year bill, and it's taken time to get it off the ground. Mitch McConnell and I just announced the construction of a new bridge, $1 billion across the Ohio River. It's going to fundamentally change transportation north and south, not just from Ohio to Kentucky, but across the nation. So many things are happening. We passed the bill relating to the cost of insulin. Well, guess what? Only now, as of January 1st, a lot of people are waking up and finding out if they're on Medicare, they only have to pay $35 a month instead of $400 a month to save their lives. And I want the drug companies to be able to make money, but I tell you what, people explain when they raised the price that as beyond inflation, that they invested more money in what they did in order to justify the price. Otherwise, guess what? We're going to go back and get it from them under the law. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. So we're doing things that just make some common sense. Just some common sense because of you all. Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, former mayor of Boston, he's parking his cars. I kid Marty. But he's making sure these projects have prevailing wage and purporting to move and suggest for significant apprenticeships so people can make a living off of what they're doing. And then, by the way, I'm going to talk in a minute about dealing with the whole idea of what we're doing in terms of new investments and with the CHIPS legislation. Well, one of the leading investors of over, I think it's so far $22 billion in the United States from another country. I said, why are you investing in America? He said, because you got the best workers and you're the safest environment in the world in which we can do this. So we're helping to rebuild our economy with jobs that don't require four-year degrees, promoting an economy that works for middle-class and working-class Americans. Transportation Secretary Pete is here. Look, we know, better known as Mayor Pete, but working with many of you to address those quality of life issues that really matter to people you serve. Not just through big bridges and highway projects, but through, though they're important, but also through smaller projects that are critical to your cities. Like in Madison, Wisconsin, where Mayor Rose Conway is buying 46 electric buses, replacing those dirty diesels, bad for the health of the environment, and making it clear. No, I'm serious. It's a big deal. We're helping City rebuild airport. There you are. Okay. Well, thank you. And it means our kids aren't going to be inhaling that diesel fumes when they get off the bus. For real, it matters. Environmentally, it matters as well. And so, you know, we're helping cities rebuild airport terminals in Atlanta with Mayor Andre Dickens, and in Orlando with Mayor Buddy Dyer, in L.A. with Karen Bass, and with the leadership of Vice President Harris, we're partnering with you to deliver affordable high-speed internet to every single household in America, affordable high-speed internet. So no parent has to park in front of a McDonald's to do the homework with their kid when they're when the school's not in session, when they can't go to school. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for farmers, I might add, and a whole lot of other people to know exactly what products are costing and sell them for. And now over 15 million households have affordable internet that they didn't have just before we passed the law. We're also making the biggest investment ever in climate, the Inflation Reduction Act. We're creating millions of good-paying jobs and investing in fence-lined communities that have suffered the most as a consequence of being smothered by pollution. Think of the Cancer Alley in Louisiana or Route 9 in Delaware, where all those facilities are. Well, we made a commitment. We're going to invest first and foremost as we clean up those communities, the people from that community, and we're going to invest in that, make that community better again. Our economic agenda ignited a manufacturing boom, the semiconductor boom, the battery boom, the electric vehicle boom. We're making things in America again in every part of America, cities large and small. The mayor of Phoenix, Kate, is Kate here? Thank you, Kate, for being here. I was with her last month to announce a small investment, $40 billion. $40 billion invested by TMSC, the two semiconductor factories and thousands of union workers helping to build them. And Andy, you know, the Field of Dreams outside of Columbus, where Intel's investing, it's 100 acres, but they're investing $20 billion to expand semiconductor manufacturing. I said 1,000 acres. I dubbed it, I didn't mean to, I shouldn't have, but I said this is the Field of Dreams. It is. It's a field of dreams. And by the way, of those jobs, of the 12,000 jobs, 7,000 are construction jobs. But guess what? They're paying prevailing wage. And those 5,000 jobs left, the average salary at those places, they tell them, are going to be $123,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree to do those jobs. This is in part urged by all of you. This is happening in no small part because of the bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act. Everybody finally signed on. The folks, you've joined me at the bill signing and other victories. With your support, so many of you we've signed the first major gun legislation in 30 years. I'll say what I've said before, not all of you are going to agree with me, but we're going to ban assault weapons. I did it once, we're going to do it again. And the number of bullets can be in a clip. On Sunday, we acknowledged what would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade for continuing to fight to protect a woman's right to choose. Last year, when I held the first of its kind White House summit at the request of others against hate-fueled violence, this group led the effort with 150 mayors to sign a compact, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, to prevent and address this type of violence in our communities. I'm committed to continue this work with all of you, but I need you badly. But there's more to do. As was mentioned by your president, immigration is another major issue affecting many of your communities, particularly border communities and near communities. I visited the border earlier this month, first time as president. I've been before, but the first time as president. And I'm taking action where I have the legal capacity to do so. I'll continue to call on Congress to act to pass comprehensive immigration reform to fix the system. The first bill I introduced was a comprehensive reform legislation on immigration. But because of some in the Congress, they refused to consider it. They found it a better issue to campaign on than an issue to solve. So we have a choice. They can keep using immigration to try to score political points, or we can help solve the problem. Immigration reform used to be a bipartisan issue, and we can make it that again, in my view. Let me close with this. I ran for office for 3 reasons. One was, and even my campaign team thought I was wrong in terms of the basis upon which I was running. But one of the things when I got elected as a 29-year-old kid to the Senate, I had to wait to be legally to be able to be sworn in because I wasn't old enough. No joke. They talked about, my being the youngest. I wasn't. There was one younger elected popularly than I was. But, I spent a lot of time. I used to get asked all the time, Mr. Mayor, what's the secret? Because if I won against a really good guy, he was a decent man, we never had a crossword with us, progressive Republican who helped write the Clean Water and Clean Air Act, et cetera. But we had disagreements on a number of other things. And second time I ran, he actually endorsed me. But the point is this is simple. I used to get asked, there must be a secret. If you could have won, there must be some secret. And I used to think about it, the people for the next 3-4 years that asked me that who were running for office in Delaware. And I finally figured it out. And you all are successful and you know it. I said, the secret is, have you figured out what's worth losing over? Have you figured out what's so important to you you'd rather lose than win and have to compromise on it? And so when I ran this time, and I had not planned on running again, and all of you were probably saying, why the hell didn't you follow your instinct? But I honest to God didn't. My son had passed away, and I had no desire to. I was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Things were going fine. To make a long story short, when I did, I decided there were 3 reasons to run. And I mean it. One was to restore the soul of America. The decency, honor, the idea we could deal with one another. No, I genuinely mean it. It's the way, and I've been this way my whole career, how we build the economy. From the bottom up and the middle out, for real. Look, I come from the state of corporate America. More corporations are incorporated in my state than every other one of your states combined. And I got elected 7 times there. So, you know, it wasn't I was anti-corporate, but I have a different view in terms of what the priority should be. And so, as I said, when the middle does well, they generate hope, give chance to the working class, and when they do well, the wealthy do very, very well. Well, and the third reason I ran, which has turned out to be the hardest to deal with, and that's unite the country. We are a democracy. We cannot be sustained if we stay 50 different islands or 2 different parties that no longer talk to one another. For the last 2 years since my inauguration, I think we've made some progress, large part because of many of you sitting in this room. And I'm really optimistic in the year ahead that we're implementing the laws we've already passed, we will deliver real benefits, and people are going to feel them in their everyday lives. You know, that work we're going to continue to do together. Together, we're proving that every city and town in this country, our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. And I really mean it. I was asked by my senior team, and Peter remembers, said, if I could do anything to change the attitude of optimism in America, what was the one thing I'd do? Just I could change one thing. It's going to sound bizarre what I tell you. I said I'd cure cancer. And they looked at me like, well, cure cancer? Because nobody thinks it's the most frightening thing to people. And if we did it, America can do big things again. There's nothing beyond our capacity, I swear to God. There is nothing beyond the capacity of the States of America. Remember who in hell we are. We're the United States of America. When we work together, there's nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing, nothing, nothing. So we got to work together, folks. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And now I'm going to turn it over to Julie. They gave me a different mic they can turn off, so I...
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And now we have a couple of questions that we will take from a couple of mayors. We'll start with Mayor Tashara Jones from St. Louis, Missouri.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Mayor, how are you?
Great, great. Thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the CHIPS and Science Act, we're seeing jobs return to our cities, and we're preparing our citizens for the many opportunities to come. What can we as mayors do to help you further your agenda of shoring up our national security and bring more high-quality jobs to America's cities?
I think 2 things. One, be realistic and don't confuse the national debt with debt reduction on a yearly basis. The debt we're paying on, and we're going to have a little discussion about that with the new majority leader of the House, has accumulated over 200 years. Over 200 years. Not a joke. That's how long. That's what the national debt is. It's over, $31 trillion. But but it's over 200 years. And 1/4 of that debt, 1/4 of that debt was accumulated in the 4 years of my predecessor. 1/4 of it. So what we've actually done, Mayor, we've actually cut the deficit on a yearly basis. In the first year, because of what I'm not being solicited, because of what you all did, $350 billion. And last year, this year, we cut that deficit on a yearly basis by over $1 trillion. So it's over $1 trillion, roughly $400 billion we've cut the deficit. The yearly deficit, year to year. We got to focus on making sure we do not accumulate more debt on the historic 200 years and gradually continue to reduce it. One of the things that we've done is the budget we're going to be introducing, you're all going to see, is expected to reduce the debt another $1 trillion this next year by spending more, spending less than we bring in. Now, the big debate, I'll be honest with you, and I'm going to talk about in the State of the Union, is a fundamental disagreement on what we should do to cut. What do we cut? Well, it's not just cutting. What do you raise? What taxes do people pay? How do they pay their taxes? And do they pay it fairly? And so one of the things that's going to be a big issue in dealing with the national debt that could, if we don't meet our national debt and renege on the first time, we have a calamity that exceeds anything that's ever happened financially in the United States. And so one of the things that we're going to do is it's going to get down to a decision of whether do we, in fact, make sure that folks, do we cut Social Security to raise taxes on trillionaires? Billionaires. There's 745 or 50 billionaires in America. Average tax rate they pay is 2%. I think you should be able to be a billionaire, but I think you should pay a little more than 2%. No, and by the way, I'm not trying, as Douglas knows me well, I'm not trying to be alarming about it, but I mean, it's a reality. Now, the argument, there's a lot of arguments why that shouldn't be, because they generate so much energy and so much growth, et cetera. But there's a lot of things we can do. Now, the option that's going to be offered, you're going to see, is the way to deal with cutting that debt is to cut Social Security, cut Medicaid. We got to do something about Social Security and Medicaid. No, but these are the kind of debates we're going to have. And they're going to be honest debates. For you, it seems to me, for a mayor, the things that I believe, and I've not been a mayor, but I think I've watched long enough to know the difference between great ones like you and folks who don't do much, or don't, no, I shouldn't say don't too much. I shouldn't say it. You've had more difficulty, is focus on the things that make your city unique and make it grow. What are the things that make it grow? Well, first of all, I could go on, but I'm just going to give you one example. We're in a situation where if you were one of the reasons why America became the most advanced and economically prosperous nation in the 21st century, we're the first nation in the world to have a universal education system, grades 1 through 12. Now, others had systems that were superior to ours in terms of their exclusiveness, but not universal. Now, I wonder if anybody today, we were starting off and saying, we're going to decide we're going to have a universal education system. Would anybody think in the second quarter of the 21st century that 12 years was enough to compete? I don't think so, for real. So a lot of you are doing a lot of experimental work in terms of not just pre-K, but you're doing it in terms of education, teaching kids to read, write, add, and subtract at 3 and 4 and 5 years old, and you're focusing on apprentice programs after college. You're focusing on, after high school. You're focusing in high school on allowing people to learn trades instead of, remember, there used to be, even you're old enough to remember, not you, Mayor. But when, there were shop classes in school where people learned whether if they're comfortable working with their hands, so there's a lot of things that we can do in education. There's a lot of things you can also do in terms of dealing with I'm going to get you a lot more money, God willing, because I think we have universal support for it, beyond the money that came out of the original legislation. There's a proposal that I've just presented to, I'm the guy that wrote the community policing law, but got very bad publicity. But guess what? People are figuring out, guess what? It works. The people who most need the help, the most victimized, are the poorest communities. So we need cops in those communities, from those communities, but cops that are held accountable to everything that they say we're supposed to do. And we can do that. So focusing on law enforcement that, in fact, is equitable, focusing on, you know, for example, nationally, I still think we should have the George Floyd legislation, but I didn't able to do that. So what I was able to do, I said no knock warrants are limited significantly. We're in a situation where you have to no chokeholds. There are certain basic things. You know, when I was coming up as a kid, you know, cops were required to learn to shoot to kill. Well, you ought to be able to shoot to stop. You know, everything shouldn't be an extreme. So the way we train police officers is changing. And there's a lot of things you can look at to determine whether or not you can affect the safety of your city. And also, I think that, well, I'm not going to go on, but so there's a lot of things you can do, because I believe you'll have the economic wherewithal through the programs and the federal government not telling you what to do, but giving you the wherewithal to do the things that you think most need to be done. And every community is a slightly different need in terms of emphasis. And you know, I think one of the great mayors in the country is Duggan from Detroit. Not a joke. I tell you what, he inherited a hell of a situation. And I remember Barack Obama turned to me one day and said, not a joke, Joe, fix Detroit. I said, oh, no problem. No problem. Well, I got to know Detroit. I found out things the mayor taught me was, guess what? That something was as close to 70% of the people in the 60% of the people in the city who were high school educated had jobs that were outside the city. And they couldn't get there. They didn't have, 60% didn't have cars. So we ended up getting, what, 20 new buses, was it, initially? I mean, you know, just practical things to determine what are the things that both allow neighborhoods to stay united and move. And again, there's a lot. And one of the things that Mayor Landrieu, as I still call him the mayor, but he's much more than that, he's running this show for me because we also have, I can't remember I asked for the phone number and I forgot it. 881-8946 that you can call, because we have people in here. No, I'm not joking. A lot of people know we have these programs, but they're hard to navigate. So you can pick up the phone and call, how do I get the money to do A, B, C, or D? Can I do this with that? To cut through the red tape. Anyway, I hope I answered. You're about to cut me off.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have one more question from Mayor Sheevy from Reno, Nevada.
All right, thank you. So first of all, thank you for inviting us to your home. We love what you've done with the place. It's beautiful. And also, I want to say thank you.
You like museums, right?
I want to say thank you from the bottom of all of our hearts. I know everyone in the room is so grateful that you have brought mayors into your cabinet. I think it should be a requirement of every president. Mayor Landrieu, I love you. Mayor Pete, I love you. And I honestly believe like more has been done because of that. And so thank you so much for your leadership. We are so grateful.
We have, what, six mayors in cabinet positions?
Are they 6? All right, maybe we can get to 12. I know 6 more in here that would like to come.
We have more women than men.
See, love that too. Love that too. So you talked a little bit about mental health, and I want to say thank you so much for your leadership on that. It means the world to me. We are so fortunate to work with your Surgeon General. He is fantastic. He is fantastic. So all your mayors in the room are going to become mental health warriors, and we're going to be addressing addiction and loss and grief. And I'm going to ask you something very personal. You've had a lot of loss and grief in your life, and I know over the last few years a lot of Americans have had a lot of loss and grief because of the pandemic, what would be what would you say to them and your advice to someone experiencing personal loss and grief?
Well, first of all, as close staff knows, I spend a lot of time with folks who've gone through loss, wife, daughter, husband, children, etc. And granted, I did lose my wife and daughter right after I got elected to the Senate. Tractor trailer broadsided them, killed my wife and daughter, and my two boys were little boys. They were on top of their deceased mom and sister for a long while because it took my local fire department a long time to do the jaws of life to get them out. And then the guy who should be standing here if Andy Biden was going to be president, and I'm not, it's not hyperbole, is my son Bo. He's more qualified than I was. But he decided, I'll never forget, and asked me one Friday, he said, "Dad, what are you doing on Friday?" And I said, "What do you need?" He said, "I'd like you to swear me in." I said, "Swear you in? You're Attorney General of the state of Delaware. Swear you into what?" He said, "I joined the United States National Guard, the Delaware National Guard." And then when his unit got sent, he didn't have to go, but he got an exemption to go as long as he gave up the seat. And, you know, that was tough. But you know what? I had family. I had an incredible wife. No man deserves one great love, let alone two. And I had a mom and a dad and a sister and a brother were alive. And for example, when the accident happened early on, my sister's my best friend in the world, gave up her home, and she and her husband moved into my house to help me raise my kids. Without being asked, just moved in. And by the way, 5 days after I was married, they were gone. But I say that not about me, but it's about what mental health does. I had people around me that were there to help me. I was lucky. Everybody thinks I commuted every day I've traveled over 1,200,000 miles on Amtrak. Not a joke. I commuted every single day for 36 years, and then beyond that, as vice president, to go home. Everybody thought I went home because I went home because I couldn't afford two places. But anyway, no. I went home because I get to, you know, kiss my boys goodnight and lay down with Sarah prayers, and then my daughter, etc. But I had my mother. I had my mother there. Every morning I'd drop the boys off when they were little at my mom's house, and then later I'd be able to drive them to school and they'd be picked up. But my point is I had so much help, and I had psychological help. Everywhere down there was someone there to basically hold my hand. Well, that's the mental health that a lot of families don't have. They don't have. And a lot of folks are in a situation where if they just had somebody to talk to, and that's why I think some of the things we can do that can also help families going through some real difficult times is, for example, preschool education, reading, writing, arithmetic, age 3. It does two things. It helps your kid get an advantage, but it also helps mom or dad or a single parent or parents who are going through hell to have somebody there until 5 o'clock taking care of your kid while they're learning. So there's a lot of things that it does that gives people. But in addition to that, people who've gone through really tough times with drug addiction and a whole range of other things, alcoholism, they also are in a situation where they find themselves being able to have the kind of medical help that is needed in the mental health side of it. And so I just think having people to reach out who are professionals, who know how to deal with people going through trauma, tragedy, or self-inflicted wounds that they've had. And it makes a gigantic difference. The need for, I mean, look at what's happened. And I think I sometimes underestimate it because I stopped thinking about it, but I'm sure you don't. We lost over 1 million people in several years to COVID. What that means is, and the study was done, that there are 8 people close to every one of those, on average, those 1 million people. How many mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, uncle, aunts got up in the mornings or sat down for dinner at night and there was an empty chair? How many? And what impact does that have on the rest of the family? And there's a lot of tricks that you can be taught, a lot of things you can do to engage the children who survive, engage the children who aren't addicted, engage the parent who. So I just think there's so many things that you can do. And the reason I gave you my personal story was I think it's just about knowing somebody's there, knowing somebody you can reach out to when you get scared and hold their hand. Whether it's a drug problem, whether it's a physical problem, whether it's just a... And by the way, my wife Jill got very engaged with the Brits and the U.S. military and dealing with trying to convince people. Think of the military. The one thing you're taught to as a warrior is never complain, never explain, man. Don't complain. Well, guess what? Mental health is a problem. It's a serious problem. You have more people dying of suicide in the United States military than any other reason today. More people. And so we got involved in reaching out to help families so that you don't make it, and then I'll conclude with this. We have to take the stigma off of mental health. Mental health is no different than you break your arm or your leg. No, it really isn't. It's God's truth. It is a problem that is a medical problem. And so hardest part is to get people, a lot of people, I say most people, to acknowledge that I'm getting help. I'm getting help. That's why we had this effort to my wife dealt with this program to provide for health for, post-traumatic stress for so many warriors. Pete, you toted a rifle, man. You were there. You see all the people. I don't know how many people that that need the help. But it's a help that you need any more than you need if you broke your leg. But we got to take the stigma away from the notion that you need mental health, because it's no different. And by the way, think of this. How many folks do you know, how many cops on your department need some mental health because they're suffering from post-traumatic stress, what they went through? I mean, we don't look at them and say, they're weak. But, it's just about, anyway, we just got to reach out and change the notion of a stigma associated with the notion of seeking mental health. And it starts early when you can detect with children when they need some guidance, really, or it doesn't mean they're, quote, crazy. It means they have some disposition that has to be treated. And there's a lot that can be done. I'm talking too much. I apologize, guys. Thank you all very much for joining.
Distinguished guests, please remain in your seats while the President departs.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so there you have it. President Biden welcoming bipartisan mayors to the White House, also speaking on some of the achievements of the last 18 months. We are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich on this very busy Friday. Well, we want to start by showing you this video in case you missed it. Take a look. This is Alec Baldwin spotted out in New York City today for the first sighting since yesterday's announcement that he will have to face a judge for the fatal shooting on the set of his film Rust in New Mexico. The 64-year-old is facing charges of 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who was also working on that film Rust, was also charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And today, Alec Baldwin's wife, Hilaria, is speaking out to the media after leaving that apartment as well for the first time. Let's listen in to what she had to say.
Are these charges fair, Hilaria? Hilaria, are these...
Hold on, I want you guys away from me.
Hilaria, are these charges fair?
No, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say. You're not going to ask me questions. I'm going to tell you.
Got it.
Okay? I want you guys to realize that we have 7 kids. And you being here to escort them to school and to be there when they come home is not good. So on a human level, you guys know I'm not going to say anything to you. You know that. So please, leave my family in peace and let this all play out. Okay? So let my kids come home and you stay away from them. Because they ask me, Mommy, what are these people doing? And it's a very hard thing as a mom to try to explain. So please, go home. Because I'm not going to say anything, and Alec is not going to say anything.
Your lawyers have said something about the...
So a very visibly emotional moment there for Hilaria Baldwin, especially speaking about her 7 kids and this group of media that's standing out of their apartment, of course, following this developing story. We will continue to follow the latest developments as well here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to show you some other stories that we are continuing to follow as well, and that includes the story of Keenan Anderson, the cousin of a Black Lives Matter co-founder, died earlier this month after police officers arrested him in Los Angeles. The 31-year-old teacher died at a hospital in Santa Monica on January 3rd following a struggle with police. An officer was initially flagged down for a traffic collision. LAPD said the officer observed a male who was later identified as Anderson running in the middle of the street and behaving erratically. Several people involved in the collision said Anderson was responsible for the accident. That officer spoke with Anderson, who was initially compliant but then tried to flee the scene and ran into the middle of the street. And then when additional units arrived there, LAPD said Anderson began to resist arrest, resulting in the use of force, according to the department. A struggle ensued for several minutes, and officers used a taser, body weight, firm grips, and joint locks. In body cam footage that you're seeing here released by the department, Anderson can be heard yelling that they're trying to kill me. The Los Angeles Fire Department arrived on the scene and administered medical aid for the officer's use of the taser. Anderson was then transported to a local hospital where he went into cardiac arrest and died. An LAPD toxicology test also found cocaine and cannabis in his body, although those results are separate from the coroner's independent report, according to the LAPD police chief. Today at 1 o'clock Pacific time, we are expecting to hear from Ben Crump, of course, the prominent attorney. We'll try to bring you that here live now on Fox as we continue to follow this story as well. And in Texas, police are still looking for 2 sisters who they believe were abducted by their grandmother in McKinney. The girl's non-custodial father has also been arrested in connection with their kidnapping. An Amber Alert was issued overnight for 9-year-old Jessica Burns and 6-year-old Jennifer Burns. Police said they believe they're in serious danger. They're suspected of being taken by their 6-year-old grandmother, Jamie Burns. Police say she does have a criminal history. We do want to bring you out to the latest remarks from officials in Texas.
Abducted in our city last night. Our main goal right now is to find these little girls. To that end, we do have an Amber Alert in effect for 9-year-old Jessica Burns and her sister, 6-year-old Jennifer. They are both white, and here are the descriptions. Jessica is 4'10", she weighs 90 pounds. She has blonde hair and blue eyes. Jennifer is 4 feet tall. She weighs 60 pounds. We do have a bit of a more description on her on what she was wearing. She also has blonde hair and blue eyes. She was last seen wearing purple framed glasses, a light blue shirt with sparkle designs, and blue jeans. They are suspected of being taken by their paternal grandmother. She is 60-year-old Jamie Burns. She was last seen wearing dark framed glasses, a red long sleeve shirt with black sleeves, and blue jeans. These girls were last seen just before 6 o'clock last night at a restaurant near Central and Virginia, where they were having a supervised visit with CPS and their father. CPS has temporary custody of these little girls. Burns was last seen driving off in a black SUV. We have very limited information at this time. We know there was a scratch on the front of this SUV. It has silver door handles and a black interior. Our detectives right now are working with the FBI. They're working with DPS as well to locate Jennifer and Jessica. And right now our main goal is to get those girls back safely. We do know that the CPS worker called 911 last night. We also know that the dad was at the restaurant when our officers arrived. He was taken into custody. He is now in the Collin County Sheriff's custody, jail. He's in jail now. His name is Justin Burns. His date of birth is 1/15/89. We do believe he was involved in this. He was arrested and taken into custody on 2 felony counts of kidnapping. And the grandmother does have a criminal history. That's why it is imperative at this time that we locate Jennifer and Jessica and get them back safely. We ask that anyone that has any information at all or spots the children or the grandmother or the vehicle to call 911. Whatever it is that you know or you may have seen, please call the McKinney Police Department so we can locate Jennifer and Jessica. At this time, we are not taking questions because literally this is an ongoing investigation. It's very fluid right now, and we need to get these girls home. When we do have more information, we will get that to you as quickly as possible. Right now, we are so thankful for our media partnerships and all the eyes on the ground across Dallas-Fort Worth and really many states surrounding us looking for these 2 children. Thank you so much, and please, let's get these little girls home.
Okay, so that was the latest update out of Texas. We also want to bring you this update out of New York, where 2 people have died after a plane crashed there last night. The 2 victims, both the pilot and the passenger, were on their way from New York to Ohio when they had to make an emergency landing but were unable to reach the runway. According to the FAA, the plane disappeared from the radar shortly after takeoff. The plane had reported low oil pressure and engine problems. The weather was also not ideal as there was limited visibility due to rain and sleet. And in the world of politics, we continue to follow all of the latest regarding Representative Santos. The allegations against him keep mounting, the latest being that he's refuting claims that he pocketed money meant to help a veteran's dying service dog and that he was once a drag performer. The New York Republican has not admitted to the series of lies about his background and his finances. Of course, we're continuing to follow the latest with that as well. And out of Florida, months after Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis shocked the Tampa Bay region with his decision to suspend Andrew Warren from office, a federal judge ultimately dismissed the former Hillsborough state attorney's lawsuit against DeSantis, saying that this is a state matter. A federal judge has denied Warren's request to get his job back. You might remember in August of last year, the governor removed the twice elected state attorney for neglect of duty. Warren said the governor's actions violated his First Amendment rights and sued. Warren has options for his next move. He can file a lawsuit in state court or go to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta, or he can run for re-election. And in Chicago, a new voter opinion survey has come out, and it finds that Paul Vallis and Representative Chuy Garcia are leading the 9-candidate field for the mayor of Chicago. And despite spending several $1 million on campaign advertising in recent weeks, incumbent Lori Lightfoot has fallen to 4th place in that poll behind teachers union staffer Brandon Johnson. Last night during a debate in Chicago, Lightfoot came under fire from her challengers, especially on the issue of crime. During the wide-ranging 90-minute debate, the candidates offered ideas on how to help struggling small businesses, how to provide resources for migrants without shortchanging residents, and how to to encourage investment in affordable housing. The 2023 Chicago mayoral election will be held on February 28th. And happening today, pro-life supporters have gathered, as we try to pull up this video here. Looks like it's not working, but have gathered in the nation's capital for the first March for Life since the nation's federal abortion rights laws were overturned. But for them, that fight is not over. It's also not over for those who are trying to protect access to abortion and reproductive health care. Let's bring you up to speed with Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, who's in Washington.
It is great to be back here with all of you at the first meeting.
Okay, so it appears we're going to try to get that feed here in just a minute. Sorry for those visual issues there. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We still have a lot more to get to. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we tried to bring you that story just before the break, we are able to get it up and running now. So we do want to take you back out to that story that I was just talking to you about, where pro-life supporters have gathered in the nation's capital for the first March for Life rally since the national federal abortion rights laws were overturned. But for them, the fight is not over. It's also not over for those who are trying to protect access to abortion and reproductive health care. Let's bring you up to speed with Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
The March for Life is back in D.C. for the first time since Roe v. Wade was struck down by the Supreme Court and abortion laws were turned back to the states. With a major victory on their side, thousands of marchers are now hoping to sway lawmakers against codifying Roe.
We're in what we're calling a next phase.
My kids need to learn that too, that if they are here, we have to protect the unborn.
Sunday marks 50 years since Roe v. Wade was decided, and abortion rights supporters are still fighting to protect access. Today, across the country, state laws vary from nearly all-out bans to legal in some cases to completely protected with expanded access.
The only way to restore the protections of Roe is for Congress to pass a national law codifying the right to choose.
Abortion access has been a top issue for Americans since a draft opinion previewing the eventual overturning of the law leaked over the summer and spurred protests. Investigators have been looking for who leaked the draft, but have hit a dead end after dozens of interviews, writing, after examining the court's computer devices, networks, printers, and available call and text logs, investigators have found no forensic evidence indicating who disclosed the draft opinion.
I'm not shocked that now 8 long months later, they haven't found a culprit.
The FBI says it's cracking down on those who have vandalized or attacked reproductive health care centers, offering a $25,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
We also want to show you this live look of that March for Life that is still going on right now. You can see one of many speakers that are in attendance at that event. Of course, we'll keep you covered here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you up to date with all of the latest from this event and others from across the country. As you know, here we like to do things where we can always bring you all of the top stories live, raw, and unfiltered. And speaking of other top stories that we are following, we do want to take you out to an update now from police after a man who was shot and killed by police after they said that he had opened fire in a crowded Walmart store on the west side of Evansville, Indiana. That suspect had previously been arrested for assaulting other employees at the store back in 2022, according to an affidavit. 25-year-old Ronald Mosley II was shot and killed by police on Thursday night, last night, after they say that he opened fire at that Walmart, and that he was also a previous employee at the store. So we are still learning some new details with that. So for that, we want to bring you out to the latest press conference that's going on live right now from Indiana, where we're going to be hearing from police on the latest. It is going on live, but we want to bring it out to you from the very beginning.
Well, no, I just noticed.
Okay, so we are experiencing some technical issues there from this presser with police. We are going to work to resolve that here on Live Now from Fox. Let's send you out to a quick 2-minute break as we work to fix this. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we were trying to show you right before that last break, we want to bring you out to an update from Evansville, Indiana, from police there as they give us an update on this shooting that happened at a Walmart last night. Let's see if we can bring you out to it now, and hopefully we won't have any audio issues this time around.
We had several shoppers within the Walmart store. We had the Walmart employees. This event is going to impact a huge chunk of their lives for the rest of their lives. So I think it's important that we think about all of them, keep them in our thoughts and prayers, and if you know any of these people, be willing to reach out and try to help them. So that being said, in the midst of a horrible tragedy, there is some key points that I'd like to hit on. The first one I would start with the overnight team lead at Walmart, Heather Moore. Her actions last night, I think, are nothing short of heroic. And I'm going to give you a little bit of what happened there when our PIO, Anna, gets up here in a little bit. She's going to give a lot more details and kind of recover some of this. But at the start of this event, the shooter went into a meeting that they were about to have at Walmart back in one of their break rooms. There were several employees in there, and the shooter walked in. He had formerly worked there. He knew these people and told everybody to line up against the wall. He had a gun in his hand. And then he told two of them to stay in the middle. He ends up shooting a female at this point. And actually, just prior to him shooting the female, as he walks by the team lead, he had his back to her and he was facing everybody else. At that point, the team lead, Heather, took off out the door and she ran and called 911. After the suspect shot the female, there was a male in there that he was also an intended target. He took off running out. Heather sees the suspect going out of the area, so she goes back in the room. The victim is in there. She helps get the victim up, gets her out of the room, takes her into another room, locks the door, turns off the lights, and hid behind some computer equipment. After the suspect didn't catch the other guy he was chasing, he came back to that break room, went by the window of the other room, was looking in trying to find the female, and I have no doubt that he was going back to finish what he started, and we would probably have a dead victim today instead of one that's alive. So in my eyes, I think Heather Moore is an absolute hero. I'm not one that throws out the term hero a lot. I'm not one that throws out my profession as just being heroes because we do it. But that being said, there is a lot of Evansville police officers and Vandenberg County Sheriff's deputies that were in that building last night that are absolutely heroes. I watched a lot of video last night, and everything I saw made me proud of Evansville Police Department and the Vandenberg County Sheriff's Office. You see things from across the country that aren't so heroic. Everything I saw here is exactly what we would want out of a professional police force and a sheriff's office. So I couldn't be prouder. We're going to show some of the videos in a little bit, but everything I've seen was textbook perfect. I think we also need to thank our Vandenberg County Prosecutor Diana Merce and Mayor Winnicky and our detective units from both agencies. They were all in last night for most of the night, some of them all night, going over video, watching things, talking to officers, talking to detectives. So I'd like to thank all of them. I'd like to thank the Indiana State Police, the ATF, the FBI. All of these agencies reached out immediately, showed up on the scene, were willing to help however they could. And then lastly, I'd like to thank Walmart. They have cooperated with us completely. They've been very helpful in this. And in a very tragic situation, there was a whole lot of people that came together and did a lot of good. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sheriff Robinson, and then Anna Gray will fill in a lot of the details at the end. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chief Bolin. Last night could have been so much worse, and I am incredibly thankful to the quick response that the Sheriff's Office and the Evansville Police Department had. As I said to some of the news organizations last night, we did not wait. We arrived, we took the training that we've been working on for the past 20 years, joint training where we assemble quickly, respond decisively, and neutralize a threat before so that we can reduce the loss of life immediately. And that's what happened last night. I watched videos of Evansville police officers and Vandenberg County Sheriff deputies running towards gunfire. And this is This is why we do what we do. This is why we're paid to do this, to put ourselves in danger. And if it weren't for the heroic actions of some of the Walmart staff, and as Chief Bowen mentioned, some of the heroic actions of our own police officers and sheriff's deputies, the loss of life would have been so much worse. And so with that, I want to turn over to Anna Gray, who will brief you on what exactly happened last night at Walmart West.
Thank you. First of all, before I forget, thank you all for being very patient. When something like this happens in a community, everyone wants answers immediately, and it takes a long time to get everyone together to get on the same page so that we're giving accurate information. So I appreciate everybody being very patient with us while we developed a lot of details overnight. So I'm going to talk about the timeline, kind of go into that, about the details of exactly what had happened, the information that we know. Officer Maris is going to help me. She's going to be pulling up some body cam footage, and we'll kind of walk through that, talk about that. At the end, we will open it up for some questions. Again, just keep in mind that this is still an active investigation. You know, we are, you know, not even 24 hours into this, so there are going to be a lot of details that will come forward later that we may not know, but we will do our best to try to answer those questions today. So thank you. Last night, January 19th at 9:59 p.m., Evansville police officers were dispatched to Walmart West in reference to an active shooter. Dispatch received multiple calls from people inside the store who stated there were shots fired and that people were being shot. It was further reported that the shooter was actively chasing another male inside the store. Dispatch was able to get a good description and eventually a name of the shooter. The shooter was identified as 25-year-old Ronald Ray Mosley II, and we've got his mugshot up on the video here. Although there was some confusion initially about how many victims had been shot, it was determined that there was only one victim who had been shot by Mosley. When officers from multiple agencies arrived on scene, they immediately went into the store. Mosley turned his focus on the officers and fired multiple shots at them on multiple occasions throughout the store. We're going to play a video. This is an officer's dash camera video. It's just a clip from it, but this is when he's arriving. The reason why we wanted to show this is, as you can see, he's one of the first arriving officers, and there are multiple officers already on scene. You can tell over to the right there's some flashing lights, so there's already multiple officers, multiple cars from different agencies already on scene. And as you can see, officers are running inside the store. They're not waiting. They're not trying to develop a plan. They are just running straight into the store, and that is how we train in an active shooter situation. And as you can see, there's also officers in plain clothes, officers in uniform. We had officers who were off duty at events working, deputies as well. We had officers and deputies responding from home, and we had detectives responding. So different personnel training are working together on this as well. By the way, I want to mention, when officers went inside the building, they had to clear over 200,000 square feet while they were searching for Mosley and searching for victims, and during the times when they were taking gunfire. This is actually from our body cam footage. It's a GPS, and it actually tracks the officer's movement. And so where you see the arrow and then the green box right there, that is actually where the officer started and where he stops. And as you can tell, that is a lot of area in the building. That is searching for, again, the shooter. Those are times when they're taking gunfire from the shooter where they had to take cover, and actively searching for him again, and then also clearing the building. They cleared the building multiple times last night just to make sure that we didn't miss any victims, and that we didn't, we wanted to make sure that there wasn't a second shooter. At one time, Mosley exited a door that led outside to the parking lot. There were officers who were standing outside near the door, and Mosley fired shots at those officers. Again, that was outside in the parking lot. And this is going to be a video here from an officer who was near that back door.
Sorry, that's our what is it?
So just to kind of talk about that a little bit, that's a pretty emotional video. So what's going on inside, there are a lot of officers inside the building searching, clearing, and looking for Mosley at this time. These officers were on the outside perimeter watching the outside doors. The one officer you hear, they say over the radio, shots fired inside the electronics area, and that officer said, this is the door, this goes into the electronics door. She's just shopped there before. She was familiar with the building enough to know that door, and I have no doubt that saved a lot of officers from rushing into that back door, going to stand right there. What you don't see in the video because the code is kind of blocking it, but the shooter does. When they say take cover, before he even exits, they say let's take cover behind here because that's the electronics door. The shooter does come out. He sees the officers, and he actually fires rounds at the officers, and thank God they had those vehicles right there for cover. And then they returned gunfire, and then he retreated back inside, which I'll talk about that as well. But so basically, that is what happened, which you can't see at all, but you can absolutely hear what's going on. The way those officers are communicating with other officers who are running up, and they're saying, be careful, he just came out, and, hey, he's in the electronics area. So a lot of communication going on, not just over the radio, but also between officers who are, near each other as well. Again, he retreated back inside the store once they fired back at him. Once he was back inside, Mosley continued to fire at officers, forcing them to fire back. Mosley was struck by gunfire and pronounced dead at the scene. From the time that the first 911 call came out to the time that Mosley was incapacitated, it was about 12 minutes. That seems like a lifetime for officers, but in the scheme of things, think about all the officers on scene searching for him, all the gunfire that took place inside and outside of the building. 12 minutes does not seem very long in the scheme of things for the response there. Officers were inside the building within 4 minutes of the first 911 call. Unfortunately, we don't have an accurate time. We know we heard radio traffic from inside with officers within that first 4 minutes, but we believe it's probably a quicker response than that because a lot of officers just got there, ran in, and they didn't get on the radio to call that they were on scene. And so sometimes it's kind of hard to document exactly who was the first one, but we do know that we had radio traffic in Walmart giving officers an update, and that was within that first 4 minutes. So that's pretty incredible as well. We're going to show another video here, and this is from one of our officers. He's you're going to see his tactics are amazing. Years of experience on SWAT and everything else, and this is what this is just great. This is what they encountered, and he stays so cool and collected. This is just a great video. We're going to use this for training for sure, but I'll go ahead and let it play out, and then we'll talk more. just really quick, it's quiet. If you notice, there's no shots actively being fired. That's why they're moving together. They've kind of slowed down. They're in searching mode at this time. And there are customers inside the store at this time and employees as well. So.
Through that. Right here. Through that. Somebody hold that way. Need one, need one. Push, push, push. Take that last shot. Right back there. Down. Get out! Drop it! Drop it!
He still has the gun in his hand. He is still alive at this time.
He's down. I'll move it up. Hold fire! Hold fire! He's down! Suspect's down. Start getting medics in here.
So from there, there's actually officers with him. There's actually officers on, officers, I say officers loosely, it was with deputies as well, other first responders. But they were in an aisle over as well. So it, again, thinking about this, if you notice when things slowed down, when there weren't shots fired, they were searching, but there were several teams of officers and deputies inside at the same time. So not only are they searching for Mosley and victims as well, but there's also other people who are hiding behind things that they encounter. And so there's also officers. We had to also make sure that we didn't have friendly fire with our officers. So that was something. So there's a lot going through these officers' minds. And as you can see, they stay pretty calm and collected through, even when they're taking gunfire. The adult female victim who had been shot by Mosley was initially transported to a local hospital here in town, but was eventually transported by Life Flight to another hospital outside of Evansville due to her injuries. I believe she is up in Indy is the latest update I got. Also, her condition is that she is still being treated and is in stable condition. However, she will be affected by the shooting for the rest of her life, and as the other victims involved as well, I'm sure. So I don't have a better update on her injuries, but I think that we should all keep her in our thoughts and prayers for sure. Throughout the overnight investigation, detectives were able to learn more details about Mosley. Mosley had previously worked for Walmart. In May 2022, Mosley had been arrested for multiple counts of battery charges against employees at the same Walmart store. Mosley was fired after the incident. He was also barred from the Walmart stores, and protective orders were filed against Mosley on behalf of the victims. Mosley was in Vanderburgh County Superior Court yesterday for a hearing regarding the 2022 battery case. Based on the information at hand, we believe that Mosley was targeting the employees at this particular Walmart store. Detectives also learned that Mosley arrived on Walmart property on foot from a nearby gas station. There was an employee meeting set to begin at 10 p.m. yesterday evening. Employees were starting to gather in the break room getting ready for this meeting. Mosley entered the break room at that time and brandished a 9mm handgun. Mosley ordered all of the occupants of the room to stand against the back wall. One female employee identified herself as Heather, and this is the story that the chief told earlier. but she was able to escape the room without Mosley seeing her. He gave orders to the others to stand against the wall, but a female and a male victim stay in the middle of the room. Mosley then shot the female victim in the face, and during that time the male fled the room. Mosley pursued the male and went outside to the parking lot. During that time, while that was going on, everyone fled the break room, and that is when Heather went back in to check on the victim, and no doubt saved her. She, like Chief said earlier, took her out of that room, hid her in another location, and rendered aid to her. He did, like I believe the Chief said earlier, he did go back in, and once he went to the parking lot, he turned around, went back into the store, went back to the break room area, and it appeared that he was looking for the victim at that time, but he did not find her. Mosley then saw the responding officers and turned his attention towards them, and that's when he engaged in gunfire with the officers. It was determined that 7 EPD officers and 1 Vanderburgh County Sheriff's deputy discharged their duty weapon. At least 5 of the 7 EPD officers that were involved in the shooting hold the rank of sergeant or above. Per our protocol, the EPD officers involved in the shooting provided a blood sample at the hospital, and their weapons were seized for testing. The officers will be placed on paid administrative leave for at least several days, which is normal procedure. Obviously, these officers have been through a lot, and they need to be at home resting with their families. The EPD peer support team has also reached out to the officers involved in the incident to provide additional support and resources. We have an employee assistance program that is also a resource for our officers. We also learned that Walmart employees will be offered resources through their employee assistance program as well. And I'm sure Sheriff Robinson can talk more about this, but I'm sure they have resources as well for the deputies involved. We have not determined the exact number of officers who responded to the scene just yet, but we know it was well over 70 EPD officers and about 20 Vanderburgh County Sheriff's deputies. There were numerous other responding officers from other agencies as well. Officers treated this situation as an active shooter situation. By EPD's definition, an active shooter is a gunman who is not stationary but is moving through an area and randomly or selectively shooting at victims. The response for an active shooter situation is that officers make immediate entry, locate the shooter, and stop him in the shortest amount of time. We believe that officers responding to this active shooter incident did just that. Had Mosley survived, he would be facing several serious felony charges, including multiple counts of criminal recklessness with a deadly weapon, criminal confinement with a deadly weapon, and multiple counts of attempted murder. I'm sure there would be other charges as well. This was a very tragic incident, and it really rocked our community. While it certainly could have been worse, our thoughts and prayers go out to the victim who was injured, as well as all of the victims who were involved in the incident. The teamwork between the different law enforcement agencies, our dispatch, and Walmart employees was outstanding. And I would like to wrap this up by adding a quote. This is from one of the officers who were involved. She actually had posted this, and it was so heartfelt, and we just felt the need to share this with you all. Last night, on the way to Walmart West, I said, "God be with us," and He was. I've never had anyone open fire on me. That was the first, and a moment I won't forget. I appreciate the training I have been given. To all who responded, to all who ran in, to all who maintained the perimeter, to all who were off duty and ran to help, we are blessed in this community to have such dedicated first responders. I thank you, and I am proud to serve with you. I could not be more proud of my department. Everyone did a fantastic job, as did Vanderburgh County Sheriff's Office. So very, very thankful everyone went home safe, and thanks for everyone's support. At this time, we will open it up to some questions.
The first officers who went in, did they go in on orders from a higher command department or training? Sure.
Yes, there was no order. It was just training. It was shots being fired, you go in. We don't wait for someone to give us that order.
What about ammunition from the suspect? Did he have just the one gun, and how much ammunition did he carry?
Sure, so that's still being investigated. At this time, we do know of the one gun. Detectives have that information, but I don't know at this time.
Has Walmart provided any video footage of the incident?
They have.
Were there any empty magazines found at the scene?
I believe there were, but I don't know how many, so I'd have to get back on
So
that.
he did reload?
I don't know if he reloaded. That's still, that's something that once we figure out how many shots were fired and all that, that's still being investigated. That'll take a little bit more than a couple days to figure that out. So.
How many officers responded just initially?
Initially, I know there were at least 70 EPD officers on the run card. But earlier I had mentioned that there's a lot of officers who went there off duty and went in and didn't call. So we know it was way more than 70, and that's just EPD alone. I believe the sheriff's office at least had 20 deputies that went in as well. And then we had other law enforcement agencies respond. So
Right there at the beginning?
yeah. I mean, right at the beginning, I mean, within like the first several minutes, it's hard to determine. We had a lot, and that parking lot was full of first responders within the first, 5 minutes, I would say.
Do we have any law enforcement with physical injuries?
We do not. No officers were injured. I should have probably said that, but yeah, no officers were injured.
How would you handle the possibility that customers and employees might be caught in the crossfire?
That is, I mean, that's definitely a concern, but, officers are trained that if they pull the trigger at their intended target, I understand sometimes there's other victims in there, but and that's something to think about. If there's somebody in the way, they won't pull the trigger. I mean, that's a thought process. We train on that all the time. We don't pull the trigger until we're ready.
Do you know where you got the gun?
We don't have that information yet, but that is certainly something that will be investigated.
And our reporter stopped counting 48 cars last night. Why the heavy police response?
An active shooter, everybody goes. This isn't something that we get on the radio and say, hey, we have enough help at this time. Everybody responds. And like I said, we had officers who were at concerts. We had a big concert going on downtown with their families. They left that to respond. We had officers who were at home. We had officers off duty and deputies as well. And it's one of those things, you hear that, you go.
Chief, Sergeant Gray's first briefing last night, she said something that sticks with me. She said, we go in. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, that's kind of what I covered at the beginning when I say I don't throw the hero term around. Just wearing the badge or the uniform don't make you a hero. But when there's an active shooter trying to kill people and you go running in and you risk your life, that's what we go in means. And I couldn't be prouder. I think we've all seen national incidents where you look at it and you're like, how did this happen? What were they doing? Why didn't they go in? We don't have that here. And I told people back when that happened, I'm confident of our law enforcement in this community, and I knew they would go in. And so it makes you proud when you see it, that everybody going in there. And we've got a ton of body cam video. We tried to play one that showed you the best, but every video I saw was officers trying to find that gunfire and trying to get to it and trying to save lives.
Okay, so there was that update out of Evansville, Indiana, after a man shot a woman at a Walmart in which he used to be a former employee, and then he was shot and killed by police. Here's what we are still waiting on Live Now from Fox. We have a press conference coming to us from California involving the story of Keenan Anderson, who was killed after a struggle with police in LA. He was tased by police, and it was a video that was surfaced. There's been a lot of controversy surrounding this story, so we will have an update coming to us here momentarily. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. As we continue to bring you all of these top stories we are following on this very busy Friday, we do appreciate your company here with us. I want to give you another live look that we are still waiting on this press conference involving Keenan Anderson. We believe Ben Crump, his attorney, will be speaking here shortly. Of course, we'll bring you that live here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, we do want to continue bringing you some updates out of Ukraine as the U.S. has unveiled its second largest aid package to Ukraine, but there's still some disagreements with allies over exactly what to donate. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more on this from Kyiv.
More military aid will soon be arriving in Ukraine, the U.S. announcing its latest package worth about $2.5 billion at a meeting of defense chiefs in Germany. But there's still no agreement on getting more main battle tanks to Ukrainian forces trying to push back a Russian offensive in the east. The U.S. is pleading with Germany to send Leopard tanks, claiming that the American-made Abrams tanks would be too heavy and use too much gas and would be difficult to maintain.
Germany wants the cover of the United States giving main battle tanks before they do because they fear that it's an escalation in the mind of the Russians.
A decision on those tanks is expected soon from Berlin. In the meantime, the Pentagon is urging Ukraine not to start a new offensive until all of the latest military equipment has been delivered.
When the tanks are close, our morale is very high. We feel less fear. When we start storming, we will be unstoppable.
The meeting of allies comes as fighting is escalating along the Eastern Front. The Kremlin claimed its forces took 2 more towns overnight in a back-and-forth battle. Ukraine's Western allies now predicting the war will eventually end with a negotiated settlement, not a decisive victory for either side.
For this year, it would be very, very difficult to militarily eject the Russian forces from every inch of Ukrainian-occupied or Russian-occupied Ukraine.
And as more Western aid is pouring into Ukraine, a senior Kremlin official warning that if Russian forces are defeated here in Ukraine, it could trigger a nuclear war. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Meanwhile, there's still some more concerns for travelers amid the pilot shortages and as they still deal with some of the airlines' outdated technology. Fox Business correspondent Jeff Flock has more from the Philadelphia International Airport.
Well, you know all about the delays and cancellations, but what if you have a ticket to fly, you get to the airport and they tell you, sorry, we overbooked a flight, you can't fly. That process, called bumping, apparently, according to the Wall Street Journal, in their annual airline scorecard, is on the rise. Last year, they say Frontier bumped 6,000 people. Normally, pre-pandemic, they would bump less than 1,000. And Frontier was not alone in doing the process. Southwest and American also top 3 bumpers of all of the airlines. In terms of delays, the worst delays, according to the Journal, JetBlue, Frontier, and Allegiant were the highest rate of delays. Southwest got, of course, a lot of bad publicity for what happened at Christmas, those big cancellations. But according to United CEO Scott Kirby on an earnings call, it's not just Southwest. A lot of airlines, he says, can't meet the requirements they need in terms of personnel to fly the schedules they have.
There are a number of airlines who cannot fly their schedules. Their customers are paying the price. They're canceling a lot of flights, but they simply can't fly the schedules today. And maybe it's pilots, maybe it's something else, maybe it's technology, maybe it's infrastructure.
Leaving you with a bit of good news, the Wall Street Journal also targeting the airlines that did well in 2022. That would be Delta, Alaska Air, and United. Best on-time performance. And overall, it was Delta topping all of the airlines for all of the factors that went into their airline scorecard ratings. Best to go to the airport with low expectations. The Philadelphia International, a quiet day today. I'm Jeff Locke with the Fox Business Network.
And in some other news, T-Mobile says a hacker stole the personal data of millions of its customers. The wireless carrier says addresses, phone numbers, and birth dates of 37 million customers were accessed during a data breach in November. T-Mobile discovered this breach on January 5th and says the theft did not include passwords, bank account information, or social security numbers. The company is still investigating but believes the threat has been fully contained. There is no evidence that the hacker breached the company's network. This is a story we've been talking a lot about this week, and that's in regards to tech job cuts in the tech world. More are on the way for Google's parent company, Alphabet, which is the most recent group to make an announcement of more job cuts for them as well. The company cutting 12,000 jobs worldwide. The CEO blaming it on the rapid expansion during the pandemic. Alphabet isn't the only tech company that's cutting jobs. This week, Microsoft announced it was eliminating 10,000 jobs. Amazon said 18,000 jobs, and Facebook's parent company, Meta, 11,000 jobs. And here is another story we want to bring you as well. If you've been to Walt Disney World, you're certainly familiar with this ride. If you love the staple ride, Splash Mountain, well, this is your last weekend to take a ride on it. Disney announced last month the ride, which has been around since 1992, will officially close on Monday to transform into Tiana's Bayou Adventure based off of the popular film The Princess and the Frog. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie has more.
The popular log ride is getting a new theme and a new name, Tiana's Bayou Adventure, based off the Disney film The Princess and the Frog. Now, Splash Mountain has been a staple here at Walt Disney World since 1992 at Magic Kingdom and over in Disneyland since 1989. The ride is based off the film Song of the South, which some believe to be Disney's most racist film. The film was criticized for its view of the post-Civil War South. Theme park blogger John Sasheri weighs in.
And to some of us, Uncle Remus is this wonderful, endearing character that we wish was part of our family, but to others, it's a reminder of slavery. And, you know, I could just see that, all right, it's time for a change.
Princess Tiana is dubbed a modern, courageous, and empowered woman who pursues her dreams and never loses sight of what's really important. Disney says the new theme based off of The Princess and the Frog will pick up after the final kiss of the movie. Original songs from the film will be used as riders encounter both old and new characters. It will be a Mardi Gras celebration, and as one Disney Imagineer described it, like a love letter to New Orleans. Splash Mountain will close for good on Monday, January 23rd, so this is your last chance to go on the ride this weekend. The new Imagineered ride will open late 2024. Reporting from Walt Disney World, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Well, the numbers are in for how many copies of Prince Harry's book Spare were sold in America, and there it is, 629,300 hardcover copies sold in the U.S. in its first week. That trails only two titles by the Obamas on the list of top first week sales. Barack Obama's A Promised Land, published in 2020, sold 831,300 copies in the U.S. in its first week. The publisher of Spare, Penguin Random House, says the book has sold more than 3.2 million copies in all formats globally in its first week. That's despite the fact that Prince Harry's memoir was mistakenly put on sale in Spain ahead of the publication date and was also leaked to a British newspaper. We are going to take one more 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to take you out live to this event that's going on right now, and this is the family of Keenan Anderson and their attorneys are meeting right now to discuss a $50 million lawsuit that they are filing today. We'll bring you that here on Live Now from Fox when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you out to California, where right now we are hearing from the family of Keenan Anderson, the 31-year-old father and English teacher who died after being tased during an arrest by the LAPD on January 3rd. The family is filing a $50 million lawsuit. It is going on live right now, but we do want to start it from the beginning for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Gabrielle Hansel, that's G-A-B-R-I-E-L-L-E. Hansel is H-A-N-S-E-L-L. To my left is Mr. Carl Douglas, who will be co-lead trial attorneys with Mr. Ben Crump, C-A-R-L, Douglas, D-O-U-G-L-A-S, and Mr. Ben Crump, everybody knows, but I'll spell it anyway, B-E-N-C-R-U-M-P. Mr. Douglas is going to speak first, followed by Mr. Crump. Answer out a few words, and then Mr. Douglas will return to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If a hammer goes into a garden, you cannot be surprised when all the flowers are treated like nails. Keenan Darnell Anderson, a 31-year-old man, was a flower. He was a flower just beginning to bloom. But the LAPD, unfortunately, was a hammer. So really, is there any wonder when they treated that flower like it was a nail? This is the story of a 5-year-old young man who will never be able to enjoy another day in the presence of his father. January the 3rd, 2023, Mr. Anderson was involved in a minor traffic collision. Fortunately, there are cameras on LAPD uniforms that tell the tragic story of his death. I have had the ability to sit with the family to watch that edited video. We didn't want to see it a second time. We saw everything we needed to see the first time. And we saw a man that was afraid, calling the police for help. A man that in every way was respectful of authority. Sir, help me, sir. Sir, help me, sir. We saw a man who was unarmed and compliant. And then we see the hammer. What you don't understand or realize, because there was an edited version of the video, is that the first officer had 7 minutes of conversation with a compliant, Keenan Anderson, who was in a position on the ground, calling him sir. That officer then calls for backup, and Keenan sees several officers then rushing toward him. His reaction then was a reaction that several black men would react in a similar situation, was one of fear. And that fear drove him to run into the middle of the street. We're not talking about Goldleaf. We're talking about Lincoln Boulevard. And what did he do then? He was again compliant. an unarmed man without having to taser him 6 separate times on the backside of his heart. Watch the video. This is the front side of the heart. This is the back. And if you taser someone with 50,000 watts of electrical energy 6 times in the heart, is there really any wonder that moments later his heart will begin to flutter? Is there really any wonder that moments later his heart will begin to beat erratically? And is there any wonder why 4 hours later his heart could no longer withstand the pressure from that taser and gave out, leaving a 5-year-old boy in his wake? Today, on behalf of Gabrielle Hansel, Ben Crump Law, and Douglas Hicks Law has filed a $50 million claim for damages. When anybody sees $50 million claim for damages, I hope you'll all write it down. Because when they see a $50 million claim for damages, they're going to say, gee whiz, something really bad must have happened. And that's correct. Because on July 3rd, 2023, something really bad did happen. And $50 million is never going to bring his daddy back to him. We must file a claim for damages so that the city is put on notice that we intend to file a state-based civil rights lawsuit against the city and each of the officers responsible for this young man's death.
Yes, sir.
The city will have 45 days to accept or reject that claim. In my 42 years of doing these things, unfortunately, the city always rejects. And then this trial team will marshal the resources, will marshal the energy, and will marshal the fight for justice on behalf of Gabrielle Hansel and 5-year-old Sincere with a Y. Sincere Kai Anderson. Sincere with a Y. I am honored to represent this family. I am honored to be a part of this team. And I pledge to all of you now that we will make sure that Keenan Anderson's name will not go away in vain. Say his name.
Keenan Anderson.
Say his name.
Keenan Anderson.
Say his name.
Keenan Anderson.
Now, our co-counsel in this case, Ben Crump.
Thank you so much, Al. I'm so very proud to work with Carl Douglas and our legal team on this matter. Carl is not just a mentor, friend, but he is an iconic lawyer who we have so much debt we owe for marshaling in us, not just young black lawyers, but young lawyers, what him and Johnny Cochran did in the courtroom, teaching us about the practice of law can never be overestimated. And it's heartening that we're here yet again fighting for the dignity and respect of black life. We can only speculate. We can only wonder what Keenan Anderson meant when he said they're trying to George Floyd me. But if he meant that he would end up dead at the end of the encounter at the hands of the Los Angeles Police Department, then Keenan Anderson was correct. They George Floyd him. And when you think about, as Attorney Douglas said, the respect that he was exhibiting towards those officers, saying, sir, and, not threatening them. It did remind you of George Floyd, Attorney O'Neill. It reminded you of how respectful these unarmed black men who are having encounters with the police are. But yet, there is no respect given back to them. And Attorney Hicks, that seems to underscore the problem in America, why Kyle will grow up after his mother Gabby over and over again. Why did they kill my daddy? Why did they treat him like that? 6 times in 42 seconds. All that electricity being thrust upon his body, and as Attorney Douglas says, in front of his heart and behind his heart. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to let everybody know that this is dangerous, potentially fatal. And the police officers are trained, they are educated on these matters over and over again. The fact that the companies even warn that it shouldn't be more than 15 seconds max, not more than 3 tasers, or it could prove fatal. So they know all of this. They know all of this, but yet they seem to do the most when it's marginalized people of color, especially black men. They engage in the most excessive force. And it happens over and over and over again. And how many of our children are we going to have to explain to why their fathers were killed by the people who were supposed to protect and serve them? How many little black boys like Kai are going to have to be given a different speech by their mother? How many more? Is it really that hard to extend dignity and respect and just basic humanity? Not anything extra, but just basic humanity. To black people too, police, is that too much? And when I think of the leadership, and I listened attentively to Attorney Douglas, and he talked about in 42 years they've never ever accepted a claim. They always reject them. It's almost as if they are sending the message to the police that it's okay, that it's allowed to do what you do. And so my hope is that the city leadership, Mayor Bass, Chief Moore, the city council, won't let the death of Kenneth Anderson be in vain.
That's right.
Not just for his family and for his son Kai especially, but the future Keenan Andersons that will happen in Los Angeles if you don't set a precedent with this now. That's what we want, is a precedent to be set. Well, going forward from 2023, that we're going to do better, Los Angeles. We're going to do better, California. We're going to do better, America. Because our children are dying. It's easy to look the other way when it's not your children. But our children are dying. And so the prayer is that a precedent will be set with Keenan Anderson, and those heart-wrenching words, some of his last words. They're trying to George Floyd me. Hopefully won't be uttered ever again by another marginalized person of color, not another black man. And that is how we do justice for Keenan Anderson.
And now, Ms. Gabrielle Hansel will speak.
Hi, my name is Gabby Hansel. I am the mother to Sincere Kai Anderson, Keenan's only son. Keenan chose the name Sincere because in his heart he believed that this little boy was the most innocent, purest, and most sincere version of himself. Having to hear Keenan cry out for help the way he did, and to watch him be hurt by the very people who are supposed to protect him, is something I will never get over. My son is going to see that one day, and I don't know how I will answer any of his questions, now or in the future. All I do know is that we are here to get justice for Keenan, and in the process, we hope to evoke change so that moving forward, my son doesn't have to live his life in fear of one day what happened to his dad may one day happen to him.
Okay, we are going to step away from that news conference here on Live Now from Fox and take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about an amazing discovery found in the Bronx River, dolphins that were found there on video in New York. We'll have that report coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Well, this story is pretty incredible out of New York. Dolphins found in the Bronx River, an amazing discovery, all found and captured on video. Let's bring in now Fox 5's Chris Welch, who is on this story today. Chris, what an amazing discovery. What's the latest with this?
Two or 3 years, maybe. I've talked to a couple experts today to try to find out what this could mean, and what we learned, kind of interesting.
A pair of dolphins out of the ocean and in the Bronx River.
A lot of people attribute like the great whales and dolphins with wilderness.
For good reason. They're typically not seen within city limits, especially in the river next to Starlight Park, as documented in a video on social media and reposted by the city's Parks Department.
When you get actually a chance to see them, in, a highly urbanized setting, I mean, I think it, triggers something about people's interest in the natural world and animals and wildlife.
But this is more than just a cute happenstance. It's evidence of critical environmental progress.
That is very indicative of the water quality improving in the Bronx River.
Adriana Caminero is with the Parks Department, and she says the efforts made since the 1970s, when Congress passed the Clean Water Act, are working.
Not only in the Bronx River can we see that, but in other parts of our waterways. I'm an urban park ranger here in the Bronx, and we see seals, which is another sign of the improved water quality here.
I think it's really a sign that New Yorkers are clearly aware of their environmental surroundings and appreciating their urban waterways and the rivers that surround New York City.
Howard Rosenbaum with the Wildlife Conservation Society says it appears the most recent dolphin visitors made their way into the river system from the ocean, and he says, based on the video, they also appear happy.
I don't see any signs of distress for these animals right now, but we want to keep an eye on that.
But some advice from the Parks Department: if you happen to see them on your next walk, give them space and do not disturb. Chris Welch, Fox 5 News.
I just think it's so cool because, when you think about New York City waterways, the Hudson, the East River, the Bronx River, you don't always think of like the cleanest bodies of water. And so now we have this concrete evidence, and these ecologists and scientists, researchers saying all these efforts that have been made and undertaken since the 1970s for the last 50 years or so do appear to be working. So we're actually seeing cleaner water. They're tracking new schools of fish in the rivers. They're tracking eels and seals, as you saw in that story too. So it's kind of a fun little development here.
Yeah, it's amazing. And with that video circulating on social media, I'm sure people are talking about it there as well. What are people saying in New York?
Oh yeah, and I've talked to some colleagues of mine today. I wonder if I should go up to the park in the Bronx and see if I could catch a sight of that. Because I asked one of the experts today, do you think they might still be there? Have they made their way back out into the ocean? Do we know? And they're like, we don't know. But that's the good thing about social media these days. If anyone else spots them right now, they're probably going to capture a video of it, and that'll also go viral. And that's how the scientists and the researchers will learn that they might still be there as well. But I guess, the other good part about the story is they seem to be totally fine, totally healthy, not in any kind of distress. So maybe they're there. Maybe we'll find out if they're still hanging out there this weekend, but they might be back out at sea. Who knows? We'll find out, hopefully sometime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Some great news there, and a different type of sightseeing for New Yorkers, I'm sure. Thank you so much.
For sure.
Thank you so much. Fox 5's Chris Welch on that story and that report. All right, we are going to switch gears here and bring you out to another story that we are also following right now. This one happening this afternoon, where attorney Gloria Allred is with some of her clients here speaking on justice for a woman who experienced some alleged sexual assault. And she is with those children here speaking at this news conference. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
I'll be making a statement, and they'll be making a statement, and then we will be happy to take some questions. I represent Kathy Gottlieb Weiss and Jim Gottlieb, who are here with me today. They are the surviving children of Phyllis Golden Gottlieb. Sadly, Phyllis passed away on July 23rd, 2022. I had represented Phyllis and had known her for many decades. Recently, on behalf of Kathy and Jim, I requested a meeting with Los Angeles Police Department Chief Michael Moore as a result of the shocking and disturbing revelations of misconduct by LAPD Captain Corey Palka, as detailed in the New York Attorney General's report of this investigation. The New York Attorney General's report revealed that a captain of the Los Angeles Police Department informed CBS executives of the confidential sexual assault complaint filed with the LAPD by Ms. Phyllis Golden Gottlieb against Mr. Les Moonbase, a very high-level CBS executive. In addition, the New York Attorney General's office concluded in its report that the LAPD captain shared confidential information and assisted CBS executives for months to prevent Ms. Golden Gottlieb's complaint against Les Moonves from becoming public. New York Attorney General Letitia James, in her November 2nd, 2022 press release, stated, "The OAG investigation revealed new information about an LAPD captain's direct and repeated interference with an open investigation into allegations of sexual assault against Mr. Moonves. The same day that an individual filed a confidential criminal sexual assault complaint against Mr. Moonves at an LAPD station in Hollywood, an LAPD captain informed a CBS executive of the confidential complaint. The LAPD captain shared an unredacted police report with the executive, who shared it with Mr. Moonves and other executives at CBS. Each of the executives then went to work to deal with the impending crisis. Mr. Moonves and the CBS executive asked the LAPD captain about the complainant's motivations and her next course of action. In text messages obtained by the Office of the Attorney General in New York, Mr. Moonves said, quote, "Hopefully we can kill media from PD, then figure what complainant wants." Possibly the most disturbing finding in Attorney General James' investigative report was the following. Quote, "Over the course of several months, the LAPD captain continued to secretly provide Mr. Moonves and CBS executives with status updates on the LAPD's investigation. The LAPD captain made it clear that he was willing to intervene on Mr. Moonves' behalf, and Mr. Moonves solicited his assistance. He assured Mr. Moonves, he assured CBS executives that he had spoken to his contacts within the LAPD and implemented controls to prevent news of the police report from leaking to the press from the LAPD. When the allegations finally became public and Mr. Moonves resigned from CBS, the LAPD captain sent a text to the executive saying, quote, "We worked so hard to try to avoid this day. I am so completely sad," end quote. And that's all a quote from the New York AG's report. They're finding that a senior LAPD officer was providing a high-profile individual who was accused of sex crimes confidential information provided by an alleged victim of sexual abuse, in my opinion, has caused mistrust of the LAPD by many victims of sexual assault. Many now have questions about whether they can trust the LAPD to conduct a fair investigation and protect victims if the victims come forward to make a police report against a rich, powerful, and or famous individual. Even prior to the New York Attorney General's report, which revealed completely inappropriate conduct by the LAPD captain in mishandling Ms. Golden Gottlieb's report, victims of alleged sexual abuse were frequently afraid to come forward to file a police report. Now their fear is compounded in light of the evidence which has revealed that a high-ranking LAPD officer was colluding with and assisting a powerful, high-profile individual in order to protect the reputation of the accused at the expense of the alleged victim of sexual abuse. The rich, powerful, and famous should not receive more favorable treatment than the victim is afforded by the LAPD. Investigations must be conducted equally for all. Unfortunately, as a result of the revelations in the New York AG's report, the confidence in the LAPD of many sexual assault victims has now been shattered. Their trust in law enforcement must be earned and not betrayed. Meaningful steps must be taken by the LAPD to restore that trust. On behalf of my clients, the children of Ms. Golden Gottlieb, I requested that Chief Moore meet with Kathy, Jim, and me as soon as possible. At this meeting, I requested that on behalf of the LAPD, he make a personal apology to Ms. Weiss and Mr. Gottlieb because of the LAPD's misconduct towards their mother. In addition, I respectfully requested that he share with us the steps that the LAPD is taking to make changes to ensure that other alleged victims of sexual assault receive a prompt, a professional, and a confidential investigation of their complaints by law enforcement, which is free of bias and conflict that favors the accused. Tipping the scales of justice in favor of the powerful over the powerless has created a stain on the LAPD, and it has a chilling effect on victims' willingness to seek justice. I am pleased to disclose that Kathy, Jim, and I did meet with Chief Moore and some members of his staff yesterday for approximately an hour. I appreciated that Chief Moore was very sensitive to Kathy and Jim at the meeting and appeared very committed to conducting a full and fair investigation. He did apologize to Kathy and Jim for the conduct of an LAPD officer who had mishandled Phyllis's sexual assault complaint, and I felt that he was sincere in his apology. We appreciated his willingness to meet with us, and we look forward to assisting the LAPD in their investigation and review of policies and ways to restore the confidence of victims of sexual assault in the LAPD. And now I am pleased to present Jim, Phyllis's son, and I'll trade places with you. Remove your mask. Up to you. Sounds clear without a mask.
This is a statement on behalf of my sister and myself. In 2017, our mother, Phyllis Golden Gottlieb, made a confidential police report to the Los Angeles Police Department in which she alleged that she was sexually assaulted by her former boss, Les Moonves, who later became the president of CBS. After decades of shame, our mother finally had the courage to make a report to the LAPD's Hollywood division. She reported what she believed to be a crime against her that she had only told family and close friends about for the longest time. There are now accusations that the captain of that division in 2017 had a relationship with the accused that compromised the captain's handling of our mother's report. Yesterday, we met with the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Michael Moore, along with a representative of Internal Affairs and others in the LAPD to discuss the matter and learn about their commitment to investigate and hold accountable those who may have violated any laws and or policies of the LAPD. After our meeting with Chief Moore and his team, we feel optimistic. We understand that the LAPD is conducting an investigation, and we feel that they are taking this matter very seriously. The public in general, and especially people who file sexual assault complaints, need to have confidence that police will treat them as the victims they are, without any hint of shaming or worrying that their confidential report will be compromised in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy.
This is just a little bit of information on my mom. It was always just the three of us, at least until my mom threw our dad out. I had heard the allegations from my mom regarding her boss, Les Moonves, and his inappropriate conduct towards her. I was so proud when my mom told me that she was going to report his conduct to the police. She gained confidence from the reports made by other women against powerful men in Hollywood. When I read about how Captain Polka had allegedly conspired with Les Moonves, I was mortified. I felt like I was watching Goodfellas, and all I could think of was thank goodness she wasn't alive to see this. I called my brother, and we talked about how shocked we were about this. After she left Hollywood, she had become a substitute teacher, at first working in Beverly Hills. But she felt she could make much more of a difference by working with the kids in the inner city. So she started working at Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School, led by a principal she truly admired, who greeted each student each morning with a hug. When my mom noticed a student with tattered clothes or shoes too small, she would take them to Target to buy them new ones. This was a woman I was proud to call Mom. In the end, my mother's strength and resilience in the face of unimaginable trauma was truly inspiring. My mom had the courage to let her life not be defined as a victim, but rather she used her experience to make a positive impact onto the lives of inner city children. As a teacher, she was my hero.
Thank you. Good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And now we'll be happy to take some questions, and then we will also show you a few photographs of Phyllis, and also of Phyllis with her children.
You mentioned that Chief...
All right, remarks there from women's rights attorney Gloria Allred regarding a sexual assault case. Well, we want to keep things moving here on Live Now from Fox. Next time you look over your monthly billing statements, keep an eye out for any unfamiliar charges. Investigators say they're seeing more card skimmer devices that can steal your banking information from credit and debit cards. We want to bring you the latest from Fox's Jake Care-Alexis. He's live in Tacoma, Washington tonight with more. Hey, Jake, tell us the latest.
Hi there, Shirley. Well, these card skimmer devices slide right onto card readers. That makes them really tough to notice. And when you go to pay for something using your debit or credit card at a card reader, the skimmer copies your financial information from your card and steals it. Police say that these skimmers are getting harder to detect, and they're popping up all over the country.
It slides right over the top, and you can barely tell that they're even there.
Sergeant Darren Moss with the Pierce County Sheriff's Department says thieves plant those card skimmers at all sorts of businesses, including gas stations and grocery stores.
So it captures the information that's on that magnetic stripe, which then allows the scammers or the hackers or the attackers to either use those card numbers online or to create new cards.
In the last 3 months, more than 30 U.S. cities have reported skimmer thefts, and Moss says a lot more go unnoticed.
It's not often that they're found, and again, the thieves will put them on there, maybe leave them up for a couple days, one night or a week, and then come and take it away.
Skimmers have been around for a while, but thieves are getting smarter.
In the old days, they were oftentimes very recognizable. They were clunky. They looked like they didn't belong. But oftentimes now they're inside the card reader. So they're inside the slot. And so they're really almost impossible to see.
Moss says there's a couple of things people can do to make themselves less vulnerable to skimmer thefts.
Go inside of the store and use that machine instead, because there's a clerk always at the counter. It's a lot harder for them to try to install it at the counter. If you avoid the swipe altogether and use a tap to pay, that's another way to avoid these card skimmers.
And Shirley, for you guys in Arizona, the last reported incident of a skimmer theft related to Arizona, there was a victim of a skimmer theft in Utah a couple days ago who said that she had transactions made on her card that weren't by her in both Tempe and Chandler. Shirley?
All right, Jake, thanks so much for that report. We appreciate it. All right, meantime, T-Mobile says that millions of accounts have been breached. We want to bring you more information regarding this here on Live Now from Fox. Now, the wireless carrier revealed it happened in late November, but it wasn't discovered until January 5th. The stolen data included addresses, phone numbers, and dates of birth. Live Now's Josh Breslow spoke with a cybersecurity expert about this breach. Here's that conversation.
Was there anyone in particular that we should play again? Like any big name that
T-Mobile said Thursday that an unidentified malicious intruder breached its network in late November and stole data on 37 million customers, including addresses, phone numbers, and dates of birth. A lot of important information there. I do want to bring in Hugh Odom, the founder and president of Vertical Consultants and a former AT&T attorney, to help break all of this down for us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for allowing us to talk to you today.
Of course. So first off, the significance of this major hack.
Well, as you mentioned, there are 37 million customers of T-Mobile impacted, and that is the first significance, that you have all this data out there that is in the hands of hackers. The second big significance is the continued issue with cybersecurity on the wireless carriers. T-Mobile has had this happen recently, about a year ago, where 54 million people were impacted with data loss. And this is happening most recently with something called application processing interface. And with 5G rolling out, this is kind of the bridge between communications through that network. And the problem is that the security is not keeping up with the rollout of these networks. So what happens is you have a broader plane to allow for cyber attacks and the taking of this information that was taken, as you mentioned, for 37 million people here most recently.
So the big question here is, how do hacks like this even happen?
Well, if you spread out the network so much and you allow the security to be waned down, or watered down, I should say, what happens is the hackers find the area they can penetrate. And as I mentioned earlier, this particular system is so crucial as we use more and more data through 5G and other means of network devices. And what happens is that data gets spread out, and so it makes it easier for hackers to infiltrate that information.
So how do you know if you've actually been hacked? Because there are so many T-Mobile customers, and it's not going to be every single one, but how do you know specifically if you're actually impacted?
Well, we can only look at what's recently happened with T-Mobile and other carriers. Is first, they should be notifying you in some means, email, text, something, to let you know that your information is at risk. The other is, once that information starts to roll out in a public form, you'll see that it's on certain websites that you can look and make sure that if your information has been hacked or not. But first and foremost, you should be receiving a notification from T-Mobile.
So do hacks like this happen pretty often? I feel like we hear about a lot of them, not necessarily with T-Mobile or any cell phone provider, but it does seem like we have quite a few hacks. Are they happening often?
Yes, that is a quick answer, because we are moving so much more information, data, through the internet, through our mobile devices, et cetera. It becomes more exposed. And if you just think about it, you have more risk. You have, as I mentioned earlier, a broader plane for hackers to look at and try to infiltrate, to try to get information. And what's happening is the networks are expanding far faster than the cybersecurity protocols are keeping up with those. And if that happens, that just opens up to more and more risk for potential hacking of information.
And Congress has been raising concerns about a possible China security threat. Tell me your thoughts on that.
Well, this is a huge threat. We believe it's a huge threat, not only throughout America, but throughout the globe. What's happening right now is you have so much information that's being processed through Chinese-backed equipment, 5G equipment. And Congress has banned certain Chinese companies from selling equipment in the U.S. going forward. But the problem is they are not having the ability to rip down the existing equipment. Recently, with the infrastructure plan, they provided some funding for what's called a rip and replace. However, it's about $2 billion short. And who's impacted the most? Rural America, who has mostly used this equipment because it is cheaper than U.S. or European-based equipment. So they are more suspect to security risks than other areas.
All right, Hugh Odom, the founder and president of Vertical Consultants. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. That's a lot of great information for people who are T-Mobile customers. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about the economy. Here's a look at the stock markets. The Dow closed in the green at 330 points. However, this comes as the parent company of Google announced it is laying off 12,000 workers. It's the latest tech company to eliminate jobs. Here's more from Fox News.
Google parent company Alphabet is the latest tech giant to announce a major round of job cuts. The company is slashing roughly 12,000 jobs, reducing staff by 6%. The decision marks the company's biggest ever round of layoffs as it faces a grim economic outlook. Other big tech companies like Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta are also downsizing as the industry braces for recession. In other layoff news, home furnishings company Wayfair says it will lay off 1,750 employees, 10% of its global workforce. Most of the employees are in its corporate operation. The Wayfair is making cuts. The company says its market share continues to improve. The FAA is blaming contractors for the system outage earlier this month that led to a nationwide ground stop. The agency says workers unintentionally deleted files, leading to over 11,000 flight delays and cancellations. And you won't find a car more valuable than this one. A 1979 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am is set to hit the auction block with less than 37 miles driven over the past 44 years. Restora Muscle Car made the discovery after digging up this barn find in Nebraska. The original price from the 70s, just over $8,000. Safe to say it's worth a bit more in 2023. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
All right, so many concerns about the economy right now as a number of tech companies have been laying off thousands of people. Well, after the break, we'll bring you remarks from President Biden. Today marks 2 years since his administration was sworn into office, and he is touting his accomplishments. That's up next. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us on this Friday afternoon. I'm Shirley DeScorbeth. As I mentioned before we went out to break, today marks 2 years for President Biden's administration since they were sworn into office. They are touting their accomplishments since that 2 years. We want to go ahead and take you to today's White House press briefing. Here are remarks from White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
Have a good weekend. All right, happy 2-year anniversary to us. Anyway, all right, today marks 2 years since President Biden and Vice President Harris were sworn in to office, as you all know. In the past 2 years, we have seen significant economic growth, and President Biden built the most historic legislative record since the Johnson administration. In fact, over the last 24 months, nearly 11 million jobs have been created, including 750,000 manufacturing jobs. The unemployment rate is near a 50 50-year low. Nearly 10.5 million Americans have applied to start a new small business. Inflation is now at its lowest since October of 2021. We funded 7,900 projects through the bipartisan infrastructure law, reaching over 4,000 communities all across the country. And private companies have announced nearly $300 billion in investments across the United States. The president will mark today's anniversary with nearly 200 bipartisan mayors from across the country, which will be happening very, very soon. And you will hear more from both the president and some of our nation's mayors who are here today after the briefing. Really quickly, I have one thing that I want to share with all of you, which is the week ahead. It is Friday. Today, the president will be traveling to Rehoboth, Delaware. He will return to Washington, D.C. on Monday. On Tuesday, the president will host Democratic congressional leaders at the White House. In the evening, the president will also host a White House reception for new members of Congress. On Thursday, the president will deliver remarks on our economic progress since taking office. That evening, the White House will host a Lunar New Year reception in the East Room. And of course, per usual, we will have more to share as the days go by. Okay, Darlene, welcome. I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time.
That's true.
Okay, good. I always say that to Josh, and he's like, no, that's not true.
Question about the chart, but it disappeared.
Okay, maybe it'll magically appear.
Until it reappears, can you talk a little bit about what message the White House is trying to send on Sunday by having the Vice President deliver a speech on abortion rights in the state of Florida, and specifically in the state capital of Tallahassee?
So as you know, Florida is an important state as we're talking about fighting for women's health care for a few reasons, and let me just run through them. Florida has an abortion ban, which is on the books. So that's number one. It is the third largest state in the country, as you all know, and is surrounded by several states around its border with even more restrictive abortion laws, and those bans which are in place as well. And because Florida's ban is less stringent than in the neighboring states, the state has increasingly become a place where women can go to access care there. Yet right now the state is considering an even more extreme ban on the books, which would be devastating not just for Florida women, but if you think about, again, the southern region, if you think about the states that Florida borders. And so it is important in this moment that we are currently in. And also, it was the first state that the vice president visited after the devastating situation that we received just a couple months ago. And so again, this is something that after the Dobbs decision, so she felt it would be a good state for the 50th anniversary, which would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade.
And on the chart, there are two headings there that say record health care enrollment. One says 11 million, nearly 11 million. The other says nearly 15.9. What's the difference?
That's a good question. I would have to ask our team. I'm going to be very, very honest with you on that. Let me get back to the team, and then we'll be able to decipher the difference.
Really quick question. The president going to his home in Rehoboth Beach today, does that have anything to do with classified documents being found at Wilmington and none being found at Rehoboth?
So as it relates to classified documents, information, which the president takes very, very seriously, and you heard him speak to it when he was asked by your colleagues yesterday when he was traveling in California, I would refer you to the White House Counsel Office for any statement coming from here or anything new developments coming from here, but as it relates specifically to the investigation, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. So I'm not going to comment on that piece at all from here. I'm just going to continue to be prudent and consistent and respect the Department of Justice process. As it relates to his travel, as you know, he often travels to Delaware on the weekends. I just don't have anything else to share. But anything related to the legal process, I would refer you to the White House Counsel Office. I'm going to try and go around around here. Joey, I haven't gone through.
Yeah, thank you. What was the White House's reaction to Governor Ron DeSantis' education department blocking the teaching of AP African American Studies, saying it violates Florida's new state law and, quote, significantly lacks educational value? Does the White House have concerns about this action by the DeSantis administration?
So first, I want to be very clear. The administration does not dictate any curriculum for local schools. That is not something that we do here. But there is something that we do want to comment. It is incomprehensible that to see that this is what this ban or this block, to be more specific, that DeSantis has put forward. If you think about the study of Black Americans, that is what he wants to block. And again, these types of actions aren't new. They are not new from what we're seeing, especially from Florida. Sadly, Florida currently bans teachers from talking about who they are and who they love, as we've talked about many times here in this briefing room. They have banned more books in schools and libraries than almost every other state in the country. And let's not forget, they didn't block, be more clear, I want to make sure I'm using the right word here, they didn't block AP European history, they didn't block our music history, they didn't block our art history, but the state chooses to block a course that is meant for high-achieving high school students to learn about their history of arts and culture. And it is incomprehensible again, and I will just leave it there to make your own determination of why this occurred and why this happened. Again, it is not our place to direct or to be involved in any local school curriculum, but this is concerning.
Thanks, Corinne. You mentioned lawmakers will be back in town next week. There's a new-ish Speaker of the House. Does the President have any desire to have him to the White House to meet face-to-face?
So I know there's been reporting on this. I don't have a date to confirm from here about a potential meeting with Speaker, the newly minted, as you just trying to say, Speaker McCarthy. The President has, as I just mentioned at the top, as you just said, Phil, a series of meeting with, is going to have a series of meeting with leadership in Congress to talk about a range of issues that matter to the American people. Again, don't have anything to confirm here. And one of the things that the President is looking forward to do is talking about issues that matter to the American people, as I just stated, but also to continue to develop and grow their relationship, their working relationship together. I don't have, again, I don't have a specific date to announce from here.
Just for clarity's sake, when a meeting happens with the Speaker, if the Speaker brings up the debt limit, would the President reiterate the position that you guys have been firm on?
Well, I'll say this. Look, it's a range of issues, and I just said the President has been very clear about where we stand on the position of default. Really, very clear. I've said it. The President has said it. It is something that has been repeated when you think about dealing with the debt limit, when you think about what Congress has been able to do the last 3 times with the last administration, and it's a responsibility that they have. It is a basic responsibility that Congress has to deal with the debt ceiling. And so we have been clear on this. The President has been clear on this. It should not be used as a political weapon, we should not be putting it in a hostage situation. We should be dealing with this in a way that is responsible. We're talking about the American people. We're talking about jobs. And more broadly, this is a president that has, I just talked through the first 2 years of this presidency and what he has been able to do with the economy, building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And the president wants to continue to build on our successes. And that's what Republicans in the Congress should want to do, continue to build on that, work with us, not take us back. And so that's going to be the focus of this president, as he has been focused on this past 2 years.
Sorry, Corinne. The pool is together.
Okay. Well, if the pool needs to go, I'll continue. Okay.
So, isn't it customary to have a meeting with the Speaker and the first week of Congress returning? Is this in effect a snub of Speaker McCarthy, and how should we take this?
No, look, the President is looking forward to meeting with Speaker McCarthy. We are. I just don't have a date to share with all of you at this time, but he is looking forward to meeting with Speaker McCarthy and to.
There's a meeting about the debt limit specifically.
Well, no, I mean, look, it's going to be about a range of issues, right? And when the President speaks to members, when he has meetings with members, he talks about a range of issues. to, I don't want to get ahead of a meeting that has not been locked in. It's a little bit of a hypothetical here. But again, when the president normally talks to congressional members, when he has meetings with them, there are a range of issues that are talked about. But we have been very, very clear from here about where we stand when it comes to the debt ceiling. I have been clear. The president has been clear. It should not be used as a political football. But again, he's looking forward to meeting with the speaker and continue to build on that relationship.
Does the president have a view on whether it should be suspended or whether it should be increased? Trump 3 times was suspended and snapped
That
back
is,
in.
look, we think that Congress should deal with this in a bipartisan fashion, as they have about 78 times in the past. This is something that Congress has done. It is their basic responsibility as a congressional member, and that's what we want to see. Anything else about the specifics, that's up to Congress. But this is something that needs to be dealt with. We're talking about jobs, right? We're talking about seniors. We're talking about veterans. Right? We're talking about real-life potential issues that could affect Americans across the country. So it should not be used in a way to hold the debt ceiling in hostage, right? Because they want to cut Social Security, right? Because Republicans, MAGA Republicans in the House, want to cut Social Security, or they want to cut Medicare. That should not be where we are right now. We should not be moving forward in conversations about the debt ceiling in that way. They should be dealing with it. Okay.
What does the president mean when he said no regrets? Because he's also said he takes very seriously the handling of classified documents. So I'm unclear what he means about no regrets.
So I'm not going to comment further from what the president has said yesterday. I think he laid out his thoughts. He was asked about it. He laid out his thoughts of whatever question he was asked. I'm not going to get into specifics, or I'm not going to go beyond what the president has said. But I will reiterate from here that and basically what he said to all of you many times at this point, that he does indeed take classified information and seriously. He does indeed take classified documents seriously. I'm just not going to go beyond that. I would refer you to the White House counsel's office for any specifics on the president's comments or how the process is moving forward.
Can you just shed light on was he referring to sort of the rollout of the information, or about the timeline, or I'm just unclear about what he's not regretting?
And Kelly O, I totally understand the question. I totally understand why you may want clarity here, but I'm going to be prudent. I'm going to be consistent here. I'm not going to comment on the ongoing process, the legal process from here. I will just let the president's words stand for itself. I'm going to go around here. Go ahead.
Quickly, do you have any update on the president getting a physical? He hasn't had one in a year. I don't know if he intends to get one.
Yeah, I've spoken to this a couple of times. He will have one by the time the end of this month is out, and so we will do the same that we did the last time. And back in 2021, where we provide with full transparency his medical physical. And so again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to be transparent. We will share the information. We will have more to share about that before the month is over.
And then I also wanted to ask, without speaking about the investigation or the special counsel specifically, if you could walk us through a little bit of what the process in general is supposed to be when classified documents are improperly found, and if the White House has any role in those circumstances, if they refer anything to the Office of Director of National Intelligence, or sort of what that process should be. Again, sort of not necessarily referencing the current situation, but just in general.
I hear the question. It's been asked to me many different ways, many different times.
I'm trying yet another.
And I appreciate the effort. Again, I am going to refer you on the particulars of the process and how it goes down and how it works. I'm going to refer you to the White House counsel office. My colleagues there, they will be happy to engage with you and listen to your question and answer it the best that they can. I am just not going to be speaking it from here, and my colleagues who have already been engaging with many of your colleagues and probably you over the last 2 weeks. I'll let them take care of that. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne. Could you just speak a little bit more about why is it Vice President Harris who's going to be giving the speech, in particular on Sunday? And does the president have a message for the people at the right, the March for Life march?
So as you know, the March for Life Life march happens every year. And so we support peaceful, free, even when we disagree with it. Clearly, it is not an issue in their point of view. We do not agree with. Look, because the president believes that it is critical. It is a critical pillar of democracy to do that in a peaceful way, to march, and so of course we support that. But that said, we want to make sure that we continue to underscore the ongoing attacks on women's rights to make their own healthcare decision. This is something that the Biden-Harris administration has taken very seriously. This is something that you have heard us take action, executive action on, and this is an issue that we're going to continue to ask Congress to make sure that they take actions on this as well as we go into the next couple of days into what would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. So this is an important issue, a critical issue. Let's not forget during the midterms, voters made themselves very clear. They want us to make sure here in Congress and at the White House and the federal government that we protect our people's rights, and they want to see that. And so that is how we see the March for Life. Again, we support peaceful speech, free of speech, peaceful march, even though we don't agree with their particular policy or issue.
The Vice President, why is she doing the speech?
Give me 1 second. If anybody wants to go and cover the president, you're free to do so. Do not feel if you're confirmed. That's right. No. Yeah, I know if folks have been registered and confirmed to go, please feel free. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, the Vice President, she's giving the speech.
Yeah, so look, you've seen the Vice President be a leader on this issue over the last several months since the Dobbs decision came down this past summer. It is not unusual. I had just mentioned that after Florida was the first state that she visited after the Dobbs decision, and so she's going back. And the importance of Florida, right? The importance of where it is located and the border states around it, and why we think it's important, and she thinks clearly is important to go make that speech in Tallahassee on Sunday. But again, the Vice President has been a leader on this, so has the President. You've heard from both of them multiple times. You've seen her bring roundtables together to really try to figure out how to deal with this critical issue of protecting a woman's right to make her own decision about her health care. And so you'll continue to see that from this White House for sure. Okay, I'm going to go ahead.
Thanks, Reed. Yesterday, the former president, President Trump, called for the jailing of a pair of reporters from Politico who published that leaked Supreme Court opinion last year, as well as the editor who supervised them and the publisher of Politico. And I know there was a White House statement that went out earlier today, but I was hoping you could weigh in a little further on how the president feels about that sort of talk and his commitment to press freedom.
I can tell you that the president believes the freedom of press is part of the bedrock of our American democracy. That is something that he truly believes, and that we should continue to fight for. And calling for egregious abuses of power in order to...
All right, remarks there from White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on a number of topics, including the economy and those classified documents found at President Biden's former office. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. In just 2 minutes, we'll have more news out of the nation's capital, including the thousands of people who are rallying there. That's up next. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here's a Live Now look at the White House. Time there now on the East Coast, 5:36. Well, tens of thousands of people of anti-abortion activists from across the country have gathered there for the first time since the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade last June. For them, the fight isn't over. Here's more from Fox News.
Back in D.C. for the first time since Roe v. Wade was struck down by the Supreme Court and abortion laws were turned back to the states. With a major victory on their side, thousands of marchers are now hoping to sway lawmakers against codifying Roe.
We're in what we're calling a next phase.
My kids need to learn that too, that if they are here, we have to protect the unborn.
Sunday marks 50 years since Roe v. Wade was decided, and abortion rights supporters are still fighting to protect access. Today, across the country, state laws vary from nearly all-out bans to legal in some cases to completely protected with expanded access.
The only way to restore the protections of Roe is for Congress to pass a national law codifying the right to choose.
Abortion access has been a top issue for Americans since a draft opinion previewing the eventual overturning of the law leaked over the summer and spurred protests. Investigators have been looking for who leaked the draft, but have hit a dead end after dozens of interviews, writing, after examining the court's computer devices, networks, printers, and available call and text logs, investigators have found no forensic evidence indicating who disclosed the draft opinion.
I'm not shocked that now 8 long months later, they haven't found a culprit.
The FBI says it's cracking down on those who have vandalized or attacked reproductive health care centers, offering a $25,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, and a number of remarks were made at the rally in Washington, D.C., and including from lawmakers. Here are some of their remarks.
Thanks from Indiana. Representative Mary Miller from Illinois. Representative Brad Wenstrup from Ohio. Representative Andy Harris, MD, from Maryland. Representative Michelle Fischbach from Minnesota. We are also joined by 2 congressmen who will be speaking to us next, and for whom I'm so grateful to know. The first is the new majority leader of the U.S. House of Representatives, Congressman Steve Scalise of Louisiana. He is a great guy. And then next we'll be welcoming Congressman Chris Smith from New Jersey. Leader Scalise has been a pro-life champion for many years, and even in the initial days of Congress, in working hard on behalf of the unborn children and their mothers. And then following Leader Scalise, we'll hear from wonderful Congressman Chris Smith, who's a long-time life in the of the Congressional Pro-Life Caucus. Welcome, Leader Scalise and Congressman Chris Smith.
How are y'all doing? What an exciting crowd to see all these beautiful young people here to defend life. This has been a battle for decades in the United States. And the left will have you believe that all young people are just here to support the abortion industry. You are showing us and giving us hope that the young people of America support life, defend life, are here to march for life. Because when you're in a battle, it's important to keep your focus on what the mission is, but every step of the way, it's also critical that we celebrate victories along the way. And boy, did we get a huge victory just a few months ago when Roe was overturned. But as you all know, that's only the end of the first phase of this battle. The next phase now begins, and that's what this year's march is all about. The next steps in a post-Roe era. And we in Congress, and how about my colleagues here, Chris Smith, all my colleagues behind me, who defend life. Just think about this. Just a few months ago, when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House, I'm not sure if she accepted the. We brought a bill, what's Ann Wagner's bill called the Born Alive Act, a bill that says if a baby is born alive outside the womb, you cannot murder that baby and call it abortion. Do you know? And why do you march? Why do you support people who are pro-life? 80 different times, Nancy Pelosi blocked that bill from coming to the floor. The story actually gets better. In just 8 days of a Republican majority, we brought up that bill and passed it through the House of Representatives. That's what difference elections make. Why do you get involved? For those of you that are about to become 18 or just turned 18, you've got to register, you've got to vote, you've got to go support. It matters. Life and death is at stake in this march.
All right, remarks there from Supreme Court Justice Steve Scalise. But unfortunately, we appear to be having some glitches with that video, and we don't want to continue to play it that way. So we're going to keep things moving here on Live Now from Fox. As you might know already, a number of mayors from across the country are in Washington, D.C., attending the winter meeting of U.S. mayors, and they are discussing a number of topics. Also in attendance is Attorney General Merrick Garland. He made remarks there earlier today on prescription drugs and the fentanyl crisis that is impacting a number of communities across the country. Here are his remarks.
The United States Department of Justice, as Mayor Suarez said, has a wide-ranging and urgent mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep Americans safe, and to protect civil rights. But we cannot do this work alone. The mayors gathered in this room are the Justice Department's indispensable partners. So on behalf of the entire Department of Justice, I want to thank you and for your leadership and for your continued partnership. The strength of that partnership has never been more important than it is today, particularly when it comes to confronting the fentanyl epidemic. Across the country, fentanyl is devastating families and communities. According to the CDC, more than 107,000 people in the United States died of drug overdoses in 2021, and about 2/3 of those deaths involved synthetic opioids, primarily fentanyl. This nearly invisible poison is 50 times more potent than heroin. Just 2 milligrams of fentanyl, the amount that could fit at the tip of a pencil, is a potentially lethal dose. And increasingly, we are finding that many people who are taking fentanyl do not even know that they are taking it. That is because violent drug cartels are manufacturing and moving fake pills that are designed to look exactly like name brand drugs. Instead, the fake pills contain deadly amounts of fentanyl. The DEA has seen a sharp increase in the deadliness of fentanyl-laced fake prescription pills across the country. In 2022, 6 out of 10 fentanyl-laced fake prescription pills that were seized contained a potentially lethal dose. That is an astounding increase from an already terrible statistic of 2021, when 4 out of 10 such pills contained a potentially lethal dose. In addition, we know that the cartels are marketing rainbow-colored pills that look like candy or prescription medication. They often come in tablet form or in a block that resembles sidewalk chalk. These pills, too, often contain fentanyl. And we know from lab testing that this so-called rainbow fentanyl is just as dangerous and deadly as other forms. Each of you understands better than most the human toll of this crisis. As mayors, you have witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by fentanyl poisonings and overdoses. You have seen the lives lost. You know the families and communities that have been devastated. And you have witnessed the additional demands and dangers being placed on the police officers who must respond to this crisis. Recently, DEA Administrator Ann Milgram and I met with the families of victims of fentanyl poisoning from around the D.C. area. The victims range from 17 to 64 years old. Among them were gifted musicians, athletes, and loving friends. A parent who spent his Sundays after church playing football. A young woman who was planning to go to community college. A young man who was looking forward to being a father. Each of them was killed by fentanyl poisoning. Each story was tragic and heartbreaking. Too many lives have been lost to drug poisoning and overdose. Too many families, too many communities have been shattered by this crisis. The Department of Justice is using every tool at its disposal to save American lives. We are working tirelessly to get deadly fentanyl out of our communities. We are doing everything in our power to dismantle and hold accountable the cartels that put it there. We are dedicating our resources to supporting the programming that addresses the public health challenges of addiction and abuse, and we are doing all of this in collaboration with our state, local, tribal, and territorial partners. First, our agents and prosecutors are working closely with their partners across the country to conduct investigations, arrest traffickers, and seize deadly fentanyl. Last year, DEA agents conducted investigations in communities across the country, including dozens of cartel-linked investigations. In 2022, the DEA and its law enforcement partners seized more than 50.6 million fentanyl-laced fake prescription pills. That is more than double the amount seized in 2021. The DEA has also seized more than 10,000 pounds of fentanyl powder. Together, these seizures represent more than 379 million deadly doses of fentanyl. That much fentanyl could kill every single American. We are also working closely with our partners at home and abroad to hold accountable those who are responsible for this crisis. DEA is focusing its efforts on disrupting the two cartels that are responsible for significant quantities of fentanyl crossing the U.S.-Mexico border, the Sinaloa and the Jalisco New Generation cartels. Last week, I joined President Biden and other cabinet members in Mexico City for a meeting with our counterparts in the Mexican government. There, we discussed dramatically stepping up our country's joint efforts to combat fentanyl trafficking. This includes disrupting the flow of precursor chemicals coming from the People's Republic of China to Mexico and dismantling the clandestine labs where cartels use those chemicals to synthesize fentanyl in Mexico. And in districts across the country, our agents and prosecutors are working every day to bring to justice those who endanger our communities with deadly drugs. Just yesterday, for example, in the Middle District of Georgia, an indictment was unsealed charging 9 defendants with conspiring to possess with intent to distribute methamphetamine and fentanyl. 2 of the defendants were also indicted on firearms charges. And just last week, in the Southern District of California, an individual was sentenced for distributing fentanyl that resulted in the fatal overdose of a 30-year-old. In the District of Minnesota, 2 individuals were sentenced for their roles in a fentanyl trafficking conspiracy targeting the Red Lake Indian Reservation. In the District of Colorado, an individual was sentenced to life in prison for conspiring to distribute fentanyl and distributing fentanyl, resulting in death. Evidence presented at trial established that between 2017 and 2018, the defendant imported tens of thousands of pills laced with fentanyl from Mexico to the United States, resulting in a young man's death in 2019. In the Western District of Virginia, we charge an individual with conspiring to possess with intent to distribute fentanyl, methamphetamine, heroin, and cocaine. He was also charged with possessing a firearm in furtherance of his drug trafficking. The defendant is alleged to have possessed over 10,000 fentanyl pills and a kilogram of fentanyl powder. And earlier this month, in the Eastern District of Virginia, we secured the guilty plea of an individual who sold pills to a 14-year-old. The pills were purported to be a brand name painkiller. In fact, they were laced with fentanyl. 5 days after the sale, the 14-year-old died of a fentanyl overdose. These cases are emblematic of the work our agents and prosecutors are doing every day, together with their state and local partners, to disrupt fentanyl trafficking and save lives. Now, in addition to our enforcement efforts, we are committed to supporting communities to meet the public health challenges of addiction and substance